This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pougatch.
Tonight, the world waits as Bolt looks to make sprinting history.
We have seen one of the most staggering achievements in Olympic history here. Usain Bolt becomes the 9th man to complete the Olympic sprint double. He has beaten the world record that everybody said was untouchable.
Another big hockey night. Britain's men face the Netherlands for a place in the final.
Ashley Jackson scores! GB have opened the scoring here via the set-piece penalty corner. It's Ashley Jackson on target yet again. Terrific stuff.
That match live on Olympics Extra from 8 o'clock. On Sports Extra, you can hear the women's football gold medal match, the USA against Japan. And after 10 tonight, 19-year-old Jay Jones will fight for Taekwondo gold.
Absolutely amazing. She's dancing around the court. She has beaten the best player in the world. And this evening, Jay Jones, 19 years of age, will play for the gold medal.
Well, a very good evening to you. Here's a guide to how this evening looks here in the Olympic Stadium. The highlight, of course, the men's 200 metres final at 8:55. Usain Bolt and Johan Blake. Bolt could be the first man ever to do the double-double, the 100 and 200 at successive Olympic Games. Britain's Andrew Assaji goes up against world champion David Rudisha in the men's 800. That's at 8 o'clock. Also the semi-finals of the women's sprint relay and the women's 800 metres, the men's triple jump final and the climax to the men's decathlon. As ever, our athletics correspondent Mike Costello is here. Olympic bronze medalist Catherine Merry, three-time Olympic medalist in the javelin Steve Backley, former Commonwealth and European medalist Alison Kirbishley, and Darren Campbell, Olympic gold and silver medalist. Darren, good evening to you on what could be, simply put, a night of history for sprinting.
Yeah, it's really difficult to see past Usain Bolt now claiming this second Olympic gold here. All the talk had been about Johan Blake being able to challenge him. I think maybe there was a slight false representation at the Jamaican trials, and so far Usain Bolt has put everything right. I think every sports person at a certain point needs a little wake-up call. It must be difficult being Usain Bolt, not that I feel sorry for him, but it must be difficult at times to motivate yourself to come out on the biggest stage. But I always believed that he would respect the British public. I always believed that he would come and put on a show for the British public. He definitely did that in the 100 metres, and I've got no doubt he's going to do it again in the 200 metres.
I read a quote in the London Evening Standard this evening, and I very nearly choked on my cheese and pickle sandwich, actually. Johan Blake said, and I'm quoting, I think I could have won the 100 if I hadn't tightened up a little bit. Johan Blake said that. Really? Really?
Usain Bolt is a human being, and I have to say at one point in that 100 metres he didn't pull away from the field. Could the field maintain that pressure? I don't know. The only way you're going to beat Usain Bolt is by putting him under enough pressure where he goes tight, because if he goes tight then his stride length won't be the size of when he's relaxed. So it would be ridiculous to say Usain Bolt's not beatable, but somebody's got to put him under enough pressure where his shoulders go up by his ears and he gets tight and his stride length gets to the same size as theirs. Because as long as he's able to open up that stride length and run the 100 metres in 41 strides when the rest can only do it in 47, how are you going to beat him? It's not possible.
And if he wins the double-double, I mean, I said this is sprinting history. It's an awful lot wider than that. It's athletic history. It's sporting history.
Well, I think it's fair to put Usain Bolt up there with some of the greatest sports people ever. I don't think that's disrespectful to anybody who's been before. I think, the likes of Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan, just people who...
Pele, people like that who transcend their own sport.
Yeah, who just take it to a whole nother level where you would pay just to watch that one person perform. There's not many people that can do that in life. There's top musicians who you would pay to just sit on your own and spend a lot of money to just hear them do what they do. And I think you have to put Usain Bolt up there with great people, because he doesn't just come into the arena and think about Usain Bolt. He doesn't just come into the arena and think about Jamaica. He comes into the arena and thinks about the 80,000 paying people. He then thinks about all the millions of people who are tuning in to watch. And it's funny, I was watching a BBC TV today and they were showing a montage of different things in celebrations after the 100 metres, and Jonathan Edwards said, I could watch this over and over again. That's what you get with Usain Bolt. You never tire of watching him do what he does, whether it's before the race, during the race or after the race. He puts on a show for everybody, he makes everybody feel special, and as I say, there's not many sports people across the world who have been able to do that.
That cheer in the background is the javelin as part of the decathlon. The other thing, Darren, about today is it's been a very hot day, really sultry day. I was down by the Serpentine watching Kerry-Anne Payne just edged out of the medals. I mean, actually, fun enough, it reminded me of Beijing. It was that muggy. Now, how good a conditions are those for sprinting? You know where I'm going. Could he break the 19-second barrier? Because wouldn't that just top it off if he were to win, that he would break the 19-second barrier?
Yeah, I don't know if he's in that type of shape. Just listening to the little things that he says, I don't know if he believes he's in that type of shape. I'm not saying it's not something that's not on his mind, and it's not that I'm saying it's not something he can't do. Whether he's in that physical condition, you've got to think that he said coming into this Olympics that he was 95% fit, and then you listen to what he says after he won the Olympic gold, that he was a little bit nervous. He said to Sonia, I was a little bit nervous before the first round, and I walked into the stadium and the crowd went crazy, and then I relaxed. So he's not coming in here feeling invincible. That's the key thing. So whether he can take it, because it's going to need an invincible type performance to run under 19 seconds. I don't know if it's the Usain Bolt that was in Beijing. I don't know if it's the Usain Bolt that was in Berlin. But it's still a very special Usain Bolt, and I think he'll break the Olympic record.
He's a Usain Bolt you want to watch, you want to listen to, you want to hear from. Darren, thank you for now. That final at 5-9. Usain Bolt, Johan Blake, Christophe Lemaitre in the mix as well. 5-9, the 200 final. You have to stay with us till after 10 o'clock this evening. 19-year-old Jade Jones going for gold in the women's taekwondo then, and here's a taster of what to expect.
Jade Jones strides out for her semi-final. She is facing Seng Li Cheng from Chinese Taipei. Jones scores with a body shot. Back in it, 2-1 then to Chinese Taipei against Team GP. Jones is levelled, 2-2 with a side kick. She's got a second yellow card effectively, so that means 1 point to her opponent. 3-2 down, the crowd boo, but Jones just has to get on with the work, and she levels. This is what the Olympics is all about. Dancing horses, followed by women trying to kick each other's heads off. Oh, she's got another one. Jones 4-3 ahead. Amazing, amazing from Jade Jones this. Who scores again with a jab on the right side kick. 5-3 with 20 seconds to go. It's a headshot for Jones. Unbelievable scenes. Everybody on their feet here. And another body shot. 10-3. Jones is going to get a medal here. Headshot is that from Chinese Taipei. It is 10-6. But Jones has done it. She has beaten the best player in the world by 10 points to 6.
Jonathan Overend and more from Jonathan after 10 o'clock with the commentary. You enjoyed that.
Goodness me, Mark. Goodness gracious me. You know, Andy Murray's gone and won a gold medal at Wimbledon, and now this. And you know, for Jade Jones, 19 years of age, she walked into a local taekwondo class at the age of 8 and has never looked back. Now she's just taken out the world #1 from Chinese Taipei, and she has the chance in a few hours' time to take out the 2-time world champion from China, Hu Yushao. And if she can do it, I think it'll be up there with one of the great stories for Team GP of these games so far.
And the chance of not one but 2 medals this evening.
Yes, Martin Stamper from Liverpool was unlucky in a close-fought semi-final against the world #1 in the men's. The under 68 kilogram category, Servet Tezekel, who's his very, very experienced, wily campaigner. Tezekel coming through. But Stamper will fight for bronze later on against the winner of the repechage competition. So 2 British players in action in the evening session here. 2 more in action tomorrow in Sarah Stevenson and Latela Mohammed. All we knew were coming in as medal contenders. Did we really think we could win a gold, though, here on the Thursday night in the Taekwondo? Jade Jones has that chance tonight.
Jonathan, we're going to keep right across it with you. Thank you very much. We'll speak to you a little bit later on. Steve Parry has moved from the Serpentine, where he saw Kerry-Anne Payne come an agonising fourth in the 10k open water swim, back to Horse Guards Parade, where the men's beach volleyball comes to an end. It's Brazil against Germany in the final later, Steve.
Yeah, that's right. And Brazil are the hot favourites. Emmanuel and Alison are the team that are from Brazil. And Emmanuel, he's already won the Olympics. He won it back in 2004, got a bronze in 2008. I've already had it on firm authority from most of the broadcasters down here that Brazil will beat the Germans. Do you know the biggest complaint about the Germans, Mark, is that they don't celebrate enough. There's only high fives, no bum pats, no hugs. So, I mean, you know, that people are disappointed that they're not celebrating enough there. But I do love it down here. We've got the Horse Guards Parade dance crew out at the moment. I believe Bananarama's coming on later. And we've got the X Factor announcer Pete Dixon down here as well. So it's all going off. But before the final, we do have the Latvians. They've made history by making their first beach volleyball final. They're going up against the Dutch, and the Dutch were dismantled earlier in the week. They've got to put together a good performance to beat the Latvians.
And just for anyone joining us this evening, really hard for Kerry-Anne Payne to come fourth, that awful place in the Olympics after the 10k swim in the Serpentine.
Yeah, and you know, even though it was a 2-hour swim that was 10 kilometres, it was messed up in a matter of seconds. Unfortunately, she made the choice to go to the feeding pontoon when she was on the wrong side of the swimmers, and I think she lost a few seconds there. And when she looks back over that race, I think she'll regret that move that she made. She was definitely one of the strongest swimmers in there, and she was really, really upset after the swim.
Thank you very much, Steve. 8 o'clock this evening, it's the final of the men's 800 metres. The overwhelming favourite to win, the world champion, world record holder, David Rudisha. Mike Costello, our correspondent, can tell us a little bit more about him. Developed in a region famous for producing athletes, Mike.
Yes, it's a small town about 150 miles northwest of the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. It's called Iten, and it has just one tarmac road running through it. And there's an archway in the middle of the town which says, "Welcome to the home of champions." And it has such a strong running heritage, which is all based around one school, St Patrick's High School, where the athletics programme is run by an Irish missionary called Brother Colm O'Connell, who's been there since 1976, went there originally as a geography teacher, then as the head teacher, and has since run the athletics programme there. And across the years, the 3.5 decades or so, he's produced no fewer than 4 Olympic champions and 25 world champions. It is truly one of the most remarkable stories anywhere in the world of sport. Hundreds of runners from all over Kenya, and even more from all over the world, go to train there to try to get some of the atmosphere and some of the vibe rubbing off on them. Now, David Rudisha, the world record holder in the men's 800 metres, isn't from there. He's a Maasai from a different part of Kenya, but he came there to be nurtured by Brother Colm O'Connell. And Brother Colm, when I spoke to him in January, was full of praise for David Rudisha, and now takes up the story.
David is not from this area. He's an exception in that sense, that he's a Maasai by tribe. So comes from a very different group of people. If it was genetics, then I wouldn't be looking beyond the local people. But he came into the Iten culture. He came into the environment where he felt he was supported, and where he felt he could, as I said, give a shape and a purpose to his running. I saw him running in a local primary school's competition, 200 metres, tall, certainly tall for his age. He didn't win, and then I just kind of instinctively I said, he's worth watching. Then I followed him into the next year again, before I ever even talked to him or said, I think you can become an athlete. I just wanted to see how consistent he was going to be and how he was going to develop as an athlete. It was only the next year then I really talked to him and said, you know, I think you might fit into our youth programme. And then he made up his mind, this is what I want. The rest is history.
How long do you think David Rudisha will hang around? And one of the reasons I ask that is that you know well about this theory that Kenyans are described sometimes as one Olympics Kenyans, or mushroom champions, who appear and disappear almost as quickly and lose motivation quickly.
Yeah, well, it varies from individual to individual, and you have examples of both people who stayed around a long time. Now, David, of course, won the World Juniors 2006, won the Africa Championships 2008. So he's already around, 5 years pretty close to the top of world athletics. I'm not looking in terms of aims and goals beyond 2012, because Olympics are special. In some ways they come around only once in your life. We really don't want to look too far beyond it. But I think if he can get London behind him successfully, then he can settle in to a kind of a running style a lot more, because he'll have a pattern of running. He'll have the burdens off his back in terms of being an Olympic runner or being a world record holder, and I think you'll see David around for a long time. To me, I don't think he'll be a one Olympic wonder.
Well, Mark Costello, we hope not, because he's such a beautiful runner to watch. We hope not. As you say, there have been a few who have burned brightly, but for a short period of time only.
And actually, you have to go back to 1976 for the last time the reigning world record holder won the Olympic title, Alberto Juantorena of Cuba. But I think as far as Rudisha is concerned, he's made his mistake on the big stage. In 2009, when he was just developing as a really seriously good athlete, he failed to make the final of the World Championships. He went back with brother Colm O'Connell to look at what he'd done wrong, and since then he's been dominant. He's lost only once since then to a young Ethiopian called Mohamed Aman, who he's beaten a number of times before and since. Everything points to a win for Rudisha this evening, but he and Sebastian Coe and a Kenyan based in Denmark called Wilson Kipketer have held the world record for 30 years between them. Kipketer and Seb Coe never won the Olympic title. So, you know, even the best can get it wrong on the night when it matters most.
We were speaking to Kirani James the other night, who won the 400 metres. Are you looking at, 400 with James and 800 with Rudisha? Maybe if they keep their motivation and their fitness and their form, a period of domination from the pair of them.
It looks that way, and one of the disappointments for David Rudisha is that the Kenyan 4x400 metre team failed to qualify this morning from the semi-finals. Their second leg runner fell over when he collided with the South African Mogawani, who in the end seemed to have scuppered the chance of Oscar Pistorius appearing in the final, but the South Africans have since been reinstated. And Rudisha wanted to run in the 4x400 metres final because his dad Daniel won a silver medal for Kenya back in 1968 in the same event.
And as far as Andrew Assaji is concerned, he ran really well in the semi-final, was absolutely thrilled when he went over the finish line in front of us here, as if to say, to make the Olympic final at home is possibly the most I could have dreamt of this season.
Yes, and with Rudisha more than likely going off in front, it could scatter the mentality of some of those in behind. It could just spook them, so it's going to be tactical in behind. The young Ethiopian I've just mentioned, Mohamed Aman, seems to be a clear second best. If he gets it right tonight, then he has to be favourite for silver. There's one other medal to be won, but Assaji being in the final, if you saw the expression on his face when he crossed the line in second place to gain his place in the final, it was the kind of look on the face that Kelly Holmes had when she won gold in 2004. So it's almost of a surprise nature that he's in the final, but that bronze medal is up for grabs.
It's a lovely evening here at the Olympic Stadium. It's shirt sleeve order and people looking forward to a top night of athletics, of course, which is dominated, headlined by Usain Bolt in the 200 metres at 5 to 9. But it's the men's decathlon as well, which comes to a close tonight. And Kath Murray can bring us up to date.
Yes, indeed. Well, the men's decathlon started yesterday, of course, with the first 5 events, and they started off this morning with the 110-metre hurdles. And Ashton Eaton, the world record holder from the USA, is still comfortably in the lead after 8 events with a 222-point lead over his countryman Trey Hardy. He's up soon, is Mr. Eaton, in the B qualification of the men's javelin. But to be honest, Mark, this title looks his, bar injury, because he's just the best all-round athlete in the world, and he currently leads the men's decathlon.
And talking of which, Daley Thompson spoke to Steve Backley and myself a little bit earlier. We'll hear that interview a little bit later on after 9 o'clock this evening. Steve Backley is with us, of course, a javelin thrower extraordinaire of yesteryear, and Goldie Sayers, the British woman whose elbow just gave out at the wrong moment, and she's with us now and in a sling. Goldie, how are you? It looks very cumbersome.
Yeah, it's red, white and blue, the sling, so at least I'm being patriotic. I've probably had better days in my life, and I think watching is going to be slightly painful since the conditions are nigh on perfect, and just gutted that I couldn't use this crowd and be fit, and it was quite something, the response, so I'd love to have been there, but I'm not. C'est la vie.
C'est la vie. You will use this, I'm sure, I know, as real motivation for the future.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to take a little while to sort of sink in. I'm still in the Olympic bubble and haven't come out yet. I think when I have surgery on it, which is what it needs now, it's going to hit home a bit. But I was in the best shape I've ever been in my life 3 weeks ago, PBing all over the place in the gym. I was fastest, the strongest, the most powerful I've ever been, and technically kind of nearly the best I've ever been So I know there's a lot more there, and I really think that, you know, Rio is a huge possibility.
And you say the best you've ever been. I mean, British record at Crystal Palace 3 weeks ago. That was a great performance, Gold. And that's where you picked up the problem, right? That's where you caught your elbow.
Yeah, in the 4th round at Crystal Palace. The problem with me and adrenaline is I don't feel pain. And I just felt like I had a slightly tight forearm. And because the crowd was so good there, I took another throw that I really shouldn't have done. And you know, that if there's one thing I've learned from this, it's, you know, listen to your body, especially with adrenaline running through your veins. You've got to be sensible coming into a major champs. Like, I kind of thought I was, because you have pains all the time as a javelin thrower, and it felt like nothing. But that evening I couldn't touch my head and certainly couldn't brush my hair, and I think I wore the same t-shirt for 2 days because I couldn't get my arm out of it.
So what have you actually done? There's I know it's the ligament, isn't it?
Yeah, well, before coming, I partially tore the medial collateral ligament, is the technical term, on the inside of the elbow. So I guess it would be a bit like golfer's elbow. And then in, I think, warm-up, I ruptured it. So I took it actually off the bone. I didn't feel the pain, really. It was just the fact that I couldn't feel my hand because fluid went down a nerve. So I had no sensation and feel in my hand, which is why I couldn't throw a long way. But yeah, I mean, it definitely needs surgery now, so at least I tried hard.
It's black and blue, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's right down to her hand. It's absolutely, you know, the rupture's clearly, you know, it's bleeding inside, and it's a mess, isn't it? It
is a mess. I think the scan sort of looked like a bomb had gone off in my elbow, which it potentially did. Unfortunately, javelin is one of those sports that you're putting so much force through a line, and it has to go through a certain line. It's not like a ball where you can cheat and throw around a different axis. The most frustrating thing was leading into this competition, I could do absolutely everything other than throw a javelin. I could do everything else pain-free. As soon as I picked up a javelin and tried to throw with any speed or force, it was literally breathtaking pain. So
we mentioned this the other day, though, with Steve, that you all of you athletes, the times you're absolutely 100% fit aren't necessarily that many. So as you say, you might have felt something but thought, well, look, you're always going to feel a little bit of a niggle. I'm absolutely fine.
That's right. That's why I kept throwing. I mean, I keep, you know, asking myself that question, and, you know, why has come up quite a few times in my head. But I felt like I could throw 70 metres that day, and you know, it was bad conditions and a headwind and raining, and I still threw 66. So with this track, which is quick, and this crowd, I'm just gutted that I couldn't use the opportunity. And you know, I think it's going to benefit the quicker throwers. So I'd like to think I would love Sunette Villian to win. I've never had such a nice text message from a rival. It almost had me in tears. I mean, you know, and that's the sign of a true champion to me.
South African, right?
South African, yeah. But I think Swiatekova is going to win, the Czech Republic world record holder and previous Olympic champion. So, but we'll see. I mean, I think bronze is wide open. And judging by the conversations I've had this morning over breakfast with a few of them with their guard down, you can tell who's, you know, backing themselves and who isn't. And I'll let you into a secret. I don't think the German is backing herself at all.
Okay. People are writing that down and quickly going down the bookies to lay
I can't bet.
To lay her off. No, you can't, but we can, yeah, to lay her off. Kath, we're going to go to the news, but you please make your points, yeah.
No, it's just a real quick one to Goldie. With the severity of the injury, I've seen it. It is black and blue, as Steve said. Would you have done it if it wasn't a London Olympics? Would you have even attempted to throw because of the severity of the injury if it wasn't at home?
Well, if the severity of the injury wasn't as bad until the warm-up in here, yeah, I think if it was Olympic Games, I would have tried. A partial tear isn't, you know, a majorly big deal. I mean, it's a big deal now. It's ruptured and off the bone. But I think, you know, actually, well, no, that's a lie. I wouldn't have done, because I nearly pulled out a week ago and then had an injection in it, so it was less painful. But no, for sure. I mean, yeah, you do all sorts of things because it's a home crowd, and no, it's probably the answer.
Well, there speaks the sportsman. A partial tear's not too bad. Hey, partial tear's pretty bad this end of the table, I tell you. Yeah. But I know that's what you have to put up with if you're going to compete. Goldie's going to stay with us a bit. Thank you very much for that. So it's 5 Live at the Olympics with Mark Pugac and the team in the stadium at 7:01.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
And it's been a day when Britain's women have kicked and punched above their weight. Nicola Adams. The final bell sounds. Nicola Adams has made history. She is the Olympic champion. She's the gold medalist at flyweight, and she's the first woman to win an Olympic boxing title. title, and she was absolutely sensational. Nicola Adams winning an historic boxing gold. After 10 tonight, Jade Jones will fight for Taekwondo gold. Charlotte Dujardin took the gold in the individual dressage. Laura Bechtelsheimer won bronze. There's a great night of athletics in store as well. In the next hour, the men's triple jump final gets underway, and David Rudisha goes in the final of the 800. At 8:55, Usain Bolt in the final of the 200 metres. And on Olympics Extra at 8 o'clock, men's hockey, Great Britain against the Netherlands for a place in the final against Germany.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. The Mayor of London, Boris Johnson, suggested that school children do 2 hours of sport a day to capitalise on the success of British athletes. He claimed ministers would be positive about the idea. The Ministry of Defence says it's deeply sorry after it emerged that the body parts and tissues of 30 soldiers killed in Afghanistan were kept without the permission of their families. The uncle of the missing schoolgirl, Tia Sharp, has made a plea for her to come home. Police searching for the 12-year-old in South London have been hunting through rubbish bins and garages near her grandmother's home. And the wife of a prominent Chinese politician is waiting to be sentenced after she didn't contest the charge that she poisoned her British business partner, Neil Haywood. The court said the evidence against Gu Kai-lai was clear and sufficient.
That's the news, and we appear to have a little bit of a problem with Salford, but thank you anyway. The final of the men's triple jumps getting underway at 7:10, so what's that, in about 5 minutes' time? Without, of course, Philip Saduwa, who failed to reach the qualification distance. But how do you go about putting together an Olympic winning jump? Who better to ask but current world record holder Jonathan Edwards?
The most important thing is your maintenance of speed. End of story. I mean, you've obviously got to be fast in the first place, because if you're not fast, you're not going to jump a long way. Strength obviously plays a huge amount in it, but it's really making sure that you don't lose too much speed at each of the landings. You don't lose speed through takeoff, particularly the hot landing, because that's where you carry your most speed through, and then through to the step phase. And you'll find, there's two types of jumper. There's the kind of the more strength-based one who will do a bigger hop. They will lose speed because of that, but they'll get their distance in their first two phases. And then the sort of jump-dominated athletes who will carry through more speed and end up with a bigger jump. I think if you're going to jump really far, you probably have to be a jump kind of dominated athlete rather than a hop-dominated athlete, because it's about maintenance of speed.
How much pressure is there when you land through the foot? Because it looks like there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, well, I've heard various figures from sort of 4 to 5 times body weight to 20 times body weight.
That sounds a bit serious, doesn't it? 20 times body weight.
But I think all of the athletics events in all of sport, when you look at some of the stats, you break it down, you realise that men and women are putting themselves under huge stress and strain. When I did it well, I didn't really feel it. And I guess that's partly, my skill in the event was this almost feather-like touching across the ground. And I can remember Mike Conley, who was the Olympic champion in Barcelona in '92, who jumped 18 metres 17, just wind assisted, saying, that was what marked me out and made me the world record holder, was this kind of the way that I could just touch the ground and take off again almost immediately. And I'm not sure if this is to do with your eccentric ability of the muscles to absorb force and then to respond again, but I could do it very, very easily.
That sounds like a stone skimming across a pond, doesn't it?
Yes, rather than, if you think of Philip Sadowa, he spends a lot of time on the ground, and he's massively strong, so he can get away with it, but he loses so much speed, those 80-metre plus distances, I think would be hard to attain.
And when you're jumping at your best, there's obviously a flow to it looking at it, and I said this to Colin yesterday about hurdling, is there a sort of reflex to it, because you've done it so many times, when you're doing it at your best?
In 95, which was kind of my annus mirabilis, I didn't even have to think about what I was doing. It began at the beginning of the run-up, and it finished when I landed at the pit. So I didn't want at any point, in a sense, to try and break it down into run-up, hit board, hop, step, jump. It was start run-up, land in the sandpit. And it's that flowing motion all the way through. The one issue that I battled with throughout my career, and certainly post-1995, was the movement of my arms. Part of and this is simple physics, you plant your foot on the takeoff board or the hop landing or the step landing, and it becomes a pivot, and your centre of gravity rotates around that. If your centre of gravity rotates too far, and essentially it's a braking motion, and you lose all of your speed. I did it brilliantly in 1995, but I couldn't do it for the life of me thereafter. That's the one regret I think I have in my career, is that I was in better shape in 96 than I was in 95. I think I was in better shape even in 2002 at the Commonwealth Games, but my technique let me down because I wasn't able to control my body position through the phases.
Well, that's Jonathan Edwards speaking to me a little bit earlier. I think I understand it a bit more, Steve Backley. But I can understand you're throwing a little bit more. I'm not saying it's easy. But I can understand what you're doing a little bit easier than the triple jump.
It's similar. I think the phrase Jonathan used there, absorb and transfer force, and that's kind of the jumps and certainly the javelin where you're running in and transferring it into the spear or into your body. But I thought you asked some really good questions there. I like your stone skimming analogy.
Well, the way he said that, because I thought that the most interesting thing that he said there, Jonathan, was he sort of skipped, didn't he?
Yeah.
And actually, anybody who's watched Phillips Adu on the television like I have, you realise that leg comes crashing down, doesn't it?
You almost feel like you want to check the runway for damage.
Yeah, exactly. And as he was saying, he obviously loses quite a lot of speed through that, but he can get great leverage off it because he's so strong.
I think it's the way you're set up. Jonathan was incredibly quick and incredibly strong and incredibly light physically. I mean, he was under 75 kilos, and one of the main lifts that we all did as power athletes was a power clean where you lift a bar from the floor to your chest. Jonathan could do twice his body weight, 150 kilos. That as a power clean, so he's not squatting under it for the sort of lifting people who understand that. That's really strong and very light. And when he ran in, I remember the stats in Gothenburg, he was running at 11 metres per second. Now you think about, a sprinter running 10 seconds for 100 metres. He's running at his peak velocity, speed off takeoff, was about the same as the very best of the sprinters in the world. He couldn't sustain it, but he timed it into
takeoff. Well, that's what he said to us afterwards, actually. Steve, the producer, and I, he said actually that he was measured one day when he was at his best, and actually Donovan Bailey, who was with us here the other day, I think it probably was 95, 96, and as you say, for about 30 metres he was running at the same speed as Donovan Bailey.
Yeah, and he was incredible. The only guy since then is actually, we'll see tonight in the final, Christian Taylor of America, actually jumps very similar to Jonathan Edwards. That skimming, very looks light on the floor. And that's why a lot of people are speculating that he could be the next man to go beyond that magical 18-metre mark.
Kath, it's an interesting one because, loads and loads and loads of kids have got more into sport over the last 2 weeks for obvious reasons. But it's quite hard to explain to little ones, isn't it, the triple jump? They can sprint, and if they want to do long jump, they can understand that. And everyone loves throwing themselves into a long jump pit or throwing whatever it is. But actually saying, no, this is how you do the triple jump. It's quite a hard one to get your head round.
It is. Well, it is a hard discipline. My father was an English schools triple jump medalist and still struggles with his knees now in his mid-60s. And I think just actually trying to explain to the kids to get their head around how far these guys jump. You want to put it into terms of length of double-decker buses and stuff like that, but it's only when you potentially say to children, you start here and this is where after 3 phases the best triple jumpers in the world will land. It is absolutely staggering, and I think it is potentially quite a hard event to get kids involved in, but that's why people like Phillips Adu were so important to raise the profile. He's a cool character, he's mysterious. Everybody now kind of wants to be like Phillips Adu. That's why role models in individual events are so important.
Yeah, it gives it a little bit of sex appeal, doesn't it? Yeah. Really makes it a little bit more sexy, the triple jump. We're going to come back to this. Believe it or not, there is life away from the Olympic Games. Ian Carter has been with us, of course, and now is in Kiowa Island for the USPGA, where it's the opening day. Ian, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Mark. Very much under the radar, we realise that, but who knows, we may have quite a story to tell come Sunday evening as well, because Rory McIlroy is off to an excellent start at this the final major golf championship of the year. A 5 under par 67, no drop shots, and he's within 2 shots of the lead, which is held by the young Dutchman Joost Luiten, who has 3 holes to play. He's currently at 7 under par, 1 shot clear of Sweden's Carl Peterson, who has has one to play. Gary Woodland in the clubhouse alongside Rory McIlroy after a 5 under par 67. What a story though from John Daly, a 4 under par 68, bounced back to form last week and is continuing that, the champion in this event all the way back in 1991. He's alongside Jeff Ogilvy. Tiger Woods just finishing up his first round in a 3 under par 69, and Luke Donald, the world number one, has just started his round, dropped a shot at his opening hole, so he's at 1 over par.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. Lots of updates from Ian, of course, over the next 4 days as the USPGA Golf develops. So it's 12 minutes past 7. At 20 past, the men's triple jump final begins, and at 7:30, the women's 800 metres semi-finals. So we will let you know exactly what is going on that is important here. And the hockey is hugely important. Real disappointment for Great Britain's women last night in the semi-finals. Tonight, the men play the Netherlands for a place in the final. The Dutch with a 100% record so far at these Olympics. Alistair Eakin, we know what sort of challenge lies ahead then.
Yep, it's a massive challenge for GB's men, Mark, as you rightly say. The Netherlands 5 from 5 in their pool, and they're the only side to have pulled that off. They've scored a lot of goals as well, 18 of them, 6 of them from penalty corners. They have the most lethal of weapons at the penalty corner routine. It is Mink van der Veerden, who was slightly controversial selection initially by the Dutch coach. They left out Taki Takema, who has been sticking them in from the penalty corners for years and years and years. He was left out of this Olympic squad, but he's been proved right, because van der Veerden has been bang on target, and they're going to be very, very difficult to break down. And I think as well, stung from Beijing, because they lost out to the Australians in the bronze medal match 4 years ago. They are looking in prime form, and the British boys are going to have to play the matches of their lives to come out on top.
Mel Clulo is alongside Alistair. Mel, the first time the men have reached the semi-final since 1988, when they went on gloriously to gold, but this is a really big challenge tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Holland are ranked 3rd in the world, and they're there for a reason, and Great Britain have climbed the world rankings in the last 4 years, but Holland have always been in the top 3. They have a conveyor belt system of just bringing out world-class players year after year after year, and for sure it's going to be a tough game. The crowd is going to have a part to play, but also the guys would have seen the girls last night devastated in losing their semi-final, and they, for one, won't want to feel like that, and will want to get in the final for the girls as well.
Mel, some of the GB players played in the Netherlands under the Dutch coach Paul van As, so do they know each other's games pretty well? Are there going to be no secrets tonight?
I'm sure that there will be a few things that they've kept up their sleeves, more from penalty corner routines than tactics. But yeah, some of the Great Britain players have played in the Dutch league. They've played against a lot of these players. And also, being 2 European countries, you tend to play a lot of practice matches against each other anyway. So those results don't necessarily count for anything. But I'm sure as much as the Great Britain players will know a lot about the Dutch players, the Dutch will also know a lot about the likes of Barry Middleton and Ashley Jackson.
Is there going to be a Sean Curley, potentially, somebody who's going to make his name that people will remember for years and years to come, as with Sean, who often sits alongside Alistair, of course, and is doing the television tonight? And if so, is Ashley Jackson likely to be that sort of character?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there is an opportunity for somebody to make a name for themselves. And I mean, Ashley Jackson, I think, has scored 5 goals in this tournament mostly from penalty corners. And he is the face of Great Britain men's hockey, there's no doubt about it. And he's still such a young player. He was the World Junior Player of the Year a couple of years ago. And the stage is set for him, in all honesty. He's been in and out of games at times, marked exceptionally well by opponents, but now is the time for Ashley Jackson to shine.
It certainly is. Thank you, Mel. Mel and Alistair with commentary on Olympics Extra at 8 o'clock, which you can find alongside us on digital radio. That's Great Britain against the Dutch in the hockey. And on Sports Extra, it's the women's football final. Ian Dennis at Wembley to watch the USA-Japan. It kicks off at 7:45. And Ian, it's a rematch of the World Cup final.
It is, and the last 3 gold medal matches in the Olympics have gone to extra time, and that World Cup final in Frankfurt was also into extra time, and in fact settled by a penalty shootout. Japan's success that particular day, 3-1, and they'll be out to prove that was no fluke. The United States no doubt will be out to avenge that defeat. The United States are the Olympic champions. They've made one change, Boxford Cheney in midfield, while Japan are unchanged. And should the United States striker Abby Wambach score, it'll be an Olympic record, the first footballer to score 6 in 6 consecutive games. And it also could be worth remembering the name, because it has the potential to be a quiz question question, because she would then join a small band of elite footballers, 3 footballers who have scored 6 in 6 in either the Olympics or the World Cup finals, Just Fontaine and Jairzinho for Brazil in 1970. So a place in the history books beckons for Abby Wambach should she score this evening.
Alongside Ian is Jen O'Neill, former player and editor of She Kicks magazine. Jen, we were there together with Ian in Cardiff before even the opening ceremony to get the Olympics all underway. The USA, though, made hard work of getting to the final. Could fitness be an issue here? That game against Canada went all the way.
I think they're probably the fittest team in this competition, and they just have this will to win, and it doesn't matter how they do it. As dramatic as it was against their local rivals, Canada, they always get to the final in the Olympics, and they're here again.
The USA have really dominated Olympics football, hasn't it, since it was introduced? They've always been, in many ways, the team to beat. Yeah,
and when we ask whether football should be a part of the Olympics, in the women's game it definitely should, and when they won it in '96 in the first ever football tournament, when it was in Atlanta, it created a legacy. The Golden Girls, Mia Hamm, who's up here with NBC commentating, Brandy Chastain, Joy Fawcett and Julie Foudy, and there are players out on the pitch here for the US who watched those players and decided they were going to grow up to be soccer players for their country. Alex Morgan could be the big star to emerge from this tournament. She was inspired by those players, and so it's had an effect on a generation of young sportswomen in America, and they see this as the pinnacle. Maybe we'll see them on Oprah again next week as they did 4 years ago. They always get toured around all of the big programs and become big stars after they win the Olympic gold. They'll be looking to do it again here.
They'll be looking to repeat that. Thank you, Jen. So this is the way it looks. All the athletics here on 5 Live. On Sports Extra, the football with Jen and Ian and John Murray from Wembley, USA, Japan. On Olympic Extra, it's the Dutch against GB men in the hockey semi-final. And away from the Olympics, but still in football, Liverpool playing in the Europa League tonight. A third qualifying round, second leg tie against Gomel. Liverpool with a 1-0 lead from the first leg to take to Anfield, where we find Alistair Yeomans and potentially an Olympian in action this evening.
We have one, yes, barely a week after lining up for Uruguay against Team GB. Luis Suarez starts tonight for Liverpool, and with a fat new contract in his pocket, Suarez will give Liverpool more thrust after they laboured a little in that 1-0 first leg win last week. And I must say, Mark, the first home selection of Brendan Rodgers is very interesting. Daniel Agger, linked with Manchester City, starts the game. Andy Carroll, linked with a return to Newcastle, is on the subs bench. And we also believe Joe Allen, coveted by Rodgers, has told Swansea today he wants to leave. So on the field, Liverpool should progress to the playoff round of the Europa League. But there's also much intrigue off the pitch.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Just been handed a note to say that there are a few England rugby players here today. Chris Robshaw, the England captain's here, Alex Good, Owen Farrell and Chris Ashton, and of course rugby makes its Olympic debut in 4 years' time. Rugby Sevens is going to be part of the Rio Games in 2016. Goldie Sayers is with us, the javelin thrower, and Steve Backley as well, so we've got lots to keep our eye on here as we look ahead. Also great interest to the 800-metre semi-finals. In fact, before we do that, Will Clay is about to go, Steve Backley, in the triple jump as we look to the far side of the stadium.
And men's triple jump final just getting underway. The crowd are really getting into this as we see this first round attempt. Looks long. The bronze medalist in the long jump gone beyond 17 metres there. Just trying to get him a bearings of very, very busy down the back straight, adjacent to the or parallel, I should say, to the lanes on the back straight on the far side of this Olympic Stadium. And Will Clay probably quite relaxed taking that bronze medal in the long jump. Just nicked the plasticine, actually. It was.
They're actually picking it up to have a look at it, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're inspecting it very closely.
He's obviously been so close to it. He's gone back to inspect and question, was it really? Because he doesn't believe. And they're showing it to him. It was red flag. It won't be measured.
It's like a sort of episode of Murder, She Wrote. There's the evidence. Look, you nicked the front, Kath. You're looking aghast.
Well, it has to make a dent. It doesn't matter whether it looks like he did. And as an athlete, you have every right to inspect that. And we saw Will on the big screens there, not very happy, let's be honest. He was saying, if I can't see it, then where is it? Show me. And you have a right to ask for that. But Will Clay's got a wonderful chance here of getting another medal in the in this triple jump, and it could potentially be a USA 1-2 with obviously Christian Taylor coming into this as well.
We're going to get Jonathan Edwards' thoughts on Christian Taylor in a second. George Riley, I think we can all agree, loved his night at the beach volleyball last night, George. It sounded like you were having a whale of a time. Quite right too.
Absolutely magnificent, and it's terrific stuff tonight as well. We're watching at the moment the men's bronze medal match. It is hardly the dominant forces of beach volleyball. It's Latvia against the Netherlands, and we've had a terrific first set, won by the Netherlands pair of Nummerdor and Rich Schul, who stands tall at 6'8". He makes Peter Crouch look like Dennis Wise. He is an absolute giant. They won it 21-19, having trailed for most of the first set. Early exchanges of the second set. It's 2-1 Latvia. They need to respond here. If they can take this, then first to 15 will take bronze in the decider, and then a small matter of Brazil against Germany for gold at 9.
Now, the beach volleyball is on Olympics Extra at 4 now, until, of course, the Netherlands GB hockey semi-final begins at 8 o'clock. But if you want the beach volleyball, for now, it's on Olympics Extra. And we're getting ever closer to the women's 800 metres semi-finals, 3 of them. South Africa's Caster Semenya running in those. The 2009 world champion is most well known, of course, for the questions raised over her gender following that gold medal. It led to the IAAF suspending her for 11 months and carrying out tests before allowing her to continue competing. She told 5 Live earlier this year how she was gradually getting over her ordeal.
Now things are changing, getting back to normal. So the most important for me is just to concentrate on my running, training and my health. That's all.
At any point, did you walk away from athletics and say, I can't deal with this anymore?
I cannot walk away from something I love, so I have to stick around,
You won silver over 800 metres at the World Championships last year, and you dedicated the medal to Nelson Mandela. How important has he been in you persevering and continuing and not giving up?
Actually, the old man, it's really good, it's motivating. It made me to believe who I am, what I can do best. So, yeah, that's why I dedicated this medal for him. So he made me to believe I can do it. So, yeah.
Take me back. What was your first contact with Nelson Mandela? What did you talk about?
No, we talk about life. It's just just checking on me if I'm still strong. Obviously, I'll say yes. And even I'm not happy, but I have to just do it for the old man. He's old, so what he needs happy faces. Things, respect is what he told me. I have to respect, love and respect each and every person. That's the most important thing in life. If I don't respect myself, nobody will respect me. If I don't respect, then it's a problem. It lead by example,
Mike Costello with the questions, of course. Mike, the people of South Africa appear to have been very supportive of Semenya. What sort of reaction has she had around the world since?
Well, I think she's had a very supportive reaction around the world also, judging by the applause she gets when she's introduced at the various Diamond League meetings. What's interesting is that she was out of the sport for 11 months while they investigated the status of her gender. She returned in 2010, a year in which there weren't any World Championships or Olympic Games, and then in 2011, last year, she had a very moderate build-up to the World Championships, finishing down the field in a number of Diamond League meetings, but she ran very well at the World Championships and took the silver medal behind the Russian Maria Savinova. And she's had a very similar build-up this season too, running down the field in most of her Diamond League appearances, but in her first round heat, again, she looked very strong and very comfortable in qualifying.
Yeah, Alison Kirbysh is with us, of course. Why do you think she has been inconsistent since her return?
I think a lot of athletes have to find what kind of gets them wound up and ready to race. Our own Christina Harugu runs on the Diamond League circuit and very often doesn't post great times, yet you put her in a championship and that's what she was born to do. I think Caster Semenya obviously had a lot of issues after 2009, a lot taken. I mean, it was terrible what she was put under, the spotlight and just everything aired in public. Everybody, was desperate for the news. They all wanted to know exactly what was happening.
Everyone knew what was going on, didn't they?
And it was terrible. I think her federation were terrible because this could have been dealt with months before the World Champs, because all these rumours had already started circulating well before. So she had a lot to take in. So quite understandably, everybody didn't really expect her to come and dominate as she did in 2009 last year. So I think to get on the podium was impressive. She's actually looking very, very good. As Mike said, has had a tentative start to the season, but I was impressed in her first round.
She's in the second of the 3 semi-finals, and Lindsay Sharp's in the first of them, Mike, whose father was also an Olympian.
Yes, in 1980 and in 1982 took silver at the European Championships, and a year after Lindsay Sharp was born, she's now 22, he was involved in a serious car accident which left him at times confined to a wheelchair, and he actually won damages for the way he was treated of over £1 million. But it's been a great influence on Lindsay Sharp, who was the single most controversial selection in the British team, and the selectors in the end went for performances over times. There were British athletes who were quicker than her. The main controversy centred around the fact that she didn't have the A qualifying standard, but in the big race that mattered at the Olympic trials, she won it, and she won it emphatically, and that's in the end what the selectors went with. A week later she took silver at the European Championships, and here she is in lane number 3, and for my money justified her selection by getting through to this semi-final stage. From the inside then, as they're being introduced to the crowd, Rosibel Garcia of Colombia in 2, Lindsay Sharp is in 3, finished second in her semi-final behind the defending champion Pamela Gilimo, who is also in this semi-final, drawn in lane 5. Between Sharp and Gilimo is the Ukrainian Natalia Lupu, silver medalist in the World Indoor Championships earlier this year in Istanbul, and the image of Lindsay Sharp appears on the screen. And when she was talking about her first round heat, she said that the reaction actually hurt her ears, and you can see the Ukrainian in lane number 3 is holding her fingers to her ears just to block out some of that noise. It is extraordinary in this stadium. Everybody who's been here is talking about a kind of noise that they've never heard in any stadium anywhere in the world. Pamela Gilimo of Kenya, the defending Olympic champion, Kenya's first ever female Olympic gold medalist in taking the 800 metres in stunning style in Beijing 4 years ago. Alice Schmidt of the United States is in lane 6, third in the recent Olympic trials in the States. The winner of the Russian trials was Yekaterina Poistogova, and she's drawn in lane 7. The Cuban Rose Almanza in 8, and on the outside Eleni Philandra of Greece. Alison Kirbishley.
Well, there is only one athlete slower than Lindsay Sharp in this field, but like you said, Mike, I think she's got a racing brain on her. If, as we expect, Pamela Gilimo takes this out, this could be a bit of a practice for what we might see in the men's final later on. The Kenyan athlete taking the pace out, trying to get out of any trouble. And if anybody gets sucked into what Pamela's doing, I think they could run the fast finishes out of themselves, and that's when Lindsay Sharp can just drift past them and do what we've seen all season, a fantastic, strong last 150.
Well, Gilimo started her season in very impressive fashion, then fell away somewhat in terms of form, but came back to post the fastest time in the world this year leading into the championships. She is a strong favourite. Caster Semenya of South Africa goes in the second of the semi-finals. There are 3 of them, and the first 2 will qualify for the final on Saturday. They're called forward to their start lines just below us here, just ahead of the finish line, which they will reach first of all in 400 metres time, and then more importantly in 2 laps time. They're running around the bend in lanes, as they will do until they reach just about the entrance to the back straight, and Lindsay Sharp in lane 2 will have to find some racing room, because Gilimo is quite likely to be near the front as they now move across towards the inside, and there's a bit of bunching going on, and Lindsay Sharp is having to use her elbows and to use the experience of running in the European Championships and through the rounds at that particular time. Poistogova of Russia has the lead now, being joined by the athlete who loves to front run, Philandra of Greece. But she isn't the class of athlete that can do what Gilimo does from the front. But it's Philandra leading for Greece into the home straight for the first time. And the field now is beginning to get stretched out, because Philandra is kicking on from Poistogova of Russia in second place. Then it's Gilimo, and Lindsay Sharp at this stage is at the back of the field and maybe as much as 10 metres off the lead. The bell sounds.
60 seconds just over at the bell. Philandra did exactly this in her heat and then really struggled to qualify for this semi-final. Lindsay Sharp perfectly paced. She doesn't want to let the front group get away from her. She's only about 2.5-3 metres adrift. They're heading down the back straight, but watch Gilimo now. She's going to make the move, Mike.
And Philandra now being taken on first of all by Poistogova and then by Gilimo, and it's Gilimo who hits the front just ahead of the 200-metre marker to go. On the far side of the track now, Gilimo is leading from Lupu of Ukraine, coming through into second place now. But as she does so, Poistogova responds and regains that second place. And now Lindsay Sharp starts her run, but only from 7th place, and she's too far adrift into the home straight. Jelimo has the lead. She's run a brilliant tactical race here, and Puistogova, the Russian champion, on form, should have taken second place, and she will take second place as Jelimo virtually coasts up to the line. She wins from Puistogova in second place, and in the end Lindsay Sharp comes through in only 7th place.
Yeah, that was such a shame. She was kind of just caught napping down the back straight when Jelimo made that move. I mean, that is the sign of a champion, ready to take her crown back. She just sat there, hung back, put in the drive down the back straight. Very impressive run.
Steve Backley, Christian Taylor in the triple jump.
Has just taken down the runway, and his first attempt looks as though it's a red flag. It's a red flag for the American, just as his teammate Will Clay did nick the plasticine in the case of Christian Taylor quite significantly. But the jump was, I would suggest, somewhere around 1760. So first round of this men's triple jump final, 2 jumps remaining. It looks like an American head-to-head, but both have failures at this early stage.
Thank you for that, Steve. Alison, just finish your point on Lindsay Sharp there.
Yeah, I think when she reflects, look, any athlete, any young athlete on this stage wants to, you want to progress to the final. Of course you do. And if you don't get there, you then look to the next best thing, which is the clock. And you think, right, well, I've come away with a personal best. She hasn't today, but in no way has she done herself a disservice, because she was in a semi-final. She's really held her own. She has had a lot of, should she be here, shouldn't she? And I think that, that was difficult for her as an athlete, because it was never personal, the fact that she was selected as opposed to the 4 women that had the A standard. I think she's come here. She'll be very satisfied as a semi-finalist. Might be a little bit dissatisfied with her time, but a very credible performance.
But because she had the B standard, they couldn't select anybody else who had the A standard, so she was the only runner. Will that, to some extent, because she came second to last in the semi-final, reignite the debate in some quarters about her original selection?
It's a real difficult one. I mean, you've left out the likes of Marilyn Okoro, Jenny Meadows, who was coming back from injury. I don't think was in the sort of shape of Jenny Meadows of last year. Gemma Simpson and Emma Jackson, all who have semi-final credentials. Marilyn and Gemma have got world and Olympic final credentials. Who knows? That's the problem. Who knows? You do not know what sort of heat they would have been in. Would they have been in the right semi? Because when it comes to this level, it really is a case of, are you in the right semi? Have you run the right sort of race to sneak into that final? Look what Laura Waitman did last night. Second fastest loser to get into the final. Look, Lindsay Sharp has done herself proud. She's a European medalist. She's a silver medalist at the Europeans. She's come away as a semi-finalist in the Olympic Games. I think, onwards and upwards for her.
Kath, do you have a view on this?
It's as straightforward as Alison's tried to make it, because it is a complicated issue, and trying to get the public to understand A standards, B standards, why can't you mix them? Well, they're faster, why don't you take them? It's very, very complicated, but ultimately Alison hit the nail on the head. It was never anything personal between those 5 girls: Emma Jackson, Jenny Meadows, Gemma Simpson and Marilyn Okoro. Marilyn Okoro threw the spanner in the works when she ran badly at the Olympic trials in Birmingham, because then that opened the door for a B standard athlete to be selected. Very complicated, but as Ali said, she ran well here, and she did herself credit.
The only thing that you would say is 3 chances.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. You had 3 against 1. Yeah. So if you have one disappointing run out of the 3, at least you'd have 2 other opportunities. Look, in a way, damned if they do, damned if they don't, the selectors.
Then, we had 3 chances in the men's 400. That was a cracking men's 400 to get to the final. None of them made it. You know what I mean? So sometimes I said the right London then, didn't I? Well, you know what I mean?
Well, you have been here for 2.5 weeks.
I need to go back north.
Yeah, you're going native. They won't let you back up north. You've been here far too long. You've got a stamp in your passport. Well, inevitably, the question will be raised in some quarters, but the decision was made. Lindsay Sharp has done the run. Right, now here's Caster Semenya in the second of these semi-finals, Mike.
Yes, and she's drawn in lane number 6 after an 11-month suspension. Was allowed back in 2010 by the IAAF. When they issued a statement, they said they wouldn't be making public any details of what had gone on in the intervening 11 months and that it was subject to medical confidentiality. But Semenya returned in 2011 to take silver in the World Championships last year behind Maria Savinova of Russia, who runs in the last of the semi-finals. We've seen Pamela Chilimo, the defending champion for Kenya, go through. And here Janet Jepkosgei, also of Kenya, who was third in the Kenyan Olympic trials but second behind Chilimo in Beijing 4 years ago, drawn just outside Caster Semenya on these staggered start arrangements for the women's 800 metres. It's the second semi-final. Lindsay Sharp confirmed in 7th place in the first of them. And from the inside, Naisha Bernard-Thomas of Grenada in lane 2, a country that celebrated gold this week, their first ever Olympic gold, delivered by Kirani James in the men's 400 metres. Tintu Luka of India was one of the favourites for the Commonwealth Games gold in 2010, but inspired by her home crowd, similar to some of the athletes here, she started as though she'd been shot from a cannon and quickly fell off the pace on the second lap. Yelena Arzakova of Russia is in lane 4, recently crowned the European champion, just ahead of Lindsay Sharp. Alicia Montano, the American champion, 4th in the World Championships last year, is in lane 5. Just outside her is Semenya, now 21 years of age. Then Jepkosgei of Kenya, who's running with her family name Busine on her vest. Lavric of Romania in 8, and Hashlaf Morocco on the outside in lane 8. And these are the 8 runners then in the second semi-final in the women's 800 metres. Once again, there are only 2 places at stake for certain in the final on Saturday evening here, and Alicia Montano of the United States has gone to the front. She loved to run from the front to dictate affairs, and she's being challenged in the first 150 metres or so by Janet Jepkosgei, world champion in 2007 and silver medalist a year later behind her compatriot Pamela Chilimo. Moving through into 3rd place is the European champion Arzakova. Then Luka of India in 4th place, who already seems to be struggling to keep tabs on the front 3. And they're closely grouped at this stage, no more than 5 or 6 metres between first and last. Into the home straight they come, and now Montano, the American champion, is trying to stretch them out from Jepkosgei, staying right with her. Arzakova, who ran a wonderful tactical race to win European Championship gold last month in Helsinki. They take the bell, and it's close for the lead, Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, much quicker than the first semi-final, 57.3 at the bell, and as we expect, Montano takes the pace through, but look at Jepkosgei, she's not happy with that. She wants to make sure that she's in the top 2 and heads down the back straight, taking Arzakova from Russia with her.
And just to their right is the triple jump run-up, where Will Clay, with his first attempt in the second round, has just leapt into the lead. 17 metres and 54 centimetres. The final without Philip Sudowu. Here, it's the Olympic silver medalist, Janet Jepkosgei, who's leading from Caster Semenya now, ranging up alongside. She's finding her best form when she needs it most, and could be ready to add the Olympic title to the world gold medal that she won in 2009. Into the home straight. Semenya hits the front, but she's challenged again by Jepkosgei on the inside. It's Semenya very narrowly from Jepkosgei, and challenging for that second position now is Arzakova, but it's Semenya now pouring on the pressure and going clear to win from Arzakova in second place. 1 minute 57.68 seconds, the winning time for Caster Semenya, her fastest time of the year by almost 2 seconds.
And the 5th fastest we've seen run in the year, and she certainly has timed it right. She's looking way, way better than we've seen her in the Diamond League circuit, out on the European circuit. She's come here, she means business, and she wants the title.
And on that sort of form, Caster Semenya is the athlete to beat for gold in the women's 800 metres final, but there is still one semi-final to come.
She looks so strong down the back straight. We're going to have news of Will Clay in the triple jump. That's after the news with Faye Rusco.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Britain's Nicola Adams has made history, winning the first ever women's boxing final at the Olympics. She got the gold medal in the women's flyweight category. At Greenwich Park, Charlotte Dujardin became only the 4th British woman to win 2 golds in one Olympic Games. The Ministry of Defence has apologised to service families after the discovery of body parts and forensic samples from 30 servicemen who were killed in Afghanistan and Iraq. An investigation is now underway after they were stored by mistake and relatives were not told. The uncle of the missing 12-year-old Tia Sharp says he hopes his niece is safe and says the family are in bits. Police have been searching bins and garages near the home of Tia's grandmother. The schoolgirl's not been seen since last Friday. A second man's been arrested on suspicion of murdering the oil executive Carol Waugh, whose body was found in a garage in southwest London last week. Rakesh Bayani from northwest London has already been charged with conspiracy to commit fraud after money vanished from the businesswoman's bank account. And the wife of a disgraced Chinese politician is waiting to be sentenced after a one-day trial on a charge of murdering a British businesswoman. Gu Kei Lai didn't contest accusations that she poisoned Neil Haywood. Quick look at the roads. In Surrey, all traffic has been stopped on the M25 anti-clockwise between junction 9 at Leatherhead and junction 8 at Reigate. Traffic there is stationary while debris is cleared from the road. In London, one lane of the M25 clockwise is closed at junction 25 at Enfield. A vehicle was on fire there. Emergency services are at the scene. In Essex, two lanes of the M11 southbound are closed between junction 7 at Harlow and junction 6 at the M25. Recovery work taking place there after an accident, and traffic is slow. In Preston Brockhurst in Shropshire, the A49 is shut in both directions at Sandy Lane in Grins Hill. Accident investigation work is taking place there. In Boreham Wood in Hertfordshire, the Barnet bypass southbound is closed between the A1M and the A5135. Congestion stretching back to junction 2 of the A1M at Welham Green, where there's been a serious accident. Very slow traffic there. And the A27 in Wilmington is shut in both directions between Station Road and the Polegate bypass. 3 vehicles were involved in an accident and the road is blocked. Queuing traffic there. Faye Rusko, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live.
Every story.
You'll be aware of this breaking story this evening of disturbance.
It's an absolute war zone.
Every moment.
We have an audience of around 150 people who were affected by the riots.
Every event.
In a sense, the Olympic Games are coming home tonight.
It's 5 Live. It's the opening ceremony.
This is completely different to anything we've ever seen.
What a moment that is.
To run faster, to jump higher, to be stronger.
And still to come, the London Paralympic Games. Plus, the Premier League returns on August 18th. Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome back to the Olympic Stadium. Here's Steve Backley with news of the triple jump, and Will Clay in particular.
Yeah, Will Clay in the first round just overstepped the takeoff board, nicked the plasticine and didn't have his jump measured. In the second round, he made the necessary adjustments, just pushed his run-up back and jumped far, 17 metres and 54 centimetres. That's taken the lead for the American bronze medalist in the long jump. And we've just been chatting here with Goldie. I mean, it's his 4th visit because he would have had qualifying and final of the long jump, qualifying of the triple jump. And that may be significant in his orientation of this very fast surface. Goldie, you were just saying about in the javelin, you had to move your run-up back a whole metre. And that's how fast the surface is. Is that right?
Yeah, this track is seriously quick. I mean, I'd spoken to a lot of the jumpers previously, like Robbie and Greg, and they had warned me, expect a quick track and then double it. And it really is incredibly quick. So it will benefit the speed jumpers out there and throwers.
But it's making the necessary adjustment. That's what Will Clay's done. He's out in front. Expect a big jump from Christian Taylor, the other American. And in the absence of Phillips Adowu, it looks as though it might be a 1-2 for the United States.
We're going to talk about Christian Taylor after the final one of these semi-finals in the women's 800 metres.
4 more places available in the women's 800 metres final on Friday evening. 2 of them will be taken for certain from this last semi-final. And then there will be 2 places for fastest losers. Cherono Koech goes on the inside for Kenya. Genzebi Shumi of Bahrain in 3. Malika Akawi of Morocco in 4. Then Francine Niyonsaba, just 19 years of age, a stunning talent from the African nation of Burundi, whose country won gold in 1996 over 5,000 metres. The men's 5,000 metres with Venusti Nyongabo. Gina Gall of the United States was second in the Olympic trials behind Alicia Montano, who is hoping to qualify as a fastest loser at the moment, and she is in the second of those 2 spots. Maria Savinova in lane 7 for Russia, the world champion from last year and the best tactician in the entire field, but she'll be aware of what Caster Semenya did in the previous semi-final and knows that Semenya has stamped herself as very nearly the gold medal favourite. Masko of Kazakhstan in 8, Smith of Canada in 9. The gun sets them on their 2-lap journey then, and Niyonsaba of Burundi will be hoping to make the final on her Olympic debut here. She ran in the Monaco Diamond League race and very impressively also came through to finish in second place, having danced around many of the lanes on the inside of the track. She isn't the best tactician, unlike Maria Savinova, but she's learning all the time. And Akawi of Morocco is the first to show, and being taken on almost immediately as they hit the 200-metre mark by Matsko of Kazakhstan. And this is the fastest of the semi-finals, and that's not surprising because they all know that there are 2 spots for fastest losers up for grabs here, so no point in hanging around in a tactical battle. You've got to get the fast time if you're not finishing inside the first 2. And so it's Matsko of Kazakhstan leading, who has a lifetime best of just inside 2 minutes, which would suggest that she cannot keep up this kind of pace. But she's 10 metres clear at the bell from the young Burundian Neon Saba in second place.
Yeah, well, it's actually ended up not being as fast, or just about as equal as the second heat, but that was phenomenal finishing from the likes of Jabkoska and Montano. So they currently have the fastest loser spots. These girls will need to go some if they're going to get close to that. Look at Neon Saba, though. She made a move when hearing the bell, and she's running down the back straight trying to reel in Matsko of Kazakhstan.
Just over 200 metres to go, and Savinova, the world champion, who hit the bell nearer last than first, is now through into 4th place. Matsko is still leading, as she was at this stage a lap ago, but she's about to be taken on now, first of all, by Neon Saba, and now by the much more threatening-looking Maria Savinova, who glances up at the screen before she turns into the home straight. She's got the pedigree, she's got the experience, and she's got the speed down the home straight, and she just saunters into the lead now from Neon Saba, who's punching the arm through the air to come through into second place. Savinova, the favourite, wins from Neon Saba in second place, 1 minute 58.58 seconds, and again a very strong tactical run, Alison, from the world champion Savinova.
Yeah, she's an absolute joy to watch, Savinova. She really understands this event. She positions herself so well. She never gets caught up, and that was a perfect race for her because Matsko ended up just being the pacemaker. It drew everybody else out, so she had no worries, and to just saunter home in 1:58.57, it's going to be such a hot final. It's going to be a lot better than I thought when we saw the initial first round yesterday morning, because I just don't know who you can pick. I think the likes of Caster Semenya and Gelimo are going to have to go out hard and hope that they run that fast finish of Savinova out of her legs.
So we've got in about 12 minutes time the men's 800-metre final. Andrew Sargent going for Great Britain, but David Rudisha, the world champion, is the very hot favourite for that. Let's clear up the other sport then in the meantime. And Ian Carter with news from the first day of the USPGA Golf.
And a good start for Padraig Harrington, the champion a few years ago in this event. An eagle 2 at the second has put him straight onto the leaderboard at the very start of this championship. For him, he's among the afternoon starters. Rory McIlroy was out in the morning. An excellent 5 under par 67 with no drop shots leaves him 1 shot off the lead, which is held by the American-based Swede Carl Peterson. Round in 66, the Dutchman Joost Luiten was the long-time leader today, but suffered an awful finish. 4 drop shots in his last 4 holes to slip back to 4 under par. That's good enough for a share of 4th place with, among others, John Daly. Tiger Woods a 3 under par 69, and a disappointing start so far for Luke Donald, 1 over par through his first 3 holes.
And George Riley with news from the beach volleyball.
7-6 is the Dutch lead, and we are into a deciding set. Latvia, out of absolutely nothing, pulled the second set out of the bag, 21-19, and they're level again, 7-all, because the Dutch hit the net. 7-all, deciding set, first to 15 takes bronze.
And Christian Taylor, Steve Backley, is about to go in the triple jump on the far side.
Yeah, second attempt here for Christian Taylor, the world champion from last year. He's really trying to get the crowd going here, and waves his arms aloft to encourage them to clap along. Fast from the back of the runway, approaches the board, looks good on the board this time, and it's way out. It's a red flag though, and he's under pressure. That's 2 fouls for the world champion, 1 jump remaining to stay in the competition.
Well, we heard from Jonathan Edwards a short while ago on the technique needed to succeed in the triple jump. But what does he make of this man that Steve's just been commentating on, Christian Taylor, a man who is edging ever closer to Jonathan's world record?
He's the best athlete I've seen since probably Mike Conley. And in fact, he's very reminiscent of Conley in his jumping. A very modified hop, You know, he can long jump over 8 metres, and he's probably hopping 5 metres 90, 6 metres. So he's compromising a lot in terms of distance on the hop to maintain speed. A very, very flat trajectory, but a massive jump phase at the end. He'll actually just move both arms back at takeoff, almost like a high jumper would. People say he loses speed in the run-up. He might do, but what he loses in the run-up, he gains by maintaining his speed through the jump. I think if he jumps well, he's unbeatable, and if the conditions are good, and he could go over 18 metres, and I'll be a very nervous man sitting in the commentary box.
Well, he's getting closer, isn't he?
He won the World Championships last year with 17 metres and 96. I mean, it's still a foot away from the world record, which is, you know, a considerable distance. That said, it is the sort of event that if you do get the technique right, you can make a big improvement. And we saw what I did in 1995. You know, I went from 17:40 to 18:29. Will he break it here? I mean, I think the odds are probably against it rather than for it. But he's the sort of athlete, I think, on the right day and a couple more years, it is the most likely that there has been since Kenny Harrison beat me in Atlanta in 96.
Jonathan Edwards talking about Christian Taylor. And Kath Mary, we've just seen Tosin Oki jumping for Nigeria, who used to jump for Great Britain.
He did. Well, he now has dual citizenship with Great Britain and Northern Ireland, but was cleared by the international governing body to compete for Nigeria from February in 2009. And since he's gone to Nigeria, he's become the Commonwealth Games champion. And at 31 years old, he's in the form of his life because he's jumped 17 metres and 23 this year. And the way this men's triple jump competition is going, is he going to be in with an outside shot potentially of a medal. He had a no jump in the first round, did Tosin, but he has gone out in the second round to 16 metres and 91, which puts him currently 6th in this long jump final. Of course, the top 8 athletes after 3 jumps get 3 more goes.
There's a goal in the football final at Wembley. John Murray.
And it is the United States of America, the reigning Olympic champions, who've taken the lead. And the goal headed into the back of the net by Abby Wambach, who has now scored in all 6 USA games in this Olympic women's tournament. So the United States, really good start against the World Cup winners. 9th minute, it's USA 1, Japan 0.
It's live on Sports Extra. The hockey's going to be on Olympics Extra in 7 minutes' time. GB men against the Dutch. Kath, just explain to everybody, how easy is it once you've competed for one country to compete for another? I mean, clearly you have to serve some sort of period of inactivity.
Yeah, from what I understand, Mike might be able to speak more on the logistics of it, but from what I understand, you have a period of time that you have to serve, and that's quite right, because you can't jump between one country to another country. There have to be mitigating circumstances, good solid circumstances as to why you can jump around from country to country.
The stipulation, Mark, is 3 years unless the 2 countries agree, in which case it's 1 year from competing from country A to country B.
We're just hearing that the American runner, Manteo Mitchell, has revealed that he ran the last 200 metres of the 4x400 relay heats with a broken left leg. He began the race for the US, who went through as the second quickest team, despite his injury. He said, as soon as I took the first step past the 200 mark, I felt it break. I didn't want to let the 3 guys or the team down, so I just ran on it. It hurt so bad, I'm pretty amazed I still split 45 seconds on a broken leg. I bet he wishes he didn't use that verb. But he's got through. Max Siegel is the US track and field chief executive. He's become an inspiration and a hero for his teammates. He said without his courage and determination to finish, we would not be at the starting line in the final. The team's rallied round him, and we're all looking forward to the final days of competition. There we are. You see, it's not just you throwers, Steve Backley, who have to put up with it all.
I mean, it's got to be a fibula break. As far as I understand it, if you break your leg or break a bone, a fibula is one of those bones maybe that can break and you can run on it.
A little fracture, you're saying?
Well, no, just it's the bone that the weight goes through the tibia, I guess. But if he's, I mean, let's put it this way, he hasn't snapped his femur.
I was going to say, you couldn't run a 400 the way that he ran it.
Still impressive.
Still impressive. Will Clay, Steve, back at the start of the triple jump run up and getting the crowd on his side once again.
And he is the event leader, 17 metres and 54 centimetres. Just kind of sigh of disappointment that Philip Sado isn't here. He would have loved the competition at this level as the leader. Will Clay starts his 3rd attempt, looks good on the board again, and it's around the same sort of distance. It will be measured It may be just slightly less than his 17 metres 54. It's way behind the plasticine, some 20 centimetres back. And Will Clay stays in the lead with 17 metres and 54 centimetres.
So the men's 800 metres final featuring Great Britain's Andrew Assaji in a second, but he'll have his work cut out against a stellar field which even Steve Cram says he'd find difficult to beat.
The men's and women's 800 are hard events here. There were more entries in the men's 800, or nearly as many as in the men's 100, which meant the qualification was hard in the heats. And you've got Rudisha, you've got Kaki, you've got Amos, you've got Kitum, you've got all these great young talents running anything from 141 to 143.
Into the home straight now, Rudisha looks up at the huge screen down at the end of the home straight and starts to kick away. The fastest man in the world is endorsing his status here. He's going to win by 4 or 5 metres from Kaki in second place, Borsakowski in third. The winning time 1 minute 43.91 seconds. It's one of the fastest 800 metres ever run in the World Championships, and David Rudisha takes the gold for Kenya.
David Rudisha, we saw at Daegu winning the World Championship brilliantly, but that is the World Championship. This is the Olympic Games. Is this the venue? Are you confident where he will come to greater global notice with his performance?
He's the best 800 metre runner the world has seen, certainly since Wilson Kipketer, and I think he's actually better than Kipketer, and that's saying something because he was a brilliant athlete, and he should win this head and shoulders. Whether or not he wants to put on a display for us is another matter. He can go out on his own and run 141, 142 in this final. I'm convinced about that. He might decide just to hang around a little bit, but he likes being at the front. He's got long legs, he likes the room to spread out, he doesn't really like people around him. So to be fair, they're all going to be looking at him, expecting him to do that. So once they break on the back straight, there's going to be a kind of an open invitation. Come on, David, away you go. We're happy to follow you, but there's your opportunity. And I do hope he does take it on. I just hope he gives this massive crowd here and the rest of the world a glimpse. If they don't know who he is, they're in for something a little bit special, because he is good.
Well, David Rudisha has just been introduced to the crowd. There wasn't really a roar at his name, Mike, which again suggests that the crowd maybe at the moment haven't quite got to grips with this athlete and how good he is.
And they soon will do within the next couple of minutes or so. 1 minute 41.01 seconds is his world record time, set in Rieti in Italy towards the end of August in 2010. Indeed, he set the world record twice within the space of a week. The full lineup here then: Andrew Assaji for Britain is drawn in lane number 2. Timothy Kitum of Kenya in 3. Rudisha of Kenya is in 4. 2 world records in 2010, and went on last year to win his first global title, having disappointed in 2009 when expected to make a mark at the Berlin World Championships. He didn't even get through to the final, but since then he's been beaten only once by the 18-year-old Ethiopian drawn in lane 6 here, Mohamed Aman, but he has beaten Aman a number of times before and since. In between them in lane 5 is Nigel Amos of Botswana, world junior champion just recently at the championships, where Britain's Adam Jamili won the gold medal in the 100 metres. So Aman in 6, Solomon of the United States in 7, the American champion Nick Simmons is in 8, and Abubakar Kaki of Sudan is on the outside in lane 9. On his best form, he would probably follow Rudisha home here. It could be very tight for silver and bronze, but on all known form, this should be at the mercy of the greatest all-round athlete in the world at the moment, David Rudisha, over middle distances. Now Rudisha then, with that long, languid style, gets underway in the men's 800 metres final to a huge ovation. Assaji on the inside in lane 2 has started quickly also, wants to get himself in a prominent position, and as they head down the back straight now and come free from their lanes towards the inside, so Rudisha has a narrow advantage from another confirmed front runner who can't get to the head of affairs this time, Abubakar Kaki. Then Mohamed Aman, the only man to have beaten Rudisha over the past 3 years, is in 3rd place. The world junior champion Amos is in 4. Assaji at this stage is towards the back of the field and has only the American champion Nick Simmons in behind, and it's Rudisha dominating from the front as we expected. He did say that he might even go for a world record here at the Olympic Games. He leads at the bell.
49.28, under that 50 seconds, just outside his world record pace. The ability of David Rudisha now is to pile that pressure on. He stays the same pace. Look at him powering down the back straight. Kaki trying to hang on to him. Aman trying to hang on to him. Assaji in 7th place at the back of this field.
And Rudisha has exploded clear by 3 or 4 metres with 200 to go. Aman in second place. Osagi is still in 7th at this stage. Nigel Amos of Botswana is coming through now into second place, the world junior champion. But Rudisha has it under his control as they hit the home straight now. Rudisha of Kenya about to become his country's 4th champion. But Amos is trying to challenge. There's 5 metres between first and second. It's going to be gold now for Kenya for a 4th time in the men's 800 metres, and David Rudisha has broken the world record, just as he promised. He said he wanted to come here to do more than win gold. He wanted to win the world, to break the world record. 1 minute 40.91 seconds. Another special performance by David Rudisha. The world champion is the Olympic champion. He takes a bow, he takes the Kenyan flag, and another star of the Games, David Rudisha of Kenya.
If you didn't know David Rudisha's name before tonight, you should now know. This man has done what Usain Bolt has done, but over the middle distance. He is a living legend. Let me just repeat that, 1:40.91. Smashing his own world record, going under 1:41, the first person ever. He is moving this event into the realms of areas that we didn't think were possible. What an amazing man. This guy is just such a dream to watch. I couldn't believe it. He was just outside his world record pace at 400. But his ability to just power, just not even change pace. He is just a mountain of a man. And brother Colin O'Connell, the Irishman, his coach back in I-10, will be sitting in Kiro View Hotel enjoying a drink right now, and he deserves it.
And what a standard of an 800-metre final. 7 of the 8 athletes have set a lifetime best, including Andrew Osagi in last place, 1 minute 43.77 seconds. Have we ever seen an 800-metre race of such quality, led by David Rudisha, the world champion, the Olympic champion, and improving his own world record, and Nigel Amos of Botswana, the world junior champion, in second place with a national record, 1 minute 41.73 seconds. Who's to say in years to come, and years to come very soon, Nigel Amos will present a challenge to David Rudisha for sure.
I'm just trying to compute this. Can I just say, only before tonight, only 4 men had ever gone under 1:42. And those guys are Wilson Kipketer, Sebastian Coe, Joachim Cruz, and that man there, that special man down there, David Rudisha. Nigel Amos, the Botswanan, at the age of 18, has just gone under 1:42 seconds. And Andrew Osagi has gone onto the UK all-time list in 4th place behind Coe, Cram and Elliott. That was a special race that we've just witnessed. Hairs on the back of my neck have stood up right now.
Well, there have been claims in recent years, as Bolt has been suffering from injuries and not really showing his very best form, that David Rudisha stands aloft as the greatest athlete in the world, and now Bolt has a chance to respond tonight.
Well, the great thing about that, Alison, is that everybody knew about Usain Bolt in this country anyway, and they're looking forward to seeing him again this evening. But now, and we had Kirani James to a lesser extent a little bit earlier on in the athletics, who won so convincingly in the 400. But now everybody here and around the country will know the name of David Rudisha, and he deserves to have that recognition.
Do you know, I really hope so, Mark. I know that Mike has, Mike's watched him, as we all have, over the last 3 years emerge. And a couple of years ago when he came onto the scene, 2009, it didn't really work for him at the World Champs. He was just learning, and he did the world record in 2010 in Rieti, beat it again. And his agent James Templeton, I mean, the Aussie guy will just go mental right now, because everyone's known the capability of this guy, and what he's done is bring the event on. As Mike said, we had two 18-year-olds and a 17-year-old in that race, all from Africa, fair enough, but this is what's happening to this event. In the same way that Bolt has made 19 seconds just acceptable, and anything slower than that we think is just, what's the point? This guy now, if you're not running 1:41,
Darren wants to say something. Darren Campbell.
No, Mark, it was just to answer your question. He ran the time, and the crowd stayed on their feet, and I think that tells you all you need to know. We're asking, are people now going to know him? All around this stadium, the crowd are still stood on their feet because of what they witnessed, and I think his star quality has just gone up to that next level. And this is what we're talking about. We've said it on numerous occasions, the greatest show on earth. We've just watched what Rudisha's done. What can Usain Bolt now
Absolutely.
do?
They've, in a way, they've almost come to see Usain Bolt, and now they've seen Rudisha do that. Christian Taylor, Steve Backley, his third attempt in the long jump, in the triple jump.
Just taking off from the back of the runway, the world champion under pressure, 2 fouls at this stage. He's through the second phase. It's long enough to get him through to the second half of this competition. It's a white flag for the world champion. It won't threaten the lead, but it will get him another 3 jumps.
Thank you very much, Steve. It's 5 Live at the Olympics with Mark Pugac in the Olympic Stadium. It's 6 minutes past 8.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
And David Rudisha puts on a command performance in the men's 800-metre final.
And David Rudisha has broken the world record, just as he promised. He said he wanted to come here to do more than win gold. He wanted to break the world record. 1 minute 40.91 seconds. Another special performance by David Rudisha. The world champion is the Olympic champion.
In the next hour, Usain Bolt looks to make more Olympic history.
And his giant stride devours the ground. Usain Bolt wins again. 9.64 seconds. What a superb performance. Usain Bolt is the Olympic champion for the second time in a row.
The final of the men's 200 is at 5-9. After 10, Jade Jones fights for Taekwondo gold. Gold already today for Nicola Adams in the women's boxing and Charlotte Dujardin in the individual dressage. On Olympics Extra, it's men's hockey. Great Britain, Netherlands just underway. A place in the final against Germany is at stake. And on Sports Extra, it's the women's football final. Currently USA 1, Japan 0.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Team GB has now won 51 medals, including 24 golds at the London Olympics. Nicola Adams took gold in the women's flyweight boxing. Earlier in the individual freestyle dressage, Charlotte Dujardin became the 4th British woman to win her 2nd gold in a single Olympics. The Ministry of Defence has apologised after it emerged that the body parts and tissues of 30 soldiers killed in action were kept without the permission of their families. The MOD says it's contacting the relatives of those affected. Police searching for a missing 12-year-old girl in South London have been hunting through rubbish bins and garages near her grandmother's home. Tia Sharp hasn't been seen since she left the house near Croydon on Friday. A former Deputy Director of the Bank of England, Sir David Walker, will be the new chairman of Barclays. He'll take over from Marcus Aegius, who stepped down over the LIBOR rate-fixing scandal. And the wife of a disgraced Chinese politician is waiting to be sentenced on charges that she murdered the British businessman Neil Haywood by poisoning last year. A court official described the evidence against Gu Kei Lai as clear and sufficient.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugac.
So last night there was real disappointment for the Great Britain women on the hockey pitch in their semi-final. What about the men tonight? Alistair Eakin.
Well, they've played 9 minutes here, Mark. It's 0-0. The Dutch had just been awarded a penalty corner, and we have had a very exciting opening. Ben Halls went quite close in the opening couple of minutes. GB have let the ball go on a couple of occasions just outside their circle. Very anxious moments, but the Dutch have made nothing of it. Mel Clulo, do you think they're going to convert this penalty corner right here? Van der Veerden off the pitch.
He is. But I would say in Westhoff, they've got a guy that can flick the ball just as well.
Here's the penalty corner then. I suggest you stay with us because the Dutch are lethal in this kind of situation. Evers into the back of the net for the Dutch. Holland take the lead. Well, that was a fabulously executed shot Really terrific from the back of the D. Absolutely never in doubt from the drag flick. And the Dutch are in front. Celebration time for all those dressed in orange here at the Riverbank Arena. And just as the Great Britain women yesterday went that early goal down to the Argentinians, the Great Britain men have work to do here. 25 minutes left in this opening half. Netherlands 1, Great Britain 0.
Now that is live on Olympics Extra, and the football is live on Sports Extra. Ian Dennis is at Wembley for us.
Japan, the World Cup winners from last year, have responded quite well after going a goal down. The United States, the reigning Olympic champions, still leading through that Carly Lloyd header, running in to head it in from Morgan's cross from the left, but Kawasumi's shot needed ramp home with a goal-saving clearance with a goalkeeper beaten, and then Kawasumi with a cross from the left-hand side, and Ogimi's header forced an excellent save from Hope Solo to push that header onto the crossbar. So Japan have responded well. They're on the attack yet again, but the United States still lead Japan by a goal to nil.
Next to Anfield, the Europa League, and Alistair Yeomans.
7 minutes gone. It's Liverpool 0, FC Gomel 0, but Liverpool looking very sharp in the preferred 4-3-3 formation of Brendan Rodgers. You have Downing and the new signing Barini either side of the Olympian Suarez, who's causing all kinds of problems already. 1 or 2 gasps from the Liverpool fans. Good crowd here tonight as well on a Sunday evening. Liverpool 0, FC Gomel 0. Liverpool lead 1-0 after the first leg.
A personal best for Andrew Assaji in the final of the 800 metres, where a world record was set. He's with Sonia.
Yeah, I think he's slightly bemused with what you've just done, but in the middle of the greatest 800-metre race we've ever seen. Can you quite believe it?
Possibly, yeah. Like a couple of races this season I've kind of been in the world lead race, but that was something special. That world record in the Olympic final. I think no one's ever done it before. I think the last guy did it maybe went to Reno, and I don't think it'll be done a long time unless David does it again. So pleasure to be in the race, gutted to come at the back of the race, but a massive PB, so I can't be too disheartened.
Did you believe that a man could run over 800 metres quicker than 1:41?
Yeah, 100%. I think in a few years' time, I'm going to be trying to aim to be at the front of these sort of Diamond League races and the fast races. And I think I'm capable of running a lot quicker than I have now, so the guys who are going to beat me are going to have to run fast. So, yeah, I wasn't surprised by the time at all. He's such a great athlete and he's been performing well for ages. I'm just gutted to come at the back of that race. I would have loved being in the mix and maybe run even quicker, but I'll look back and I'll be happy that I've run a PB after the 3rd round in Olympics in my hometown.
But finally, let's put that into some context, Andrew. You've just run 1:43.7. Only 3 British men in history have ever run faster, and you know their names, don't you? Yeah. Sebastian Coe, Steve Cram and Peter Elliott.
Yeah, they've all got world and Olympic medals, so it bodes well for me. Where I'm heading in the right direction. I'm getting faster. Even in the championship rounds, I'm running PBs and I'm coming second behind people like David Rudisha in the semi-final. So I've got so much to take from this games, and I've had a great time. I want to thank everyone at home, my friends, family, everyone down at St Mary's who helped me for years to even get to the position, and everyone back in Essex now. I just want to get home now, have a Nando's and have a bit of a rest.
Gratuitous product placement. Get out of here now.
Thank you very much.
Off you go. Well done to you, though.
Why is it the modern day sportsmen are obsessed with that particular eatery? I'm not going to give it a plug, but they do seem to be. So this is extraordinary, Alison. Only 3 British men have run faster than Andrew Assaji, who's come last in the final. Well, it just shows how lightning quick it was.
I've just said to Mike, imagine you go home and you say to your mates, I've just ran 1:42.82 in the Olympic final, and you go, well done, you must have won it. No, I came 4th. I mean, that's just, I cannot tell you, that race, that one race alone has just obliterated the record books. And poor Abubakar Kaki finishing 7th. He's the only guy that got a season's best. Everybody else got a personal best, world record or national record. I mean, it was just, that's what you want to see in an Olympic final. It doesn't happen very often.
So Nigel Amos is 18.
Yeah, 18 years old. The guy that came 3rd was 17. It might as well have been the World Juniors, that. I mean, phenomenal.
Well, that's hello, Steve. Well, that's set it all up. Hello.
Okay. Do you know what? There's something quite fitting, though. Of course, the race or the distance that Sebastian Coe, the man who's kind of made this all happen, world record holder in the past at 800 metres, and it felt like a tribute to him. Could we say that?
That's so good. Trust you to find
I'm
that.
feeling emotional today.
Yeah, I'm feeling emotional.
Tell him,
you big softy.
Look, you broke the world record. What is the feeling like?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it was a great feeling. I got the pleasure of doing it on British soil as well. It was one of the most special evenings of my life. And you just feel on cloud nine. It's a great feeling. But like, I guess everyone, you always want more. I think that's the challenge for every Olympian, that whatever level you get to, whether it be a world record, Olympic record, whatever, you just think, right, how can it go further? But yeah, you know, it's fun.
Does it feel as good as like winning a major championship medal, gold or whatever?
Silver.
Yeah, whatever.
It's better than that. It's yeah.
What, better than silver?
Yeah, I think I was very clear on this before I came through and competed to even think about world records or championships. I always thought it's a much greater test, and it tells much more about you to win a championship, because doing it when you're told to do it, you know the date, you know the time, everyone's so you come to this place, that tells you so much more about you than just a world record. Now, having said that, Davy Rudisha to run a world record in an Olympic final, come to the party and bring that was a very special something to witness.
That really was. We all wonder what it might do to Usain Bolt. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, Alistair Eakin, which way has this goal gone?
It's gone the way of the Dutch, Mark. They lead by 2-0. Another penalty corner. This time it was mistrapped on the edge of the circle. It looked like it was messy for the Dutch, and the British defence was swarming, but then on the rebound the ball was circling and it fell again for Voisthoff, who swept it high past James Fair, and the Netherlands lead by 2-0. There are 19 minutes left to play in this opening half. Now, they went 3-0 down against the Australians and clawed it back to 3-3, but the stakes are even higher tonight, and the task is that much tougher. Netherlands 2, Great Britain 0.
Not really going Great Britain's way in either the men's or the women's hockey just at the moment. It's live on Olympics Extra. Ian Carter, what's happening in the USPGA?
Well, Graham McDowell got off to a decent start with 2 birdies in his first 3 holes, but he's just bogeyed the 4th to slip back to 1 under par. Of the afternoon starters, the former Masters winner Charles Schwartzel of South Africa is faring best, 3 under through his first 8 holes. Several Europeans showing up nicely this afternoon as well. Francesco Molinari 2 under through 8 holes. Miguel Angel Jimenez 2 under through 6 holes, but Luke Donald is struggling at 1 over, and a good start to Adam Scott's first major since blowing the Open with those 4 drop shots in the last 4 holes. He's picked up 2 birdies in his first 2 holes now, 2 under through 7. The leader is Carl Peterson, 6 under par, 1 clear of Gary Woodland and Rory McIlroy, who was round in 67.
Steve Backley's with us, and Goldie Sayers, the javelin thrower as well. Goldie, very special to be in the stadium to see a run and a world record like that.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's probably, other than Bolt's world record, I think actually that would eclipse his world record race with the strength and depth there. I mean, Andrew Stargey just ran an incredible time and came 8th, and he should be incredibly proud of himself. I'm honoured to be here, really, apart from having to sit and watch the women's javelin final.
You're doing very well. You'll be very brave, Goldie. And Steve's going to keep us right in touch with that.
Mark, the BBC's wonder statistician Mark Butler has told us that Osagi's time is a world record for 8th place.
I love it.
In a major final.
No one has ever run quicker to take 8th place in a major final.
That is
us grabbing onto, clutching onto.
In any race, surely. In any race.
That is genius statistician's work, isn't it?
I love Mark Butler.
Do you think he gets a certificate for that?
Oh, he probably
Not
will.
Mark, I mean Andrew Sargent.
Right. We'll make him one.
Actually, I think you do. Don't Olympians get certificates?
You do, you get a top 8 certificate.
Yeah, you got to, see, you're joking.
Are you being serious?
Oh, see, you're just shocked that I pulled that one out the bag, aren't you? I don't just sit here,
I don't know whether you're telling me the truth. I'm going to Alistair Eakin, who's got another goal.
This one has gone Britain's way, Mark. Ashley Jackson with his 7th goal of the campaign. Sorry, I correct that, his 6th goal of the campaign. It was an absolutely terrific effort from the edge of the circle, just perfectly executed on the drag flick, low down to the left, and it was Stockman who was well beaten in the Netherlands goal. Netherlands 2, Great Britain 1, 16 minutes to go, first half.
Very brief. I don't trust Darren Campbell an inch. Steve Backley, do you get anything for competing in the Olympics? Yeah, Goldie.
Yeah.
You do.
You get medals, don't you? I got medals when I competed in the Olympics.
Well, now why
you get a certificate as well?
Now he's showing off now.
Now you're showing off.
We're going to go to the relay. Goldie, do you get something to say you've competed?
Unfortunately, you get a certificate for coming in 4th place. I have one in a drawer somewhere from Beijing.
Yeah,
not framed.
It's not framed and it's not up.
Worse for Goldie.
And he's showing off.
Here's the relay then. The women's 4x100, the first of the two heats.
And this has the United States in lane number 2, the reigning world champions. Tremendous tussle with Jamaica last year in Daegu, but both the top quality quartets dropped their batons in the Olympics 4 years ago, and the United States have gone off very quickly here with Tiana Madison handing on the back straight. It was fairly sloppy, but they're there to Janeba Tabo on the inside now. The United States with Trinidad and Tobago also running strongly. The Netherlands towards the outside are also in contention. The second of the changeovers was lightning fast by the Americans from Tamo to Bianca Knight, and they come into the home straight now with a decisive advantage. It's the last of the changeovers now for the United States, and Lauren Williams, the former world champion, takes up the baton and goes a long way clear by 10 to 15 metres from Trinidad and Tobago in second place. The Netherlands on the outside take the third place, and the first three certain to qualify for the final. 41.65 seconds for a very sharp-looking American quartet.
Mike, you called it perfectly. The first changeover was a little bit sloppy, only a little bit. It looked rather stretched, and it looked like they weren't going to be able to exchange the baton. But once they managed to exchange the first time, the third changeover was fantastic. By the time they got to the fourth changeover, it was all over, and it was all about the Americans. To me, this was a statement to the Jamaicans. 41.64. What have you got? You're in the second heat. We're showing what we've got. What have you got?
Trinidad and Tobago and the Dutch quartet in third place, each clocking national records. The United States through to the final and looking like they are the quartet to beat.
Christian Taylor about to go again in the triple jump.
So this is the fourth round, and Christian Taylor is down in fifth place at the moment. Can he improve on that mark? This is better. It's very much better. That may be beyond 18 metres. That's a white flag. The American bows to the crowd. That's surely taken the lead from his compatriot Will Clay, who leads at the moment with a distance of 17 metres and 54 centimetres. This time it's good on the board. 17 metres and 81 centimetres. It takes the lead.
So, to Steve Parry, the bronze medal has been won by whom in the beach volleyball?
Well, Latvia got that one, and I tell you what, it was a hard-fought match as well, but Flavins and Smedins, they just nudged it. It was 19-21 in the first set, 21-19 in the second, and 15-12. They beat the Dutch pair of Numerdor and Schull, and yeah, it was a great fought match, but everyone's hotting up now for the Brazilians, the hotly contested Brazilians. They are the favourites now for the gold medal match. They're going to take on the German pair of Brink and Reckerman, and the carnival is inside and outside with the Brazilian.
It's the last match coming up at the beach volleyball. Oh, people are going to be sad about that. Another goal at the hockey. Alistair, what a game.
Another goal for the Dutch. It is a spectacular match. They lead by 3-1. Anything can happen here, anything. It is so open. It is your all-action end-to-end match. 13 minutes left to play. The Dutch now 3-1 ahead. Van der Veerden, who is the specialist at penalty corner time, he got his chance on this occasion. It was low down to James Fair's right. Probably not hit at the same sort of rate as the normal rockets that are aimed goalwards. And James Fair perhaps could have done a little more with it, but nevertheless, into the backboards it went. Netherlands 3, Great Britain 1. 12 minutes of the first half remaining.
There's a new and an R, and an athlete, Steve Backley, has landed very uncomfortably, who's at Levan Sands of the Bahamas.
Levan Sands landed on the step phase, and it was one of the most horrible things I've seen. It looked, something's gone in his knee, basically, and he just collapsed, fortunately, into the sandpit, so he didn't do himself any more damage. But it looks as though, I mean, it looks like something snapped, basically. It looks like he'd been shot as he landed on the second phase. And coach is desperately trying to get out to see what the problem is.
Well, I was asking Jonathan Edwards, who's behind us obviously earlier, about the force that goes through your leg when it lands. I mean, you know, that's it's sort of a cruciate or a ligament, a cruciate ligament or something like that.
It could be cruciate. It could be patella tendon. It's 11 times your body weight goes through your joint, go through the floor. So he looks very calm, almost purse-lipped though.
Why did he keep showing it on the big screen? There's children in the crowd and all sorts, you know. We don't need to.
Everyone's reaction is the same. And he's holding his right knee.
And this is a guy
who
was a bronze medalist at the last Olympic Games, a contender, and 30 years of age. Wow, that's gonna. I mean, that's certainly the end of his night. You would imagine.
Yeah. And Goldie, you're looking on with a lot of empathy.
I I'm not sure empathy is the word. The women's javelin's just come out. Looking at the body language quite carefully, I think, looking at many things, I think Spartakova is going to take the Olympic gold medal again. But you never know. The wind's picking up a little bit. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, I'm looking on slightly pained.
Well, we understand that. When the wind picks up, what sort of problems does it cause you? I mean, clearly it depends which direction it's coming from.
It certainly depends on the direction. Since the javelin changed the specification, the centre of gravity's moved further forward, so it's preferable to have a tailwind. It's a bit swirly in the stadium, so actually I think Sunette Viljoen, the South African, he's a little bit shorter. She's actually shorter than me, which is quite amazing. She may benefit from this, as if you throw too high, then you could get the wind could take the javelin a bit adrift. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to come down to who has the best point control this evening.
We'll keep a close eye on the javelin. Lee Van Sands, I'm afraid the stretcher's in the sand pit itself, and he's going to be carried away from there. Quickly to Alistair Yeomans, a goal at Anfield.
Suarez got to the byline, cut it back, and the new signing Fabio Borini volleyed in from 12 yards for Liverpool after 21 minutes. They lead 1-0 on the night, 2-0 on aggregate.
And so, Mike, lots of people are here this evening. They're enjoying the athletics. They're looking through the relays, the two heats, and they're saying, where's Great Britain?
Yes, Britain had a nightmare time at the recent European Championships. At that stage, they were in 16th place, and only the top 16 nations get invited to the Olympic Games and World Championships in the 4x1 and 4x400 metre relay events. But because they had a poor changeover, the Belarusian quartet clocked a better time and moved up to 16th place, and Britain were relegated to 17th place, and so outside the list of invitations from the International Olympic Committee. And the Belarusian quartet are here in lane number 3 in the second semi-final. Poland are in 2, Belarus in 3, Ukraine in 4, Colombia in 5, Jamaica in 6. This time round they have Samantha Henry-Robinson, Sharon Simpson, Skiloni Calvert and Caron Stewart. So they have the big guns still to come if this quartet get the baton round. The likes of the newly crowned Olympic champion, and for the second time, Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, and the 200-metre specialist, dethroned last night, Veronica Campbell-Brown. But neither of them here in the semi-final, the second of them. Jamaica in lane 6, Russia in 7. They too have strong chances of finishing in the first 3 here, and therefore going through to the final. France in 8, Germany on the outside in 9. We've seen a spectacular performance from the USA in the first semi. Second semi-final then, and Jamaica with Henry Robinson on the first leg in lane number 6, chasing down Belkina of Russia on her outside, and she's done a good job of it. Over the far side they go then, the entrance to the back straight, and the Jamaicans have a sharp changeover, unlike the Russians, who've lost a lot of ground. Towards the outside, France are also going strongly now, towards the second of the changeovers now, and the Jamaicans are trying once again to get the baton through, and it was an awful changeover, and might well have taken place outside the changeover zone. But Skiloni Calvert has the baton anyway, coming into the home straight, and the Jamaicans are in second place. On their inside, Ukraine are running very strongly. Brizgina has the baton for Ukraine, Caron Stewart for Jamaica, and she's making up the ground on the run towards the line. It's going to be very, very close, but Brizgina holds on for Ukraine from Jamaica in second place, and those two nations will qualify, subject, I'm sure, to a close look at that second changeover, Darren Campbell.
Yes, they didn't look as solid as the USA B team, because that's really what we got to call it, because they've got 3 athletes who they can add to their team. The first changeover wasn't too bad, could have been quicker. It looked like the changeover was very early in the box, which says to me that it was very, very safe. But as they approached the second changeover, very, very stretched, and it looked like potentially it could have been outside the box, but we'll find out in a minute. The third change, very, very safe, but due to the mistake on the second changeover, it did leave them with a lot to do. They have been given second place. Ukraine were given the first place with a time of 42.36, Jamaica 42.37. Not as good as the Americans, but again, the Jamaicans do have people to add into their team.
And Germany taking third place and the last of the certain qualifying spots for the final.
Thank you very much indeed for that. USA 1, Japan 0 is still the latest in the football final. That's on Sports Extra. The hockey is on Olympics Extra. Here's Alistair Eakin to bring us the closing stages here on 5 Live of the first half.
7 minutes left to play in this opening half, and the Netherlands are leading by 3-1. Great Britain have a goal thanks to Ashley Jackson from the penalty corner routine. It was a terrific strike, but the Dutch have looked irresistible. Voisthoff has scored twice, Van der Veerden has got the other, and they're very nearly getting a fourth as Billy Bakker launches himself across the blue AstroTurf, the stick extended and the ball, thankfully from a British perspective, going harmlessly over the back line, and GB attacking once more as Clark cracks it across the Dutch circle and away over the back line. It's taken a deflection from a Dutch stick, Melklule. There'll be a long corner.
Such a difference in styles being played out there. The Dutch, their build-up play as they get towards the circle, stick to stick, players running ahead of the ball, giving passing options to the ball carrier, and at the moment Great Britain are getting into the Dutch 25-metre area and then looking for the crash ball in, and I'd like to see just a little bit more composure by them once they've worked, because they've got to work so hard against this Dutch side to get the ball that far.
It is a little reminiscent of the way the women played last night against the Argentinians. When they get into the danger zone, inside the 25, approaching the circle, there's just too much speculation about what they're doing and not quite enough precision. And if they can get to grips with that and get inside the circle and perhaps create a few opportunities from the penalty corner, then anything is possible. 5 minutes left to play. This is Teun de Nooijer, who's been one of the all-time stars of world hockey, racing upfield at the rate of knots. The umpire has spotted an infringement and has called play back. It's a pleasure to be watching Teun de Nooijer at the age of 36. He's played 450 times for Holland. 450 times for Holland. And his stick work is as good as ever. And he seems to be as quick as ever. The Dutch attacking at such a rate of knots. And just a moment or two ago likened it to a sort of irresistible passage of play from the All Blacks. When the mood takes them, they are very, very difficult to stop. And the breaking forwards again is Voisthoff, who's got two already. Bakker's looking for the shot, and there's an infringement, and the umpire is showing a green card for some obstruction. And Voisthoff, who's scored twice already this evening, is taking 2 minutes in the sin bin. Melklule.
No, the Dutch are just fantastic at the moment. Great Britain, they really need to just keep the ball. I think what you're seeing out here, and perhaps a little bit yesterday with the Argentina GB women, was big game experience. And I think, you know, the Dutch men have been in the world's top 3 for so long now. Argentina women have been in the top 2 for, well, 4 or 5 years probably now as well. They've been in so many semi-finals, and I think that big game mentality came out last night and is coming out again at the moment.
4 minutes to play in this opening half. The Netherlands leading Great Britain by 3-1. This the biggest match in British hockey for a generation, no question about it. 1988, the last time the British men were involved in a semi-final at the Olympics. Of course, that was the year they won gold in Seoul when they put the Aussies to the sword in the semi-final. The man sitting 3 people to my right, Sean Curley, picked up a hat-trick. And wouldn't it be nice if one of the British players could come up trumps with something of that sort this evening? So many British fans in here, but I have to say there are huge numbers of Dutch fans as well. We've seen them all over the Olympic Park, haven't we, in the last fortnight, all dressed in orange, all contributing to the atmosphere here tonight, which has been terrific. It has a really big match feel to it, and quite rightly so. The opportunity to play in a gold medal match at London 2012. Netherlands 3, Great Britain 1, and the Dutch calmly playing it out of defence before injecting a little bit of pace up the left, but the ball is stolen by Rob Moore. Bit of a stick tackle from Moore, dark-haired and tall, on the far side, on the right-hand side of midfield, and a little bit of calm descends after what can only be described as half an hour of total hockey mayhem. Voisthoff twice from the penalty corner, and then the Van der Veerden strike as well. Their routine is working a treat as Jackson is in there to steal possession for Great Britain. Should have perhaps allowed a little bit of advantage there, the umpire, but Jackson takes off again, and this is Tindall working the magic on the edge of the circle, surrounded by orange shirts, and still scrapping for possession, Tindall, but the Dutch have scrambled it, and in comes Lewis, but it hits his foot. The Dutch have it, and away to the right, this is Verga, who's been so lethal this evening. Waiting up front is Bakker. Verga over the 25, inside the circle, GB backing off, and then Verga is taken out, and the ball goes into the back of the net. A scramble inside the circle, and the Dutch now lead by 4 goals to 1. Billy Bakker is on the score sheet, and British hockey, for the time being, can only watch and marvel.
I mean, that is phenomenal. Literally 30 seconds ago, James Tindall had the ball on top of the Dutch circle, and he had 5 players around him. And then the Dutch have gone down the other end with an unbelievable piece of skill once again by Verga. His ability to run at pace with the ball and still deliver the ball to a teammate is brilliant. And a simple tap-in by Bakker. Brilliant play by Holland.
Fabulous stuff from the Dutch as the ball is cracked across the face of the goal by Alistair Wilson, far right-hand side of the field. He's had a mixed games, you feel. He's the boyfriend of Fran Halsall, who didn't have a great time of it in the pool. But he'll be looking to make amends tonight. And the goals can go in very, very quickly in a game of hockey. So there are opportunities here, but they mustn't leave it too late. The women last night left it too late to really launch proper assaults upfield and attack Argentina. The men must learn from that. 4-1 they trail with a minute to go in this opening half. 5 Live at the Olympic Games here at the Riverbank Arena, this particular corner of the Olympic Park. Away to our right is the Olympic Stadium and the orbit standing proud on the skyline. But it's the Dutch who are bossing operations here. Toon de Nooijer robbed of the ball by Glenn Kirkham illegally, the stick tackle from Kirkham, and de Nooijer has it on halfway. Spread wide to the right, where Hoffman has been doing so much damage this evening. Threads it infield to Verga, taken on by Voistov on the edge of the circle, and GB reclaimed possession. Mel.
Yeah, stick obstruction there by Voistov, I think it was. But I think it's been absolutely brilliant. And for the neutral, I hope Holland don't sit on this lead. I hope they come out and keep playing the way that they are. And Jason Lee's got a big half-time team talk to have. I think the players are obviously going to be disappointed because they really haven't performed in this half. But I think it's just been due to the phenomenal play of the Dutch.
Irresistible from the Dutch in this opening spell. Just 10 seconds left to play. They are so looking forward to banishing the memory of Beijing 4 years ago when they lost out in the bronze medal match to the Australians. And as the hooter goes, the Netherlands are totally dictating play. They lead by 4 goals to 1. Voistov has scored twice, and Van der Veerden as well from the penalty corner, and Billy Bakker on target just towards the death. Jackson has had 1 opportunity for Great Britain, and he's put it away. But for the moment, they are up against it here, Mark. 4-1 down at the break.
Well, what a second half they're going to have to pull off there, Great Britain. Thank you for that. The second half is on Olympics Extra. We're getting ever closer to the 200 metres final. Bolton Blake et al. At 5-9. So let's go to the newsroom now and Faye Rusco.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Team GB now have 51 medals from London 2012. Earlier, Charlotte Dujardin won her second gold of the Olympics in the individual freestyle dressage. Nicola Adams won gold in the women's flyweight boxing. It's the first time women have been allowed to compete in the event at an Olympic Games. The Ministry of Defence has apologised after it emerged that the body parts and tissues of 30 soldiers killed in Afghanistan were kept without the permission of their families. The samples were used during inquests but weren't disposed of properly. Police investigating the disappearance of 12-year-old Tia Sharp in South London have been searching bins and garages near her grandmother's house. Tia was last seen 6 days ago. The number of home repossessions has fallen to its lowest level in 18 months, despite increasingly poor economic conditions. The Council of Mortgage Lenders said there were 8,500 repossessions between April and June this year. And the wife of a disgraced Chinese politician is awaiting sentence after a one-day trial on a charge of murdering a British businessman. Gu Kailai didn't contest accusations that she poisoned Neil Hayward last year. A look at the roads, and in Lancashire there is a rolling roadblock on the M6 southbound. That's between junction 31 at Preston New Road and junction 30 at the M61. Few details at the moment, but we do know there is very slow traffic there because of an accident. In Worcestershire, one lane of the M5 southbound is closed between junction 4A at the M42 and junction 5 at the A38 because of a broken down vehicle. In Essex, 2 lanes of the M11 southbound are closed between junction 7 at Harlow and junction 6 at the M25. A25. Recovery work taking place there after an accident. Traffic is slow. And the A27 in Wilmington in Kent is shut in both directions between Station Road and the Polegate bypass. 3 vehicles were involved in an accident earlier this afternoon. The road is blocked and expect some queuing traffic there. Faye Rusco, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live Olympic Breakfast.
With Nikki Campbell and Rachel Burden.
We're in Olympic Park, we're at Stratford Gate. They're all pouring in, George.
And not a glum face.
How are you feeling?
Good, thank
Brilliant. You're right, George. Well, let's talk to the Shadow Minister for the Olympics, Dame Tessa Giles.
Good morning.
It's amazing being here. I remember interviewing you when this was all rubble.
We looked together at the pile of old fridges, and I said to you,
this has been wonderful.
that's where the velodrome's going to go.
Wake up to the games.
On 5 Live. Back tomorrow from 6.
15 minutes away from the 200 metres final, so let's whip round everything else. John Murray at Wembley in the women's football final.
Well, the United States are leading 1-0 at half-time against the world champions Japan in the women's football final here. Carly Lloyd heading the goal in the 9th minute. She just got to it ahead of Abby Wambach, but Japan have a right to feel a little aggrieved they're still behind. They've seen 2 efforts hit the USA crossbar, and I felt Japan should have had a penalty as well for handball, but it wasn't given, and USA lead Japan by 1-0 at half-time in front of a crowd, Mark, I would estimate at something around 80,000, which would be a record for an Olympic women's football match.
Well, terrific support for all these sports at the Olympics. That is on Sports Extra. The hockey is on Olympics Extra, and I'm afraid the Great Britain men are getting a thumping at half-time, 4-1 to the Dutch. Conor McNamara is at the USPGA Golf. Time for an update.
Yes, Carl Patterson leads the way at 6 under par after a very impressive 66. It's 1 shot better off than Rory McIlroy, who took advantage of good scoring conditions here to finish 5 under par for his opening round. McIlroy himself commented on how it had been his first bogey-free round in quite some time. And Luke Donald has picked up a shot. He returns to level par.
And Steve Backley can update us on the triple jump.
Yeah, as is suspected, it's the 2 Americans dominating. Christian Taylor, the world outdoor champion in the end of the 5th round, leads with 17 metres and 81 ahead of the previous world indoor champion Will Clay, also of the United States, 17 metres and 62, his best. And it's Fabrizio Donato in bronze medal position with 1 jump remaining. The Italian has improved on every jump so far, so it looks as though there may be drama to unfold. 1 jump to sort out the medalist in this men's triple jump final without Philip Sidowu.
We're getting ever closer to the 200 metres. I just want to finish this discussion off, Darren Campbell. I want an honest answer. I've had a tweet that says, on the Steve Wright show on Radio 2 today, they said the first 8 in a final at the Olympics all receive a diploma or a certificate.
A diploma in what, Olympics?
Well, a diploma in getting to the final.
And you can use that qualification to get into another one.
Well, whatever you wish to put on your CV. Yeah. Do you receive anything for being in the? I mean, Goldie said she received a certificate for coming 4th.
Why don't you believe me?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
But I already told you. You want me to tell you again?
Yes, because I didn't quite believe you enough the first time.
Okay, but it's still going to be my voice saying it. You do realise
yes, that's
that?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get a certificate.
You can tell it's the end of the week.
Oh no, you get a certificate. Yeah.
Signed by Jack Rocker.
And Seb Coe.
And Seb Coe here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goldie. Because obviously I do work on 5 Live, but I don't tell the truth. So Goldie.
No, Goldie got 1 for coming 4th, she told me. I believe Goldie.
Oh, well, I've never come 4th. Well, I didn't want to go there.
Down.
Oh, you see.
All right, I'll admit, because I never even ran in. Well, no, I did run in the final in the relay. I got a certificate saying, congratulations, you're an Olympian. Does that count?
Yes, that's what I was getting at. I thought that's what I was.
Now
everybody,
you believe.
Everybody gets 1 for going to the Olympics.
I tried to tell you that. Yeah. And unlike Steve, who turned around and went, I don't know. I didn't want to say that. My first Olympics, I dropped the baton. So we definitely did get off for that.
We've cleared that up. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Darren. Next up, the men's 200 metres final, a race which could be arguably the biggest story of the Games. Usain Bolt, 2 times 100 metres champion, on the verge of making history.
Nobody in history has ever done the double-double.
I really want to do something special in my 200 metres because it means so much to me.
Dominates in London. He's the king of sprinting.
refusing to take on the label of legend until he's won this 200-metre title.
Undisputed, the best in the world! 19-second barrier. That's probably the first time anybody's ever said it.
What do you say to that?
Well, I think anything is possible. I've thought about it. If my turn is well and I execute right, it could be possible.
That giant stride takes him off the curve and in towards the home straight. He's the front, and his giant stride defies the ground. He's broken the world record.
In our lifetime, we are going to see a man break 19 seconds.
Unbelievable.
Do you believe it's possible?
It's been on my mind. I'm telling you the truth. It's been on my mind a couple of years now. And this season, on this track, feeling more confident in myself. I don't want to say I can do it and then I don't do it, but it's on my mind.
Is there any limit to what this man can achieve?
No!
Usain Bolt!
Can lightning strike 4 times?
I can see David Rudisha, who's heading towards Sonia, so we may well be nipping off there in a second. We're going there now.
We are, and you've got your spikes around your neck, giving those feet a bit of a rest. I don't blame you. That was quite incredible, David. Did you truly believe you could break a world record tonight?
Yeah, I knew that I was in good shape today, and it was just I was praying, this morning that I will get perfect weather, to do it here, because I knew it will be something special to do the world record in the Olympic.
It's certainly given you some Kenyan weather, London has. Not just the world record, you're Olympic champion as well. Many congratulations. How much does that mean to you at the age of 23?
Wow, it means a lot, to come here after I missed in 2008 in Beijing. To win the gold medal here and to break the world record is something great, because this is the first medal to the Maasai community.
Absolutely, and your coach, Colm O'Connell, is going to be in Kenya this evening. He'll have watched that. He's coached athletes to Olympic titles before. How big an influence is he on you as an athlete?
Yeah, he's a wonderful coach I've ever met in my career, and I'm very proud of him, because he's a very good coach, and I believe he's the best. And the way we have been working hard together, he has been a big inspiration to me.
David, you made that look so easy. You've turned the 800 metres into a virtual flat-out sprint. Do you believe you can even go faster?
Well, I was expecting, to go below 1:41, and that is what I did here today for the first time. It's such a great thing, but maybe I can just try. Maybe some days, maybe to better, but I still don't know when exactly.
Well, you've enjoyed the weather here this evening. Do you think Usain Bolt might enjoy the weather? And we have 2 world records on this track tonight.
Well, it will be great, watching him today running the 200, because the weather is perfect, for the world records.
Well, there you go. You heard it from a man who knows how to break world records on this track, Mark.
Thank you. The flashbulb's going off, Sonia, on the far side because Usain Bolt has appeared. Darren Campbell, Michael Johnson has just tweeted, Blake's in lane 4, Bolt 7. That favours Blake, he says.
Oh, sorry, me.
Does that favour Blake or Bolt? Michael Johnson thinks that draw favours Blake.
I don't know how he works that out. No, sorry. Let me. I can see why he's saying that, because Blake has Bolt on the outside of him, which means he can try and follow Usain Bolt round the bend. That doesn't mean he's going to be able to defeat Usain Bolt. I think lane 7. That's we've seen a lot of great performances from lane 7 in this championship. These bends are tight. They're not the best bends for running 200 metres, but lane 7, Usain Bolt hasn't run in the major championships in lane 7. From lane 3, I think he ran 19:42. From lane 5, he ran 19:30. So I'm thinking from lane 7, we're looking at about 19:15, or maybe tonight is the night when he goes under 19 seconds. Who knows? But I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Here's Christian Taylor, Steve.
Great support for the American as he takes to the runway for his last attempt in this men's triple jump final. He lands possibly just short of his leading mark. In fact, it is a red flag. It won't be measured. And with 4 jumpers remaining, Christian Taylor is out in front, but he will have to wait to see if it can hold on for that gold medal.
Usain Bolt's just practicing his start, wearing his Jamaican yellow baseball cap on back to front. Darren, is it too much to hope, and I'm speaking on behalf of the crowd here, that he knows Rudisha's broken a world record and maybe his competitive instinct is just pricked a little bit? He's thinking, I'm not just going to win this, I want to show too that I can break a world record. Or would he not know that Rudisha's done that?
You probably wouldn't know, I would have thought. He actually may know because of the call rooms, and sometimes they do have the TVs in the call room. I haven't obviously been through the call room here to see what's been going on.
But the TV tends to be on in there, does it?
Yeah, so it depends how focused he is, whether he's chilling out. Knowing Usain Bolt, he probably is chilling out watching a bit of Rudisha on TV. So, but I don't think it'll make a difference. I just think he's coming into this with a game plan. He knows what he has to do, and first and foremost, he's got to win the race. If he comes into this thinking about running world records, he might pull his hamstring. So he's got to be focused on trying to win this race. He's spoken coming into this Olympics that he feels it's only by retaining both these titles he will be a legend. In everybody else's eyes, he's already a legend. So this is more about what Usain Bolt wants to do and the statement he wants to make than what we want to see or what we think.
Liverpool 2-0 up at half-time at Anfield against FC Gommel, 3-0 on aggregate. Gerrard with the second goal. Alison Kirbishy, on the discussion about the lanes, you were saying yesterday that when it comes to Diamond League meeting and he's paid the money, he often chooses an outside lane for the 200 metres anyway.
Yeah, and quite understandably, the guy is such a tall bloke, and I think, look, this is the event that's in his heart. This is the event that means so much to him. This is the event that we started seeing him run at. This is the event that he won the World Juniors at the age of 15. The race is short enough to be a pure sprint, but long enough that the outcome isn't reliant on that start.
He doesn't look very stressed, does he? Not only is he on back to front, it's on at an angle as well as baseball cap.
I think that's how you wear it, isn't it,
do you think he might have chosen lane 7 tonight? Just had a quick phone call in and just...
Is that a word was said?
I think he did.
Do you think that? Can we say that?
No, we can't.
We can't say that. No,
we cannot imply it either.
It's a random draw, of course. Just go back to David Rudisha's interview. Didn't they slaughter 100? The Maasai tribe slaughter 100 cows when he broke the world record last. What are they going to do tonight? Well, you'd be nervous if you were a cow, wouldn't you?
The thing is, and the fact that he mentioned it to Sonia, he's such a proud Maasai, and when you see the Maasai warrior tribe when he goes back there, some of the pictures when he got received back, when not only he did the world record, but when he was world champion last year, it's I'm not sure exactly how many cows, but you would be a little bit nervous if you were sitting grazing right now.
Will Clay's about to go, Steve, in the triple jump. It's an American shootout at the top at the moment.
Yeah, last jump of this men's triple jump final. It's either silver or can he improve? Will Clay, the American, good through the hop step, and he bails out, actually, hands on his head, looks disappointed. He just lost control in the second phase. He hands the victory to Christian Taylor. World champion becomes Olympic champion. 17 metres 81 for Christian Taylor. Will Clay 17 metres and 62 centimetres, and the bronze goes to Fabrizio Donato of Italy, 17 metres and 48 centimetres.
So Christian Taylor takes the gold medal, and Philip Sadu can only think of what might have been. The two Americans hug. It's gold and silver for them, and our attention now turns to the far side of the track and the men's 200 metres as Usain Bolt takes his tracksuit bottoms off. And here's Mike Costello.
And very soon on the screens at the ends of the stadium, the sign for the men's 200 metres will appear. On the curve that guides them into the home straight, I can count 7 huge Jamaican flags draped over the hoardings at the front of the spectators' seating area. And very soon the 8 men will be introduced to the crowd. As ever, Bolt is looking the most comfortable of the 8 men in the lineup. He put his hand on the shoulder of the girl carrying his kit box away just a few moments ago, and lip reading, it seemed to me as if he was asking her whether she would like to run the race for him. He then walked over to the lane next to his, lane 8, where Warren Weir, his fellow Jamaican, is housed, 22 years of age, and just put an arm around him because Weir is looking incredibly tense, and just said, again trying to lip read, enjoy it and take in the atmosphere of the occasion. The full lineup here has Christophe Lemaitre of France on the inside in lane number 2. pulled out of the 100 metres to concentrate specifically on this longer sprint. Took third place behind Usain Bolt and Johan Blake at the World Championships last year. Alex Quinones, the Ecuadorian record holder, is in lane number 3. Johan Blake is in lane 4, the Jamaican who beat Bolt at the national trials at the end of June. Gerandi Martina of the Netherlands is in lane number 5, 4th at the last Olympic Games over 100 metres, but disqualified in the 200 for running out of his lane. Otherwise, he would have won silver behind Bolt. Wallace Spearman for the United States is drawn in lane 6. Bolt is in 7. Warren Weir for Jamaica in 8. And Anaso Jobodwana of South Africa is on the outside in lane 9. Darren Campbell.
Mike, I'm just feeling this atmosphere in the stadium. I'm looking at the flags. It's quite calm. It's quite nice. And the more I sit here, the more I'm thinking I'm starting to sway with you. I've just got a feeling we're going to witness something amazing. It could be under 19 seconds. It just sounds crazy saying it, and when you mentioned it the other day, I was like, well, yeah, is it possible? But it's Usain Bolt, and with Usain Bolt, I just believe anything's possible.
Wallace Spearman being introduced to the crowd in lane number 6, and we expect very shortly the latest eruption in this Olympic Stadium for the man drawn in lane number 7.
Was that a royal handshake?
He flexes his arms and talks once again into the camera to say that he is ready to make a strike at history. 9 men have won the sprint double at the Olympic Games, including Bolt in Beijing in 2008, but none of them have gone on to win the double-double. Carl Lewis narrowly failed in 1988 when he was beaten by 0.04 of a second by his compatriot Joe DeLoach in the men's 200 metres. And so they wait to be called forward to their blocks in the men's 200 metres. It is the last event of the evening. We've already seen a special piece of Olympic history here produced by David Rudisha of Kenya. And now what do we await in the men's 200 metres? Bolt, the champion over 100 metres, the champion over 200 metres in Beijing. Now here in London, the champion over 100 metres already. He stands on the doorstep of Olympic history. They're into their blocks ahead of the men's 200 metres final.
Set.
And they're underway in the race that Bolt has said will determine how he's remembered forever as they come in towards the home straight, and Bolt is leading the field, including Johan Blake. And Blake is 5 metres adrift now, halfway down the home straight. Blake is trying to challenge, but Bolt is holding on, and Bolt eases his way over the line to win in 19.32 seconds. History is made here in the Olympic Stadium as Usain Bolt completes the sprint double for the second Games in a row. And once again, just listen to the crowd, the soundtrack to an Olympic legend, the soundtrack to one of the greatest Olympians that has ever lived. And he goes down onto the track and pumps out 3 or 4 press-ups just to say that the 200 metres didn't take that much out of him. 19.32 seconds. It's his fastest run of the season when he needed it most. Blake takes the silver, and Warren Weir completes a Jamaican 1-2-3. It's party time for Jamaica at London 2012.
Legend, legend, legend. It's cemented. It's a double-double. It was over within 10 metres. Usain Bolt's start was out of this world. I looked across at Mike and I said, Mike, it's over, all over. In fairness to Johan Blake, he pushed him and pushed him. I didn't honestly believe Johan Blake could take him that close, but he kept going with him all the way. Unbelievable. The Usain Bolt show.
And Bolt is being hugged by spectators in the front rows of the seating around towards the bottom bend. He's walking slowly now towards the back straight. Once again, flashlights all around this stadium. He takes the Jamaican flag and holds up the 2 fingers to say that twice in a row now He has won the 100 metres and 200 metres at the Olympic Games. It's never before been done, and this is a very, very special athlete, the like of whom we won't be seeing any time too soon again.
Do you know, I think he's looking slightly emotional. You know, he's I don't think he can believe it. He's kissing the track, and look, he's sharing the podium with the other yellow vests of Jamaica. What a night. And I tell you what, is it doubles all round now? Doubles all round, I think.
As long as you're hosting the party, I'm there. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. We spoke about lane 7, and I always felt that lane 7 would give him the opportunity to use that speed, open up his stride, and it meant that he came into the straight with maybe a 3-4 meter lead. But you know what? Maybe because of lane 7, he'd used up quite a lot of juice, and Johan Blake was catching him in the last couple of strides, but the gap was so big, he just couldn't catch him. But he fought all the way, and it's fair play to Johan Blake, and a brilliant bronze medal for Warren Weir. First, second and third, Jamaica. What was it Michael Johnson said? The Americans were going to come here and show what they were capable of. Carl Lewis also said that the Americans were going to show what they were capable of. It's all about the Jamaicans. It's just life.
It's nothing but a privilege and an honour to sit here and watch someone like Usain Bolt. It really is. I have to tell you, the Dutch are 5-1 up in the hockey, by the way, which isn't such good news for GB. But sometimes, Darren, you're the expert. Sometimes you need to use your own eyes. And everybody in this stadium who, like me as a rank amateur, is watching that after 20 metres on the bend and thinking, wow, he's going to win. As you say, his start was so good. You could see him running down the man outside him already within 5-10 metres.
And maybe he actually put too much energy into the bend, because that's the big fear. It's like I said, because it's lane 7, it does enable you to generate more speed than you could normally if you was in one of the inner lanes. Because it's not like running a straight line, but it's close as you're going to get. So for Usain Bolt, it meant that he could unleash those long legs, and he was past Weir by 30 metres, and Warren Weir ran 90.84, by the way. So it's not like he was running slow, but Usain Bolt destroyed the field round the bend. And unlike the Jamaican Championships, where Johan Blake was a lot closer, it wasn't going to happen here. But again, I'm just so impressed by Johan Blake. And any other era, he would be the main man. You know, he's 5'11", hasn't got the stride length of Usain Bolt, but he's got heart.
And you mentioned that stride length. That's probably one of the most special 80 strides in Usain Bolt's life. I mean, it was 80 strides when he did the world record. It can't have been much more than that then, because we just watched the slow motion, and it's absolute poetry in motion watching him. It's like
he puts his fingers to his lips to give it the old shush, literally, the minute he goes over the line. But it's not in an arrogant way. I mean, he's going around on the lap of honour now. Everybody who's got a camera near them on their phone, or they've taken one in, is taking a photograph, because this is a night they will never, ever forget. Darren, you quite rightly said it. We're talking the pantheon of sporting greats here. We're talking Muhammad Ali, Michael Johnson behind us, Michael Jordan, whatever your sport is, Pele, Maradona, Don Bradman, whatever you want. We're talking one of these characters.
Yeah, he's a great. We've had so many great sprinters. We've had so many amazing athletes who have done amazing things. But in this era right now, where you can kind of become a superstar or a celebrity by going on a TV show and not really do anything, we've still got sports people and people who just go out and are dedicated and are focused and take their artistry to a whole nother level. And it's got to be difficult being Usain Bolt. How do you stay motivated all the time? But when it comes to major championships, and he says it all the time, when it comes to major championships, you come into my house. And today everybody came into Usain Bolt's house. They knocked at the door, but he didn't let them in. No.
Let's go to Alistair Eakin, another goal in the hockey.
It's now 6-1, Mark, with 22 minutes left to play. We're watching a masterclass from those dressed in orange in front of me tonight. Voistov is on the ball. This could be 7. Rounding the keeper is Evers, and it's into the back of the net. The Dutch skipper is on the scorecard. This is an absolute annihilation. The Netherlands now have 7 goals to their name. The previous 2 came from Toon de Nooijer and from Billy Bakker. They are playing total hockey. Nothing less than total hockey. I can only liken it to the way the All Blacks play when they are in their pomp, and they are simply irresistible this evening, Mel Clulo.
Absolutely, it's an unbelievable performance at such a crucial stage of the tournament. A lot was made of the Dutch selection when it was announced, but man, Paul van As, the coach, is certainly proving here that he has chosen what he believed was his best 16 players.
GB have had opportunities, Mark, in this second half. They began the second half really quite strongly. A couple of penalty corners. Jackson was blocked on both of those efforts. Daly has fired high over the bar. Ben Halls has had a shot wide. There have been chances, but to be honest, the Netherlands have been absolutely magnificent. To my right is a Dutch radio reporter who's been covering Dutch hockey for 40 years, and at the interval, only at the interval, he said to me, that is the best half of hockey I have seen this team play.
7-1, the GB team are down to the women's final at Wembley in the football. John Murray.
It's not a bad game here. We've had 2 goals in the last 10 minutes. One for each side. So the USA now 2-1 up on Japan. It was Carly Lloyd who scored first for the USA. She was allowed to run with the ball from the centre circle to the edge of the area and hit a right foot shot that just sailed into the net. So she scored twice. USA were 2-0 up. It looked as though they were on the way to defending their title, but Japan have just got one back. Ogimi forcing a shot into the back of the net after Sawa had an effort that was blocked on the line. So it's back in the balance. USA leading Japan by 2-1 at Wembley.
And that's live on Sports Extra. It's Mark Pugac on 5 Live in the Olympic Stadium with the team at 6 minutes past 9.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
And it's been an amazing night here in the Olympic Stadium. We witnessed Usain Bolt, the legend.
And Bolt eases his way over the line to win in 19.32 seconds. History is made here in the Olympic Stadium as Usain Bolt completes the sprint double for the second games in a row. And once again, just listen to the crowd, the soundtrack to an Olympic legend.
And we saw the quickest 800 metres ever.
And David Rudisha has broken the world record, just as he promised. He said he wanted to come here to do more than win gold. He wanted to break the world record. Another special performance by David Rudisha.
The American Christian Taylor's won the triple jump. Coming up after the news, I'll speak to Nicola Adams, who won the first ever women's boxing gold medal. And stay with us, because after 10 tonight, 19-year-old Jade Jones fights for Taekwondo gold. Martin Stamner also goes for a bronze at 9:30. We'll take both fights live on Olympics Extra. It's the men's hockey semi-final, and Great Britain are getting a thrashing. 7-1, 8-1 now, I'm hearing. 8-1 to the Dutch on Sports Extra. The USA lead Japan 2-1 in the final of the women's football.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live, and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Well, as you've just heard, Usain Bolt has become the first man to win both the 200 and 100 metres titles at 2 successive Olympics. The Jamaican sprinter has just taken the 200 metres gold in 19.32 seconds. Earlier, Team GB won 2 more golds, bringing the total to 24, with 51 medals overall. The flyweight Nicola Adams became the first woman boxing champion in Olympic history, and Charlotte Dujardin took gold in the dressage. The Ministry of Defence has apologised for retaining body parts and tissue samples from some soldiers killed in Afghanistan and Iraq without their families' knowledge. An army spokesman said 30 service personnel were involved and an investigation was taking place. The uncle of the missing schoolgirl, Tia Sharp, has made a new appeal for her to come home. David Sharp was speaking outside Tia's grandmother's home near Croydon in South London, where the 12-year-old was last seen almost a week ago. And the wife of a prominent Chinese politician is waiting to be sentenced for murdering her British business partner. The authorities say Gu Kai-lai did not contest the charge during her one-day trial that she poisoned Neil Haywood.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugac.
Usain Bolt still going in his lap of honour. At one stage, he actually took a camera and started taking photographs himself. He's still going around with his Jamaican compatriots. A 1, 2, 3. Bolt, the 200-metre champion. Ian Carter's at the USPGA Golf.
And Luke Donald, the world number one, has gone to the turn in 1 under par. That despite dropping a shot on his opening hole. So he's in a share of 30th place with the new Open champion Ernie Els, who's also gone to the turn in 1 under par. 5 shots behind the Swedish leader Carl Pettersson. He is at 6 under par, 1 clear of Gary Woodland and Rory McIlroy, who this morning was round in 67. And Jay Townsend, just a quick word from you, having really engrossed yourself in the Olympics. You're engrossing yourself in the final major of the year. What do you make of Rory McIlroy this morning?
Well, he went out there when the conditions were good, nice and calm, and took advantage of them, put himself in great position early in the tournament. It's only the first round, but you know what? He's had some problems the last few majors. Certainly doesn't look to be the case here. It's a big golf course, suits his game to a T.
Tiger Woods was round in 69, 3 under par, and the best golf being played in the afternoon session, Mark, is by Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño of Spain. He's 4 under par through the 12 holes that he's played so far.
Bolt continues his celebrations, but he's continuing them with his compatriots Blake and Weir. 1, 2, 3 for Jamaica, just taking the applause of the crowds. The applause now at the upper tier here in the Olympic Stadium, and he kissed the finish line at lane 7, his lane, as he went past it. The thoughts of Catherine Merry in a second. Alistair Yeomans can bring us Liverpool's news from Anfield.
Yes, early in the second half, Liverpool 2, FC Gomel of Belarus 0, 3-0 on aggregate, so Liverpool going through to the playoff rounds of the Europa League. The goals from Fabio Borini, his first since he came from Roma, and Steven Gerrard a tap-in. And in the middle of it all, electrifying, Luis Suarez, Mark. The Olympics has done him a power of good like everybody else. And just to tell you, I can tell you Joe Allen, the Swansea City player, is actually watching this game from the stands.
Thank you, Alistair, at Anfield. Steve Parry is going to see who's going to take the gold in the beach volleyball.
That's right, Mark. And I tell you what, the athletics sounds all right, but the half-time show here at the beach volleyball, we had Bananarama on. It was all going off. But I tell you what, there is a
some of us saw Bananarama's first ever British appearance, Whitley Bay, 1989, I think.
What, George Riley's loving that. There's a beast of a man on the Brazilian team. His name's Alisson. He's 6'8", and he's paired up with Emmanuel. He won the Olympics in 2004, got a bronze in 2008. George, these Brazilians are going to be hard to beat against the Germans, aren't they?
I've never known such a scary 6'8" man called Alisson in my life, but he is an absolute beast, as you say. But they're under the cosh at the moment because the Germans have a lead, 13-11. It's all about Brazil. They're expected, they're the world champions, they're expected to take the Olympic crown here tonight. But Germany so far haven't read the script, and they're enjoying themselves because they lead 13-12.
Mark, I'll get you an autograph of Bananarama, and we'll be back with the Brazilian update.
I think Cruel Summer, wasn't it?
You've lost me now.
Did they perform Cruel Summer at half-time?
Yeah, we got that one. That one was definitely performed.
Yeah. All right, thanks, guys. We're going to go to Colin Murray in a second at Taekwondo, but Kath Merry back with us. Kath, what about that? What about that?
It was absolutely outstanding, and I presume you're talking about the men's 200 and not Bananarama.
Well, that was pretty good, actually, to be fair, but honestly, double bubble.
I think we're all very privileged, aren't we? And we're all very lucky here at the 5 Live and the 80,000 in the stadium tonight to witness some very historic moments. And for me, Usain Bolt just ran a wonderful, wonderful bend. He came off ahead of Johan Blake. He had a great draw of lane 7. And the other reason I think which was fundamental in him winning tonight, apart from him obviously of course just being the best, is for me he didn't chase the world record, he chased the gold medal. He so wanted to go down in sporting history as a legend, and it was just a pleasure to watch.
Well, this man's had a very good evening as well. David Rudisha has won the 800 metres. That was in a world record time. Bolt is about to start his interviews, so I reckon he'll be with Sonia. It's 9:15. What do we reckon? 9:50? No, sorry, 10:15 an hour?
I don't think we'll be here.
Yeah, we'll be here.
No,
Sonia will be here.
Yeah, we'll leave Sonia.
Shall I go and leave her 15 quid?
Yeah, I think we need to
she
celebrate.
Can get home?
Yeah, she'll be fine.
She'll be all right.
10:30 I'm going.
10:30. We're going to have a sweet.
It's one of the perks of the job, isn't it? She gets to interview Bolt.
One thing we know is that he won't get away with not speaking to her, because she'll give him a ride talking to if he tries to get away with that. But I mean, it was just the way, we talked so much about it, but the way he ran the bend. Well, I mean, Darren obviously being the sprinter summed it up. Within 5-10 metres, he'd beaten him.
Oh, it was over.
He'd beaten Blake.
It was absolutely over, and I think that's probably what you guys in particular, Darren, would have said. If he starts, if he runs the first part of the bend, if he comes off in the lead, nobody is going to catch him, even at 95% fit. And he slowed down the last 10 metres. Wouldn't have made a big difference to the time. Momentum was going, and put his fingers on his lips. And it's going to be a wonderful picture for all the papers to see. But no, he's been dominant. It's now whether he can defend the last gold medal in the 4x100 metre relay, of course, and do the triple.
Yeah, wouldn't that be magnificent, Steve?
It would be. And do you know what? In Berlin 3 years ago, when we saw him run that world record, 1919, he ran like a man trying to break the world record. Remember his face, straining, coming, looking at the clock as he went across the line. Tonight he ran to win the race. It was evident. He almost slowed as he went across the line, finger to his lips to say, quieten everyone. Question to Darren, would he or could he have broken the world record if he'd have tried to tonight?
No, I said before the race, he's not fit. He's not that fit.
No, hang on. That doesn't compute.
What do you mean? Why doesn't it?
He's not fit.
No. He's not right. Listen, the Usain Bolt we saw in Berlin was fully fit. Yeah, fully fit.
I don't get it.
What do you mean you don't get it? He told you himself he was 95%
No, but
fit.
the best is playful. I'm not.
Which bit of him's not quite right?
Could I just say, you lot have got issues. Yeah, because I tell you something about certificates and you don't believe me, and now I'm trying to tell this one here on my left-hand side that he weren't fit.
Which bit of him's not fit? Seriously, what's the 5%?
No, he's not fully fit. He's not fully fit.
I mean, he's not carrying an injury anyway. He just hasn't done.
Clearly, watching the footage from the Jamaican Championships, his stride length wasn't the Usain Bolt that we all know. It wasn't low P, it wasn't long, it was short. So what you got to think is, as I've tried to explain to you guys, sprinting's all about rhythm. Now, Usain Bolt's perfect rhythm is with a long stride. So at the point where he has to cut his stride, it becomes difficult. So then it's not rhythmical.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah,
so it's not rhythmical, and also it's then not programmed. Do you understand? Because it's not a rhythm that he's used to. So by him going to get the treatment and not racing anymore, that's fine because he would have healed the back. But then you've got a period of 3 weeks to try and catch that rhythm that your body knows so well.
So it's not like he's carrying anything. He's just if to use a football analogy, if he was a footballer, you would say he's fit, but he's not match fit.
No, he's match fit, but he's not break world records fit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because breaking world records is superhuman feats. I'll ask you a question. When you broke your world records, you felt it. Yeah, going into that competition, I would presume that everything just felt right. I don't think you would have gone into breaking the world records in the javelin like going, oh, well, my shoulder's a bit tight, or... Do you know what I mean? Everything works how you want it to work.
In a perfect world, right?
I get that. In a perfect world.
But 9.63, 5/100ths, and it was a lot cooler than it is tonight. It's 23 degrees in the stadium tonight.
It's different fitness.
I understand that. I think it shows his potential, because I still think he could have broken the world record, but he's going to take it to a whole new level when he is fit. Is that fair?
The world record's 1919, and Catherine made the point earlier that he was slowing up. He was slowing up because he was tying up. Now, the reason why he was tying up was because we've been blessed and lucky enough to witness some amazing sights, and from I don't remember ever watching in the previous races going, it's over after 10 metres, but it was over. So what the problem that Usain Bolt had, like I said, that lane 7 is almost like a straight, so he gets to open up his stride, so he generates so much speed then that he's still got to come home, because he's still got the rest of the 100. So he would, and maybe we can get the stats, he would have hit top speed at some point earlier than normal, which means then that's why we didn't see that fluidness in that last 10 metres, because he was tying up.
Well, it's still an absolute pleasure to watch him run like that. The hockey is now 9-1 to the Dutch against GB men, which is really painful. They're going to have to try and regroup and win the bronze medal against the Australians. Colin's gone on the late shift, because quite rightly the Taekwondo is so exciting.
Yeah, we won't leave. So is your show, of course. A heady mix of chat about Usain Bolt, sprinting and Bananarama, but forget Nathan Jones, it's all about Jade Jones. And Mark, what a day it has been at the XL. One that we didn't expect when we turned up this morning. I have a producer that won't go home. He's been here from 7. He will not miss what's in front of him. I have a commentator beside me that is like a giddy schoolgirl that thinks just probably would trade his commentary and Andy Murray's goal to be here for Jade Jones. And we have quite an incredible story of 2 of Britain's taekwondo team, one of whom will fight for a bronze. The other, Jade Jones, goes for gold a little later. And around 30,000 people have filed into this arena today, Jonathan Overenden. As we said earlier, some would have had taekwondo as their number 1 choice for tickets, but a lot would have applied to see Bolt in the lottery, to see Hoy, to see Phelps, and they ended up with this. Happy to enjoy it, but thinking their Union flag's main purpose would have been to shield their shoulders from the sun. Instead, they will be joined by millions on TV and radio, because a nation will be watching and listening to this.
They will. Evening again, Colin. Hi, Mark. The atmosphere is going to be incredible inside this arena tonight, because I think when you've got a ticket to the Taekwondo final, this is a sport which is the national sport of Korea. It originated in Asia. We see so many Asian players in the draws here in all weight categories. You would have expected it to be China against Korea, or Chinese Taipei, or maybe Japan involved somewhere. The idea of a Brit being involved on the first day of British competition here, it just would seem ridiculous, but it's a huge testament to the strides that have been made in British Taekwondo. They've got a setup there, a dedicated programme based in Manchester, UK Sport Lottery funding, and they've got their first chance for gold this evening, 10:15 with Jade Jones, the 19-year-old from Wales. And let's not forget the Liverpudlian Martin Stamper in under half an hour now, fighting for the bronze medal.
And of course they're both unprecedented. I'm thinking we should start calling it the We Have Never Olympics. But, you know, Mo in the 10,000, the exploits of the equestrian team, the gymnastics team, a time trial gold in the road for Bradley Wiggins. We've never won that before.
Dancing horses.
How long have you got? I mean, how long have you got? We've never had a male taekwondo medal at the Olympics. We've never had a gold medal, that's for sure. We've never had a British taekwondo fighter take to that mat in front of us at the XL and actually compete for gold. Pretty special again.
Is it a player or is it a fighter? Or is it a taekwondoer?
I've noticed that you've been saying player. What are they exactly playing at? Because I don't see playing when they crush their feet into their rib cage or slap their foot against the side of their head.
I think one thing's for sure from what we've seen today, this is one of the most exciting sports in London 2012, presented superbly here, full house, and British gold medal chance in under an hour.
First up, Afghanistan against Great Britain.
Thank you very much, Colin. We're really looking forward to it. We really are. We're going to be back with you for all that. So it's a 1-2-3 in the 200 metres for Jamaica. Usain Bolt from Johan Blake and Warren Weir. Here's the three of them with Phil Jones.
Usain, come in. Bring your teammates with you. Come in, guys, one and all. Congratulations. You wanted to come here and cement your legend. You've done that, the double-double. Tell me what it means.
Well, this is what I wanted, and I got it. I'm very proud of myself. I came out here, had a rough season. I came out here and I came out here and do what I had to do.
Is it all the more special to celebrate that lap on with these two guys?
Without a doubt. I know my coach probably going crazy right now. We've been working hard all season. We pushed ourselves. We pushed each other. And this is the end product, so we're happy, definitely.
Johan, what about this guy? I know you pushed him hard all year. And
First and foremost, I have to give God thanks. You know, Sean Keckle. My muscles, Coach Glenn Mills, you know, he has been there. Of course, Usain Bolt, he has been motivated me all season. And of course, we have to give thanks to Warren Weir. Everything has been going good so far.
Warren, can I bring you in briefly as well? I know we're the national anthem playing. We're going to grab a quick word.
Yeah.
Tell me what this performance does for you going forward. 22, you've got these two as teammates and you've delivered today.
It's a great honour to come here and do what my country wanted, to get the top three. First, I must thank God, my mother, my fiance, everybody.
You're sharing a lot of love with people in the crowd there.
Yeah. The love in London is very, very good. To know that I'm a Calabar old boy coming here represented for Calabar at Irma Kinley. One love Jamaica.
And there were a lot of Jamaican flags flying there. And just as the Kenyan national anthem comes to a close, Usain he's applauding David Rudisha, and he deserves it, a world record. We hoped you might break a world record tonight. Did you think it was in the air?
Definitely. I think it was possible. I came off the corner, and I guess I wasn't fit enough. I was fast, but I wasn't fit enough. I came off the corner. I could feel the strain on my back a little bit. So all I did was try to keep my form, run home, and when I see I was going, I'll stop running because I knew it was going to be a workout. Because when I came off that corner, I could feel it.
And finally, let me ask you, this year it's not been the easiest of build-ups for you. You said coming in you were 95% fit, and yet you've still been able to do this. Sum up for me what this means in the context of the whole season.
It's hard. For me, it was hard. I'm really dedicated to my work, and I know what London meant to me, and I came here and I gave it my all. I gave it my best, and I'm proud of myself. I didn't get a world record. I really wanted to try to get in the 200 meters, but it was harder than I think. But for me, I'm happy.
A message for your fans?
Definitely. If I start thanking people, I'm going to be here all day. But thank everybody. Thank my family. My family is here. They supported me. Thank Nugent Walker, my best friend, my management staff, all the fans in Jamaica, Sherwood Content especially. That's where I'm from. Kingston, all my 4 friends. I call them the 4 Square group. Big up all of you guys. It's all love, and I'll continue doing you guys proud.
You're a legend.
I must say, Colin Jackson, you were this close to winning that bet.
I just want to say big up Birmingham, London. You guys have been great. Birmingham people, you guys take care of us.
Yeah.
We have to give you all the respect, Birmingham
people. Where we had camp, they were extremely great to us. They show us a lot of love. And thank you guys. You guys help us to come out here and do our best.
Shout out Birmingham.
Well, Kath Merry's punching the air there. Kath, pick it up, Birmingham.
That's from rugby.
I live in Solihull. I run for Berkshire Harriers.
I know. You don't have to tell. I know where you live.
West Midlands.
Can I tell you why I'm happy?
Yes.
Because I know how hard Birmingham City Council, Birmingham University and Alexander Stadium worked to house both the Jamaican and the USA track and field team. So to have the big boys there after such a wonderful run, thank the people of Birmingham, I think it's wonderful.
We're going to talk to Darren in a second about the fact that he was absolutely right about Usain Bolt's fitness. Nick Davis is in Usain Bolt's bar in Kingston. Nick, you just heard Kingston getting a mention there from the big man himself.
Yeah, absolutely. In front of me there's a big poster of Usain Bolt, and people are taking their picture by it. There's a young lady right now with her mum just about to take a shot. If you can imagine the atmosphere inside Tracks and Records was electric. The whole place just went absolutely crazy when he went across the line. Followed, of course, by Blake and Weir, who we just heard from. Jamaica was hoping for a 1-2-3 in the 100. Didn't happen. Hoping for it in the 200, didn't happen. Well, in the 200 women, didn't happen. But here it did, and people are just over the moon that Jamaica has again sort of shown its dominance on the sprint and in track and field.
Nick, thank you very much for that. GB have got a goal back. It's 9-2 to the Dutch now. They are, Darren, you absolutely on the money that his back wasn't absolutely right, which is the good thing about that is we're all thinking, right, when he is fit, when he is completely fit, as Steve was saying earlier, maybe he can have a go at breaking this mythical 19-second barrier.
I think he said beforehand it's on his mind. Obviously, he needs targets. He's just done the double-double, and without targets, then there is almost no point in carrying on. I'm sure he's a very wealthy man already by now. But whilst he continues to enjoy coming out and performing for the crowd and putting on performances, and he has times such as landmarks such as 19 seconds to break, then I think it's important that we all just enjoy what we're witnessing, because it's not going to last forever. In that, the Jamaicans seem to have a conveyor belt of more to come. But I got asked the question today, do I think we'll see anything like him in the next 10 years? And my feeling is no, unless a sprinter comes out who's 6'5" or 6'6". I just don't see how he's going to be matched.
And as for the coach, Glenn Mills, Kath Merry, he has all 3 of these runners. It's like having sort of 3 children and someone saying, well, which one's your favourite? You cannot possibly choose a favourite child.
Well, throughout the season, Glenn Mills is constantly asked, obviously, between Usain Bolt and Johan Blake, who's the best one, who's the fittest, who's going to do this? And now you add Warren Weir into the mix. Oh my, but what an absolute blessing for Glenn Mills to have such a trio. And that will make them even more successful. When you train train with successful people. You want to be the head honcho in your own group. You want to be the best in your own country. And with Jamaica and sprinting at the moment, that then makes you the best in the world.
Yeah, you want to be head of the pride of Lions, don't you? So it really will drive you on. Steve, the women's javelin is underway. What's the early news?
Well, we're just getting towards the end of the second round of this final, and we expected. I'm sat with Goldie Sayers here. We were talking beforehand. Barbara Spotakova of the Czech Republic is in the lead, 66 metres and 90 centimetres. Christine Oberföll, bronze medalist last time round, the German, is in second place with just over 65 metres, and the third place is Sunette Viljoen of South Africa, 64 metres and 53. And Goldie, out in qualifying, injured. You've got a sore elbow, but is this painful to watch?
This is possibly a bit more painful than a physical injury. I have to say, it's not the first round I was expecting. I was expecting big distances, considering the conditions are fairly good, really, and it's certainly not Beijing, put it that way.
Who looks best to you?
Spotakova, I mean, no doubt. Not no doubt, it's sport, but I would say she's going to win it. Christina, I think Obergfell, the German, could be a bit more settled. I looked at the throwing order and actually thought, the first three may be the first three on the medal podium, but the German, I think, could pull something out, and she's up next to throw.
So here we go then. Christine Oberföll, 30 years of age, currently in second place. She's chasing a lead of 66 metres and 90. The powerful German, quick on the approach and just tails the javelin horribly. It goes higher than it does go forward. So the lead at the moment, Barbara Spotakova, the Olympic champion from 4 years ago of the Czech Republic.
Got live taekwondo on the way here on 5 Live Sport. We must speak to Alice Sarikin at the end of a horrible 24 hours for British hockey. The women lost last night narrowly. The men tonight, Ali, absolute pasting from the Dutch.
Battered, totally battered. And yes, Mark, you're quite right. For the second night in succession, the stuffing has been knocked out of Great Britain hockey here at the Riverbank Arena. An evening of irresistible, total hockey from the Dutch. A masterclass, poetry in motion, call it what you will. Great Britain completely outclassed, hit by a wave of orange this evening. 9-2 it finished. There were hat-tricks for 2 players, for Voistov and for Bakker. It could have been more. Great Britain battled hard, but I have to say, I've never seen hockey played like that. Never. It was special. It really was a treat to watch, even though Great Britain were on the end of an almighty thumping. This is their worst defeat in Olympic history. But you've got to sometimes tip your hat, haven't you? And that was remarkable.
It sounds like there's not a lot they could have done about it, Ali.
I don't think so, to be honest. I think the Dutch would have beaten anybody tonight. The scoreline might have been minimised by the Germans or the Australians, perhaps. But the skills on the stick were second to none. They were telepathic in their understanding of each other and where they were going to be. Every little touch seemed to come off. Every shot on goal went into the back of the net. The penalty corner routine worked a treat. There was virtually nothing that you could pick from the Dutch side and say, oh, well, that's a bit flaky, that's a bit dodgy. GB should be doing a bit more of this, a bit more of that. They were just completely outclassed, Mel Klula. I mean, it's fair to say, isn't it, that anybody would have come off second best tonight?
Absolutely. I genuinely think you could point a lot of things about the Great Britain game tonight and say they didn't do this and they didn't do that, but I think you just have to give credit to the Dutch in what is just, in a pressurised situation in the semi-finals of the Olympic Games, to put that performance in is unbelievable, and I can only imagine that the Germans are going to be quaking in their boots, because that is an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, so the Netherlands will play the Germans in the final for gold, Mark, and Great Britain will play off for bronze against Australia. And for both the men and the women, it is now a mental obstacle, it seems to me. The women, well, we all saw how broken and emotionally distraught they were last night after losing to Argentina in their semi-final. They have to somehow put that aside and try and do something against New Zealand in their bronze medal match tomorrow. The men, well, they know that they were well beaten this evening. It is a different proposition. But to come back from a 9-2 stuffing to take bronze, it's going to take some doing against the Aussies.
It certainly is. That really is a depressing result for GB men. Now, the women's football final. It's all over at Wembley. Ian Dennis.
Final score, the United States 2, Japan 1. So the USA have retained their Olympic title. It's a third successive gold medal in a sport that they continue to dominate. Pushed all the way, though, by the world champions Japan, who twice hit the crossbar, and even after going 2 down, reduced the arrears through Ogimi, while Sola made a crucial save from Iwabuchi with just 7 minutes left. But the USA won it with a goal in each half from Carly Lloyd, a header running in after 8 minutes, and a sweet strike from the edge of the area after 54 minutes. Lloyd secured the goal with the winner 4 years ago. She once more is the golden girl in front of an Olympic record crowd for women's football. 80,203. The United States 2, Japan 1.
And another goal at Anfield, Alistair Yeomans.
Yes, good work out for Liverpool pre-season against FC Gomel in the Europa League. 3-0 now, a rarity. Glenn Johnson, a left-foot volley from 18 yards. Jamie Carragher is about to come on for his 701st appearance for Liverpool. Everybody's quite happy here.
And the decathlon coming to an end here in the Olympic Stadium. Mike Costello.
Yes, Jessica Ennis earlier on in the Olympic Games crowned the greatest female all-round athlete in the world, and it looks as though Ashton Eaton is on the way to claiming the title of the men's best all-rounder on the planet. He came here as the world record holder, only the second man ever to break the 9,000 point barrier, and he did so at the recent American trials, and he's come here showing no ill effects of those exertions just a few weeks ago, because he's on course now for the Olympic record, which is held at 8,893 points by Roman Chevrolet of the Czech Republic, clocked in Athens in 2004, and Chevrolet the only other man to go beyond the 9,000 point barrier. And Ashton Eaton here needs to finish in around 4 minutes and 30 seconds or so to lower Chevrolet into second place in the all-time Olympic rankings. Down in front of us, 3 rows in front of us, is Daley Thompson, one of only 2 men in history to have won the Olympic gold medal twice in the decathlon. The other is Bob Mathias, who won in London in 1948 and in 1952 for the United States. Other Americans to claim the title that Ashton Eaton is well on his way to doing so now. Brian Clay in 2008, Dan O'Brien back in 1996, and Bruce Jenner also. Catherine Merry watching with me now, and Eaton in 4th place, going steadily but still well on course for that Olympic record.
He is indeed, and we were talking fleetingly yesterday about a potential world record here from Ashton Eaton. He was just some 67 points down on that after the first 5 events of the first day of action. But it has been an American battle all the way. Himself and teammate Trey Hardy have been kind of trading the lead throughout these 2 days of competition, but Ashton Eaton, he's only had one personal best in the 9 events leading up to this, but such is his superiority, as you say, Mike, in the multi-event discipline now. Nobody's been able to touch him, and he sits comfortably in 5th with that big cushion of time that you spoke about, and he's on his way and hopefully enjoying a little bit of what's to come in the next few minutes.
Yes, Eaton was in the silver medal position behind Trey Hardy at the World Championships last year. Hardy has had a much tougher time of it this time round, and he isn't one of the best 1,500 metre runners, and he's quite some way adrift at the moment, although he's closer to Eaton than you might have thought on their lifetime best times. Eaton is one of the quickest in the entire field. They all hear the bell now, music to their ears after 2 days of arduous competition, and this particular heat is being led by Hans van Alphen of Belgium, who scored a very convincing win in the big meeting in Gotsis in Austria leading up to the Olympic Games, when the Americans were missing, getting ready for their trials. And now moving into second place on the far side, and this could be significant, is Leonel Suarez of Cuba, who took the bronze medal 4 years ago in Beijing and also at the World Championships last year. And he is in 3rd place ahead of this 1,500 metres, but he might be close enough to Trey Hardy to take the silver medal, and that's why Trey Hardy is running quicker than he normally does, and he's within about 50 metres of Leonel Suarez, who's now in 2nd place in the race proper. But Ashton Eaton is still going comfortably in 5th place here, but he needs to clock around 4 minutes and 30 seconds if he's to break the Olympic record, which has stood for 8 years, to Roman Chevrolet. And into the home straight now, the last of 2 days' work for Ashton Eaton. who's been superb across the 9 events so far, and now virtually jogs down the home straight, but this will really be hurting. He tries now just to punch for the line. 4 minutes 30, 31, it's just outside, and so he'll be very, very close to the Olympic record, but maybe not just near enough. But he is, for all that, the Olympic champion in the men's decathlon. So the world record holder justifies his billing as the favourite for the title. He takes gold in convincing fashion.
A wonderful 2 days of decathlon action by the 24-year-old based in Eugene, Oregon, where he broke the world record in the decathlon earlier this year. He was so tired, Mike, crossing the line. He could hardly have any power in his arms to throw them up and celebrate. But a good 2 days of competition, and the pre-event favourite, well, just like Jessica Ennis, has delivered the gold medal.
So there we are then, that's the end of the decathlon. Darren Fletcher's come to watch the athletics this evening, and while he's here, let's catch up with him on what's been an historic day for boxing, and we hope to speak to Nicola Adams, who won the flyweight boxing, historic moment for Great Britain, and a mention for Katie Taylor, who won for Ireland in the lightweight. Women's boxing introduced for the first time, a few people a little bit unhappy about it. The noise that you were commentating through, really, weren't you, was extraordinary.
Well, it's been amazing, Mark, because we thought the atmosphere was good for the men's competition early in the start of the Olympics, but as the women's competition has gone on, it's got noisier and noisier and noisier. The first few bouts, the crowd kind of sat there and just clapped their hands and didn't really know what to do. But now it's noisier for the women's bouts in general than it is for the men's, and particularly when Katie Taylor and Nicola Adams are in the ring. I mean, the atmosphere this afternoon was sensational. There must have been 8,000 Irish supporters among the 10,000 in there, but obviously they were cheering for Nicola Adams as well. And she had a very difficult bout. She was up against the double world champion Can Ren from China, who'd beaten Nicola twice in the last 2 world championships, so it was always going to be tough. But to be honest, Mark, she controlled the bout from start to finish. She's not lost a round all the way through this Olympic boxing tournament. She's been the class performer in the flyweight division, and there is nobody more deserving of a gold medal than Nicola Adams, because she's completely dominated that particular weight category.
Now, I understand that she's doing an interview with our television colleagues, so we hope to speak to her very soon. She's been an extra in Coronation Street and Emmerdale. Not going to be an extra in anything anymore when you're Olympic champion.
No, she did say that she'd had a pint in the Rovers. That was part of the scene she did when she did Coronation Street. We were at the press conference earlier in the week. She also told us she'd been a plasterer. I think she's done a bit of bricklaying. She's done all kinds of things, but she smiled her way through the Olympic Games. She's been fantastic.
She's listening to us now. Nicola, many congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Just try and sum up for us what this achievement means to you.
Oh, it absolutely means the world to me, you know. I've been boxing all my life, and to get the medal for Great Britain today, it's a dream come true for me.
And Darren's been commentating on all your bouts and has said that he felt that the atmosphere sort of shifted as far as the women's fights were concerned. Maybe at the beginning the crowd didn't know quite how to react to the fact they were watching women's boxing. But by the end, Darren's saying here, the noise was actually probably more than the men's fights. Did you notice a sort of shift in the atmosphere?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, the crowd was absolutely amazing the whole way through the tournament. People chanting my name and chanting all the other boxers along. You know, it's been massive support. I'd just like to say, you know, thank you to everybody that came down to support, and the ones that were supporting at home as well.
So Nicola, just give us an idea of what sorts of things you've done work-wise and while you've been pursuing a dream of boxing in the Olympics.
Oh, a bit of everything, I think. Extra work, painting and decorating, all sorts.
All the while just keeping this dream at the forefront of your mind.
Yeah, just trying to keep my dream alive of being an Olympic champion.
I think the interesting thing from Nicola's perspective, Mark, is that she came down from Leeds to London. She was effectively living in a hostel near King's Cross, couldn't get the sponsorship that she wanted to, and you've had to work so hard, Nicola, haven't you, with the support of your mum, basically off your own back, to get to this stage, to get into the system, and eventually to win a gold medal. It's not been an easy journey.
No, it hasn't. You know, it's been a really, really tough journey, especially with my back injury as well. But you know, I thankfully came back from that, and I've just been enjoying every moment since.
How is the back? I mean, you had that fall down the stairs. I mean, you look at it and you think, blimey, that was a big problem for you for a long period of time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I was in bed for 3 months, but I listened to Dr. Mike Loosemore and the other staff, and they really helped me out and got me back on my feet. And with the lottery funding, it's helped massively to the GB boxing.
Nicola, would you want and would you hope that your performance today would encourage more women to box?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'd really love to see younger girls, getting involved in the sport and trying to do, what I've done today. It'd be like the icing on top of the cake.
What would you say to any mums and dads listening who may be a little bit reticent about wanting their daughters to box? What would you say to them?
I'd just say, just go down and try it. It's just a sport at the end of the day, and it's a really good sport. And you never know that your son or daughter could come back with a gold medal.
Yeah. What happens now, Nicola? What do you want to do now?
I just want to, see my family and have a couple of weeks off from training, and just enjoy the moment, really.
I think the abiding moment for me for the entire Olympic Games is that when Nicola finished her bout today, and bearing in mind she'd beaten the double world champion, she took a head guard off. And there wasn't a bead of sweat on Nicola's forehead. And then I looked along at the commentary box, and Bunsey was absolutely dripping wet through. We'd thrown every punch. We dodged every punch that Can Red had thrown her way. And she was the coolest person in the place.
Yeah, well, Nicola, you beat somebody who's beaten you twice recently, as Darren said, in the World Championships.
Yeah, I always knew it was going to be a tough battle between us both, but the last 6 to 8 weeks, me and the coaches have been working hard, on tactics and trying to beat Ren Can, and it paid off in the ring.
How's it lifted the team, Nicola? Because we've got 4 of the boys in the semi-finals tomorrow. They've all got tough bouts, but bearing in mind you've walked back in there with a gold medal, that must have given them a huge lift tonight.
Oh yeah, definitely. All the lads are buzzing right now, and I'm just hoping this really does give them the confidence to get in there and think, I can do this. I can get this, turn them medals into a shinier colour and get to the finals.
Nicola, have a really good evening and many congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, absolute pleasure. It's Nicola Adams, history today, winning in the flyweight division. And as you were saying, it was a really nice sort of mix of the British and the Irish, both celebrating and supporting the other boxer, Katie Taylor, for Ireland in the lightweight.
There was a wonderful moment on the tube on the way to Excel this morning. Bunsey and I sat there, and a group of Irish girls got on and went through the full routine of Sweet Molly Malone. They'd all got the Katie Taylor t-shirts on that it had made for the day. They'd written on the back 50 Shades of Grey, Katie Taylor 2012 on the back, and all this, and they sang their way through the entire train journey. By the time we got off, everybody else was joining in as well, whether they didn't know the words or not. But Katie Taylor today went into the bout with great expectations. 4 times world champion. She's the golden girl of women's boxing, so she went in there with big hopes. She dominated the bouts, didn't really ever get to the levels today that she had done in the last 8 or the last 4. It was a bit of a scrappy affair against Ochagawa, who's a very shrewd boxer. She knew exactly how to stem the Katie Taylor tide, but she had a big third round, won it by 3 points to 1, and that proved to be the difference. And I've not heard a louder cheer in that building this entire Olympic Games than when Katie Taylor stood on the podium and collected the gold medal, and she fully deserved it.
Right, the men have a lot to look up to after, and a lot to chase after the success of the British and Irish boxers today. So semi-final action tomorrow. Mark everybody's card.
Yeah, we've got 2 bouts in the afternoon and 2 in the evening. The bantamweight Luke Campbell fights against Shimizu from Japan. You might remember him being reinstated earlier in the Olympic Games. So that's Luke Campbell's semi-final opponent, which should be, relatively straightforward for the whole bantamweight. The middleweight Anthony Ogogo fights in the afternoon as well. He's got a really difficult fight though against Florentino Falcao from Brazil, who's beaten him a couple of times already. But Ogogo is riding this wave of emotion, Mark. He's got the problems in it with his mother being ill. He's got the euphoria of his sister having a baby. He's had the bad shoulder that almost prevented him coming here. And you're starting to wonder whether there's a bit of destiny about Anthony Ogogo. He's been on the posters. He's the most visible figure, I suppose, outside of Anthony Joshua in the men's team. But he's got a really difficult bout at middleweight. And then the night time should be an absolute cracker. The all-action boxer Fred Evans, the traveller boy from Newport, he's going to be in there against the #1 seed, the world champion from Ukraine, Taras Celestiuk. And then to conclude things, 10:45, by this time, you can only imagine what the atmosphere is going to be in Excel, because one or two people might have had a drink by then. Anthony Joshua climbs through the ropes against Ivan Dichko from Kazakhstan. He's 6'8". Joshua, you saw, put Zheng on his backside with a monster blow in his previous bout, and he always brings the house down. The big super heavyweights are what they want to see, and Joshua will close the show tomorrow.
How's Lennox?
Lennox is bearing up. Yeah. Lennox is actually
quite a furious pace.
Well, he's actually starting to throw punches while the rounds are on. He's getting more into it as each bout goes. So we're starting to duck back out of the way, Bunty and I, from time to time.
You're giving it the good sway, are you? Yeah, getting out of the way of it.
He's quite accurate, though, I'll tell you.
Well, he should be, shouldn't he? I'm definitely going to try and make it down there. Of course, it's clashed so much with the evening athletics, but the afternoon, I think, plays nicely into one's hands.
This is how much respect we've got for Lennox Lewis. Yesterday, he came along with 2 bars of chocolate, a Bounty and a Kit Kat, and he went away and came back for the afternoon session, and neither Bunty or me dared touch them.
They were
still
all there.
And he said, "Oh, I thought you'd have eaten my chocolate," and we both went, No.
We're not stupid. We may be many things, but we're not stupid. Darren, thank you very much indeed. Darren and Steve Bunce with all the boxing, and Colin now with the Taekwondo action tonight.
Yeah, they're still mopping up Bunty sweat next door after that, but this afternoon 5 Live was awash with that women's boxing, dressage and Taekwondo. The most fun Jonathan Overend, John Hunt, Darren Fletcher, myself have ever had with their clothes on, and it culminates over the next 45 minutes or so. Jade Jones from Flint in Wales going for gold, and Martin Stamper now trying to claim a bronze against the first ever athlete from Afghanistan to win an Olympic medal, Jonathan Overend.
Rahula Nikpai, absolutely, 25 years of age, fled Kabul with his family during the conflict, set up camp in one of Iran's refugee camps, joined a Taekwondo camp there full of refugees, and he became really good at it, so much so that he represented Afghanistan in Beijing in the minus 58 kilogram category, and from nowhere won bronze. As you say, Colin, Afghanistan's first Olympic medal. Now, 4 years later, 10 kilograms heavier, he's fighting for a bronze medal, and his opponent from Great Britain, the 25-year-old from Liverpool, Martin Stamper, bronze medalist at the World Championship last year, bronze medalist at the European Championship this year. He only sneaked into the British team ahead of Michael Harvey, but now in his first Olympic Games, here comes Martin Stamper through a curtain away to our right to start the long walk into the ring where inside the next 10 minutes he could be winning a bronze medal for Team GB. Britain's first in male competition at Taekwondo. Here he is, Stamper comes out, Excel on its feet. It's been a fantastic atmosphere all day, Colin, hasn't it?
It's been wonderful. We just see 8,000 fans for each session. There's not a seat in the house, a raised square mat in the centre, all eyes fixed on this battle of tradition and of absolute bone-grinding strength, agility, dexterity, and I think above everything of brain.
Yeah, strategy, absolutely. And balance, for me, above everything, balance, Colin. That's the thing. I mean, when you're trying to kick, not hip high, not chest high, not shoulder high, but head high, someone who's 5'11", think about the difficulty of that, the angle of your attacking leg, but then think about how difficult it is to retreat on the defensive on one leg. I mean, that's pretty hard to stand up after that sort of kick, Colin.
Yeah, you can sometimes fall over when you practice those type of kicks. I know what you're getting at, Jonathan, okay.
But, you know, that's the thing, isn't it? It's attack and defence. And 3 two-minute rounds to decide the bronze medal here. 2 bronze medals in all the Taekwondo weight categories. We already know that Terence Jennings of the United States has won one of them. He lost to Servet Tazagal of Turkey, who's the hot favourite for the gold medal match later on tonight. This is the featherweight category, minus 68 kilograms.
Well, when was the last time you were so excited as you walked to a sporting venue, you pretended to be the people who you were going to watch? We did that on the way over here. You could only kick about 2.5 foot in the air, and I fell flat on my backside. It took me about 15 seconds to get up.
Here we go then. What a day this has been. Another fantastic London Olympic day on BBC Radio 5 Live. And here at 7 minutes to 10 at night, inside XL Arena down in London's famous Docklands, Martin Stamper fights for bronze for Great Britain, with Jade Jones still to come. His opponent, Ruhollah Nikpai from Afghanistan, 13 in the world. Stamper is 10 in the world. They're both 25. He won through the Asian qualifying tournament. Bronze in Beijing, bronze at the Worlds last year, along with Stamper. Well, it's Afghanistan going for the first attack. Nikpai is in the blue body armour and blue helmet, and Stamper in red, trying to attack there with a turning kick. Stamper. All his fights so far in this competition have been very, very cagey. He won through to meet the top seed, Servet Tazagul from Turkey, and he really acquitted himself very well in that contest, I thought, Stamper. Tazagul is a real cut above the rest in this competition. But here he is playing for the bronze despite that semi-final defeat. It's 0-0. We've played for 45 minutes in the opening round. As I say, it's 3 2-minute rounds. If you haven't been listening to Taekwondo on 5 Live during the day today, here's how it works in terms of point scoring. You kick or hit to the body, and that's 1 point. You kick to the body while turning, that's 2 points. You kick to the head successfully, that's 3 points. A turning kick to the head is 4 points. So basically, as the risk level rises, as the difficulty level rises, so you are rewarded greater. And that's why, even if someone is 5-1 down, and we've seen that today here in Excel, someone 5-1 down with 1 second to go, scored with a turning head kick, that's 4-point shot, it's 5-all. The electronic body armour scores on the kicks to the body as Stamper scores the first point of the bronze medal match. It's a side kick with his right foot, his leading foot, into the body armour, the equivalent of a boxing jab, just leaning forward and thrusting, and an injury here for Nikpai. And this is not unusual in Taekwondo to see kicks to the ankles, shins, knees and calves. There are some severe bruises, Colin Murray, after these matches.
It's lucky they're padded up, or we wouldn't get beyond about 10 seconds. They've obviously got the scoring padding that goes around the rib cage to protect them, the head padding, but more importantly, the amount of shin-to-shin contact just makes you absolutely wince in the commentary box.
Quick bit of magic spray from the physio, and we're back underway. No rolling around, no screaming, no trying to get the other player sent off, just back on with the action. Here it's a turning kick attempt from Stamper, who leads 1-0 in the final few seconds of the first round here. Good start from the Liverpudlian. Here comes the hooter. And Britain are in the lead at the end of the first of the 3 rounds. On headshots, it's worth pointing out, if you haven't been with us all day, 3 judges sit ringside, and 2 out of the 3 need to be in agreement that a score has been made, and they've got electronic pads on which they score. The body shots are the sensors on the body armour. Coaches can challenge to video replays. We've seen plenty of drama with those today, Colin, haven't we?
Well, it's a wonderful system as well, because everybody gets to watch it on big screens. We all get to see what they're watching as well, and we either get a thumbs up for a yes, you were right to challenge it, you will get the points, or we get a cross of the arms across the chest, cross my heart and hope to die we were right in the first place.
Crucial challenge for Jade Jones late in her semi-final. She won by 10 points to 6 against Sheng Li Cheng, the top seed, who in the last few minutes has won her bronze medal match, and she absolutely thumped her Finnish opponent. So that's another sign of how well Jade Jones has done today. 10-15 for her gold medal match. Is it going to be 2 medals in one night for Great Britain? Stamper starts round 2. 2 minutes to come. Couple of lovely turning exchanges here from Stamper. Headshot from the Afghan, but Stamper's still in front. 1-0 in the contest. After the first 10 seconds of an explosive start here to round 2. This is all action stuff as another injury comes to the Afghan, who's bent double at the moment, holding his right thigh. That must have hurt.
You think of what they've went through today, throughout this tournament all day, how many times they've had to step up in that mat, and both of them for victories and defeat.
Yep. 4 matches in a day for these guys, and they're getting kicked in the process.
Battered and bruised.
Battered and bruised. But a medal at the end of it, potentially. A Stamper went for a spinning head kick there. I tell you what, he's gone for more head kicks in this bout so far, Colin, than in all 3 of his previous matches this tournament. This is a strategic outing for Martin Stamper of Liverpool. He still leads 1-0. We played for 40 seconds in the second round. Now they're eyeing each other up centre ring. And that's a head kick for the Afghan. Oh, it's a terrific score. It's a 3-pointer. And he takes the lead. 3-1 in the second round here. And great disguise on that. You have to spin so quickly and get that kick out. And Stamper didn't see it coming. 3-1. So now Stamper has to try and respond with a head score of his own, you would think, or is he going to keep going towards the body? They clash legs as they both go for body kicks at the same time. Now a clinch centre of the ring, and the rather officious Taekwondo referee has to come in and separate them here. 3-1 down, Stamper. 40 seconds left in the second round, fighting for the bronze medal at London 2012. Jade Jones later for the gold medal, already guaranteed at least the silver. Stamper supported by his girlfriend Amy and daughter Ava, close-knit family. Stamper wants this more than anything. Didn't get the chance to fight in Beijing because of a knee injury. He's 3-1 down. He hasn't scored in this second round. He goes for a punch, but that doesn't score. Only 15 seconds remaining in round 2 here. Again, the referee separates them mid-ring, and it's Stamper who goes for a turning kick. Did that connect? No. He then tries to prod out that right leg, and it's Nick Pye who goes for the attack on the right leg, and it's a body kick for Stamper, and he scores in the last second of the second round there. And how crucial that could be, because it gets the deficit just down to 1. Afghanistan leading Great Britain 3-2 with 1 round to go. Let's go out into the crowd inside this buzzing XL Arena. Rob Northman.
It's bedlam amidst all these Union Jacks. I'm sitting in the midst of the crowd. Karina, what do you think of Stamper so far?
I think he's brilliant. I think he'll come back in the third round and win.
Have you ever been to Taekwondo before?
Never. It's the first time I've ever seen it and been involved.
So you're a real expert, aren't you?
Absolutely.
What do you make of it? Whole family here?
Oh, it's fantastic. The whole atmosphere, and we're all behind Great Britain as usual, and we're going to win some medals tonight.
And Stamper's going to do it?
I hope so. I think he's in good form. I think he could do it.
Well, a crucial score just before the end of that round, Jonathan. 3-2 down he is.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Rob. Colin.
What you said was really interesting about him keeping it so tight in most of his bouts so far, and I'm just wondering, is Stamper a bit of a chameleon? Because we saw Nick Pye go for a head kick early on. He seems to like to mimic the style of the person he's fighting, to match it, to keep it close and say, look, I'm better than anything you can throw at me.
Final regulation round. If they're level at the end of this round, they play 1 more, but it's a golden point, sudden death if you like, if as Nick Pye here goes for a body kick, a side kick with his left foot. He's leading with his left at the moment, as a nice combination comes in here from Stamper, and then a head kick is it, but it hasn't registered, and Stamper is down with an injury, seems to have hurt his left arm here, and on comes Lee Halftek, the physio of the British team, and that looked to be a nasty fall there for Stamper, who really is in a good deal of discomfort, and he's just unstrapped his helmet there just for a second, just to take a breather. Oh, I'm not sure. This does not look that great for Martin Stamper. He's down on the canvas. We're going to need to see a replay of this.
I think he'll get up. I think broken bones stops Taekwondo fighters from continuing, and that's all.
Well, yeah, he is up, and they're straight on with the action, and Stamper lashes out with that left foot. Still 3-2 with a minute and a half left in this bronze medal contest. He's fighting Rahula Nick Pye, the number 13 in the world from Afghanistan, bronze medalist at the World Championship last year. Crowd thought that was a Stamper score, but not so. He goes for a back kick here, spinning as he kicked, but it's not registering. He said to us earlier on 5 Live that he felt that you needed to hit with more power into these body armour that you're using here at London 2012, and that maybe scores with other body armour in previous tournaments might be registering there, but not here. Anyway, Afghanistan now move ahead 4-2. There's been a body kick from Rahula Nick Pye, and Stamper now in the last minute of this contest has to find at least 2 points if he's going to get the bronze. But this is the beauty of this sport. It can change in an instant. Blink if you miss it. The most ambitious kick wins you 4 points. So one of those, and he's suddenly elevated into the bronze medal position, even though he's trailing at the moment 4-2. Nick Pye now, you sense, is more on the defensive, just retreating a little. 8 metres squared, the blue ring in front of us here. A turning kick from Stamper, and now a clinch. Only 30 seconds remain here. And Martin Stamper has to come from behind in the last half minute if he's to get hold of the bronze. He's really pressing now. He's attacking with first his right foot and then his left. Long day for the Liverpudlian. Warning for the Afghan Nick Pye. Now, if he gets another warning, that will be a point to Stamper, which could make it interesting. But there's only 20 seconds remaining of this match here in the XL, and Stamper's down once more, and he really has hurt his left arm, and he's clutching his back as well. he has to go all out now, Colin, for these high-flying attacks, and he's taking some nasty tumbles in the process.
I think his coccyx felt the full weight of that. You know, people listening now have got to understand they're switching from southpaw to orthodox. They're switching from very conventional martial arts. 1 second it's Muay Thai, next minute it's very traditional. But as you say, 16 seconds is still quite a long time, and we've seen a Brazilian today score in the last second of 2 of his bouts, and he's back up.
He's back up.
How could you not in this crowd?
Guy. Brave Martin Stamper. He's still attacking. I tell you what, it would be no surprise if we find out after the fight that he's done something nasty to that right arm. He's going for a turning kick. Has that scored the Afghans down? But no, it hasn't. 4-2, only 7 seconds remaining here. Stamper now attacks once more. He's got to go with a turning head kick. Oh, and he thinks he's got him there in the last minute, and Britain are going to challenge. Only 2 seconds are remaining in this fight, and Britain are going to go to the video review. Steve Jennings is on his feet, the British coach, the husband of Sarah Stevenson, who fights tomorrow. He's brandishing the card, and he's going to now say to the referee, we are going to challenge. We think that was a head kick. If it is, Colin, that's 3 points. That's the match.
Well, they may as well use it with 2 seconds left. We were saying usually when it's the actual fighter who challenges it, it often isn't the right result. But there, it was both fighter and coach straight away. So they do genuinely think they may have got the score here. I'm not sure.
Was on his way out of the ring, and we often see this in Taekwondo. No ropes around the outside like in boxing. Whoever's ahead tends to really go on the march. I don't think that is anywhere near a successful challenge for Great Britain. No, it's not. So only 2 seconds remaining. 4-3 though. Nick Pai did get a warning there, so he goes for a quick punch to Stamper. No, it's gone 5-3, and Nick Pai of Afghanistan wins the bronze, and he rips his helmet off. He's celebrating with the Afghanistan fans inside this arena. He is a national hero. He is their only Olympic medalist, and he's now a double Olympic medalist, winning back-to-back bronze medals, Beijing and now London. But you tip your hat to Martin Stamper, an ultra pro from the footballing city of Liverpool, and you really, really hope that some Premier League footballers are watching the courage of someone like that out there, Colin Murray, today, picking himself up constantly, clearly hurting, giving everything to the end.
Absolutely, for both men on the mat, respect to each other, respect to the officials, respect to the fellow coaches, respect from the 8,000 fans, and certainly respect from this BBC commentary position. Next, Jade Jones goes for gold. And Mark, I was saying earlier that someone said to me the last time I was here I was at a kitchen exhibition.
Yeah, I heard that,
well,
yes.
I have to tell you, the form she's been in today, we're putting the kitchen sink on her.
Well, we're looking forward to that. I mean, I've just had a tweet here, Colin, from somebody to all of us saying this morning I couldn't even spell Taekwondo. Now I'm hooked on it.
We still can't.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I never have. But that's just the sort of grit that the Olympics gets you in, isn't it? Just even if it's for a few days, these sports that we become completely besotted with. So we'll be back with you, gents, in a second for the Jade Jones Taekwondo bout. The moment, the time is 6 minutes past 10.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012 on 5 Live.
And it's been a quite amazing night here in the Olympic Stadium. We witnessed Usain Bolt, the legend.
And Bolt eases his way over the line to win in 19.32 seconds. History is made here in the Olympic Stadium as Usain Bolt completes the sprint double for the second games in a row. And once again, just listen to the crowd, the soundtrack to an Olympic legend.
And we saw the fastest 800 metres ever.
And David Rudisha has broken the world record. Just as he promised, he said he wanted to come here to do more than win gold. He wanted to break the world record. Another special performance by David Rudisha.
The American Christian Taylor took gold in the triple jump. It was a no contest in the men's hockey semi-final. It finished Great Britain 2, the Netherlands 9. The USA beat Japan 2-1 to win the women's football final. And coming up in a few moments, 19-year-old Jade Jones fighting for Taekwondo gold. Martin Stamper's just lost his bronze medal match.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusko with the BBC 5 Live News. Usain Bolt has become the first man to successfully defend both the 100 and 200 metre sprint titles at the Olympics. He finished the 200 in 19.32 seconds and then did a few press-ups. Earlier, Team GB won 2 more golds, taking the total to 24 with 51 medals overall. Nicola Adams became the first woman boxing champion in Olympic history, winning the flyweight. Charlotte Dujardin won the individual dressage. The uncle of the missing schoolgirl, Tia Sharp, has made a plea for her to come home. Police looking for the 12-year-old in South London have been searching bins and garages near her grandmother's home. The Ministry of Defence has apologised for keeping samples of tissue taken mainly from soldiers killed in Iraq and Afghanistan over the past decade without permission. The MOD says it's contacting the 30 affected families. And Google's agreed to pay £14.5 million to settle claims it broke its privacy pledge to customers using the Safari web browser. Google was found to have allowed outside parties to monitor web activity without the user's consent.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pougatch.
When we're done at 10:30, it's time for Mr. Tony Livesey time. Where are you tonight?
I'm outside Olympic Park again, Mark, and I'm glad I am tonight because I'm going to be right in the middle of all the 80,000 history makers tonight, able to say I was there when Usain Bolt has done what he just has done. Plenty of Jamaican flags around. I'm going to be speaking to fans. I'm going to be joined by Olympic legends Ewan Thomas and John Regis, I'm pleased to say. The impressionist John Culshaw is coming along tonight. We've got a Brazilian house band, and the question is this tonight: is Usain Bolt now the greatest sportsman in the world? Text 85058. Back to you, Mark.
Yes.
That's the end of that then.
That's the end of that. USPGA Golf. It used to be Tiger Woods. It's not now. Ian Carter.
No, although he got off to a good start with a 69 earlier today, which is within 3 shots of Carl Peterson's lead. Out on the course at the moment, though, the Welshman, Jamie Donaldson, has been going along very nicely. He's got 3 holes left to play, 3 under par, and just 3 shots off the lead.
Update on the women's javelin from Steve Backley.
2 more throws remain to sort the final stages of this women's javelin final. Barbara Spatakova of the Czech Republic out in front with 69 metres and 55 centimetres. I've watched it unfold with Britain's Goldie Sayers, unfortunately out with injury. How's it been for you, Goldie?
Pretty heartbreaking to sit here, I have to say. It's not the final I thought it was going to be. Half the crowd is left. I'd like to think that if I was in the final, they wouldn't have left. So, no, it's. I mean, you've got to be in it to win it. But I think, you know, in the form I was in 3 weeks ago, I'd like to think I could have medalled for sure.
So it looks like gold for Spatakova of Czech Republic. Overfall currently in silver medal position for Germany with 1 throw remaining.
And back to Colin Murray for more Taekwondo late night action here on 5 Live.
We wouldn't have it any other way, Mark. You know, they say the golden rule of journalism is always to ask who, where, why, what and when. So where, the XL Arena, that's easy. What, Taekwondo, when, right here, right now. And why? Because 19-year-old Jade Jones from Flint in Wales is fighting for Olympic gold after a remarkable day on the mat. And finally, who? That's the name of the 2-time world champion who stands in her way of becoming the 3rd female British champion of the day and GB's first ever Taekwondo Olympic gold medalist.
Hu Yushao from China, a 2-time world champion, 24 years of age, who has grown up learning a sport at the Beijing Sports University. This a rematch of the 2011 World Championships final, which Hu won 6 points to 5. It was oh so close. They met again only a few months ago at the German Open this year. Guess who won that one? Jade Jones from Wales, 5-4. Again, just a single point in it.
We talked about it earlier. We would probably say the most impressive male or female on that mat today has been Jade Jones. She's only 19, so she's getting better and better. She's maturing all the time. She's already knocked out the number 1 seed, the person who we thought was going to take the gold medal here. She will feel 7 foot tall. She will also, though, be battered and bruised and a little bit bemused, of course, at London 2012 at her home Olympics with all eyes on her.
But what a day it has been for Jade Jones, the 4th seed. She won her first round match 15-1. She won her second 13-3. And she won her semi-final against the top seed 10 points to 6. This is how. Jade Jones strides out for her semi-final. She is facing Zheng Licheng from Chinese Taipei. Jones scores with a body shot. Back in it, 2-1 then to Chinese Taipei against Team GB. Jones is levelled, 2-2 with a side kick. She's got a second yellow card effectively, so that means 1 point to her opponent. 3-2 down, the crowd boo, but Jones just has to get on with the work, and she levels. This is what the Olympics is all about. Dancing horses, followed by women trying to kick each other's heads off. Oh, she's got another one. Jones 4-3 ahead. Amazing, amazing from Jade Jones this. He scores again with a jab on the right side kick. 5-3 with 20 seconds to go. It's a headshot for Jones. Unbelievable scenes. Everybody on their feet here. And another body shot. 10-3. Jones is going to get a medal here. Headshot is that from Chinese Taipei. It is 10-6. But Jones has done it. She has beaten the best player in the world by 10 points to 6. 8,000 inside XL going crazy right now. They can't believe their luck that a British fighter is playing in the Taekwondo finals. All around the country, I'm sure, TVs are tuned into this one, including in Flint in Wales, where we find Mark Hutchins.
Yes, if you can't be in the XL Arena, then Flint Sport and Social Club is the place to be tonight. It's been an extraordinary day for Jade Jones, of course, but also for the hundreds of people who've been packed into this club since about 10:30 this morning. A very quick word from the woman who's organised it, Mel Buckley. You can't imagine it would be like this, can you?
Never ever imagined it would be like this, but I always imagined that she'll get to the final and hopefully bring home gold.
How confident are you that she is going to win?
Never in doubt, absolutely 100%.
And whatever happens, you must be incredibly proud of her.
She's brought this community back together. Jade is what this town needed, really.
OK, well, grab a word with you afterwards, if you can hear me. That's it from Flint Sport and Social Club, where they have inspired generations of people to have one heck of a big party.
Thank you, Mark. Golds for Britain so far at London 2012 by bike, by boat, by feet, by canoes, by clays, by dancing horses, for goodness sake. Now, the art of the foot and the fist, to give the literal translation to the Korean martial art of Taekwondo. 63 nations started this tournament. Tomorrow, Sarah Stevenson and Latelo Mohammed for Great Britain. But on day one, Jade Jones now with the chance to go for gold. Her opponent, Hu Yushao from China, the two-time world champion. Is it possible that she could beat the top seed and world number one and the two-time world champion back-to-back within a couple of hours of each other at the end of an arduous, bruising day to lift a first ever Taekwondo gold medal for Great Britain? What's your hunch, Colin Murray?
I think she has it all. I think she's been by far the most impressive on the mat today. And the thing with Jade is no matter what situation she's gotten herself into, a slight lead, slightly behind, quite far in front, 3-4 points behind, she has everything in her arsenal to pull it out when it matters. Start around 1, end around 3. She's been behind, we've backed her. I've got total confidence in her here.
So versatile, Jade Jones. So many different strategies she can employ, depending on the opposition. The team of GB Taekwondo coaches have a really intricate setup at their base in Manchester. They know every fighter in the world. They know the style of every fighter in the world, and they will adapt, and they will know Hu Yushao inside out because they've met twice inside the last year, Colin.
I've no doubt in between rounds they'll be looking back over past footage. They'll be watching this, watching that, just like a pitcher in a baseball game without a shadow of a doubt. And just a quick word in the atmosphere in here. I've been just about everywhere throughout this Olympics. I thought the velodrome was loud with 6,000. This room is not built to keep sound. And look up there, it's a hot tin roof. And I cannot believe the decibels have reached in here for the bronze medal match. I dare not think what it's going to be like when Jade Jones comes out here.
Let's go to Rob Nothman, who's in amongst it, down in the stands. Rob?
In the heaving, sweaty mass of British support waiting for Jade Jones to make her way out. What an atmosphere here. Kenny, what do you think of it so far? First time at Taekwondo?
It is, yeah. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Really? And you were at the athletics on Saturday, weren't you?
Yeah, for Super Saturday, yeah. It was one of the greatest nights of our lives. It was absolutely fantastic.
And who's on your lap here? What's your name?
Harry.
And how old are you, Harry?
4.
Are you really? Aren't you? Isn't this a bit late for you? Shouldn't you be in bed? Right, here comes our girl. Back to you, Jonathan.
The curtain opens away to our right. The officials lead the way. And who's going to come out first? Oh, it's the double world champion. It's Hu Yushao. So brace yourselves, Great Britain. Here is the roar of the XL Arena. And Jade Jones is out. Hu Yushao is out. And Jones is really leading a purposeful march towards the 8-metre square mat. She knows what she needs to do today. She has been arguably the best performer of the day here. A one-day competition for these athletes. 4 years, well, a lifetime comes down to this, and it comes down to one day. For Jade Jones, of course, there will be future Olympic Games. There have to be. So much talent, so much dedication. But at her first Olympic Games, Colin Murray, is she about to win gold?
I truly feel she will win gold today. As I said before, she's not only adapting to every situation, she's just out strategizing, out hitting. She will be battered and bruised from today. She's had a few really tight falls in some situations. But did you see her stride out? Did you see her actually look into the stands?
Sure.
Because she's done it today.
More confidence than in round one when we thought she was a little nervous when she came up. Promptly won 15-1. Crazy noise inside the XL, which has a really low roof, so the sound is going absolutely nowhere. What we have to say, of course, we would dearly love to see a 25th gold medal for Team GB in the next 10 minutes. But her opponent today, seeded 2, is so experienced, so canny, knows her way around the Taekwondo mat like hardly any other, and has major championship titles to her name. They met at the World Championships in Korea last year, and the Chinese won by a single point. This time, Jade Jones, it's your time.
Look at the difference between this arena now and 12 hours ago. The seats in front of us that were kept for press and dignitaries were empty. There were no cameramen sitting on that bench, Jonathan, over end. Now there's not a seat. We've got Clive Woodward to the right of us. We've got Matthew Pinson to the left of us. Everybody wants to see this.
Here we go then. 3 2-minute rounds to decide the latest gold medal of the Olympic Games to top all Olympic Games. London 2012, and it's Jade Jones in the blue body armour and the blue helmet. And Hu Yushao of China to the right as we look out in the red body armour, the red helmet, and this is going to be a very, very cagey bout. Neither player is going to want to give away any ground. Neither player is going to want to expose any cracks in their defensive armoury. But who's going to go for the risky shots? The risky shots are scored higher, up to 4 points for a turning head kick, 3 for a regulation head kick, 2 for a turning body kick, just 1 for the body shot with either the punch or the kick. Why do players kick more than they punch? Well, longer reach, greater thrusting power, and Jones is thrusting that front foot, her right foot, forward towards the body armour, but no score after 50 seconds of the first round. Not much so far from Hu Yushao, the 2-time world champion. Jones is doing the early pressing here. A left turning kick from Jones, but that doesn't score. 1 minute gone in the opening round. London 2012 on 5 Live. A couple of head kick attempts from Jones, but really just finding her range here. Key in Taekwondo, the balance, particularly on that standing foot, and also the range, the distance you keep from your opponent. Key for attack, but as importantly, if not more so, key for defence. Turning kick from Yu, but that hasn't scored either. 2 out of the 3 judges at ringside need to score for a head kick. The body kicks are scored on the sensors, on the body armour, magnets in the athlete's socks. 20 seconds to go in round 1, and there hasn't been a score so far. Jones goes for the thrusting side kick, but it doesn't register. 15 seconds left. in round one. It's tense. It's really nervous in round one. It's another body shot from Jones. She's prodding forward with that right foot, and it's Hugh Zhao who's going to get a warning here. First effective yellow card of the bout. I think that's for inactivity. She hasn't offered much out here at all, the world champion. That's a darting forward blow from Jones, but it doesn't score. It's 0-0 after round one. And Hugh is perhaps playing a waiting game, Colin.
Yeah, it was cagey, but it was still positive, I think, for Jade, because anybody who watches a lot of boxing, to use a good analogy, a first round where you size up your opponent and you throw a fake jab out, well, it was exactly the same with Jade. She would plant her left foot and, you know, just athletic here. Her right foot would be out and she'd move it towards the body. She wasn't trying to score points. It was just the first line of defence. She was keeping Hu at leg's length, and she was working out how she would like to dismantle her in the next round. But as you said, Hu's got so much experience, but we've seen from Jade today, beyond her years, what she's done.
Well, it's just an amazing achievement to even be here in the gold medal match. And let's not forget that even if she loses over the next couple of rounds, Jade Jones will leave this arena tonight with Britain's first ever silver medal in Taekwondo. Round number 2.
Is this the best 0-0 you've ever seen so far?
Referee, arm outstretched, separating the two players, and away we go. Tips of toes timed, and it's Jones who really is thrusting forward, the equivalent of the boxing jab with that right foot, but defence is key, and Yu Zhao is very, very adept at that. Oh, and an injury for Jones. She's taken a right old whack on her left shin there, and she's flexing it now, and she's now going to get treatment from Charlotte Cowie, who is the British team doctor, but actually Jones says no. I'm going to shake that off and I'm going to get on with it. Again, a fantastic message sent by the professional athlete here. She goes for a head kick, does Jones. It doesn't register. She thought for a second that she had scored there. It would have been a three-pointer, not so. We're still waiting for the first score of this contest. It's 0-0. We've played for 30 seconds in the second round. Jones is the aggressor, though. She's doing the pressing, and Hu Zhao of China is just soaking it all up, playing the waiting game. We're waiting for her to really show us her skills. This the gold medal match, and the referee is starting to get a bit impatient, and if Yu gets another warning, well, it's going to be a point to Jade Jones, but at the moment 0-0. That's because if you get 2 effective yellow cards, it's a point to your opponent. A body kick from Jones, but again, it's not thrusting enough to register on the body armour. 1 minute to go in round 2. You're listening to 5 Live. We're live in the XL on the East End of London, down by the docks. The first of 2 days in succession when we get excited about Taekwondo for Great Britain. Again, a stoppage here, and they both got kicks to the shin. And it's the first point of Britain. That's because it's a warning to Yu Zhao. Inactivity again, I sense there. So 2 yellow cards means 1 point to her opponent. That means Jade Jones takes the lead. We've got 40 seconds to go in round 2. I sense that this is going to explode into life in the third round here. But is Jones going to take a substantial lead? We shall see. 30 seconds remaining. Second round, Jones in blue. She is going for the body shot once more. Who is trying to play a turning kick there? Turning body kick, well, that's 2 points, but it doesn't register. The crowd right behind this 19-year-old from Wales, who first walked into a Taekwondo class at the age of 8, having tried swimming and running and pretty much everything young kids have a go at. It was only when she put on that kit and started kicking that she really got into sport. Here, a second point on the board for Jones. It's a body kick with the thrusting right foot, and it's 2-0 to Jade Jones at the end of round 2. What a fantastic final blow that was. It wasn't spectacular, but it was just the effective jab to take her into a 2-0 lead. 2 minutes between Jade Jones and gold. Rob Nothman.
And I've got the man holding the Welsh flag up. Have you come all the way from Wales to watch Jade?
Yes, I have, yes.
How far away does she live from you?
About 4 miles.
So is she going to do it now?
I hope so. I'm sure she will.
Are you a Taekwondo expert?
No, I'm not.
So do you know what's really going on here?
Yes, my daughter explains it to me.
Right, okay. So she's definitely going to do it and win gold and bring it back to Wales?
She certainly is.
Okay, the Welsh are happy here, Jonathan. They think she's going to hold on. She's 2-0 up.
Colin, are you as optimistic?
I stay with it. You have to question Hu's tactics. She's obviously thinking, and her coaches are thinking, that the experience will pay off. She's almost playing possum. I can't believe she got through as much of that second round before getting that warning. She's thrown about one aggressive kick for every 5 that's coming from Jones, and that does matter as we move on.
Important thing to note at the start of this third round is Jade Jones does have 1 half-point warning against her. So that means if she gets another warning, that will be 1 point to China. But as we start the third and hopefully final round, Jade Jones for Great Britain leads by 2 points to 0. We're watching the players down beneath us on the 8-metre squared mat, but we're also watching the scoreboard as well. It's so crucial because points could register at any moment with the electronic sensors. 15 minutes gone in round 3, and again it's Jones the aggressor, but we're seeing more now from Hu Guoshao from China, and we have to see more. She's been inactive for 2 rounds. She hasn't shown us why she is a double world champion yet. The best from her surely is still to come, but I tell you what, I don't think she's feeling her best out there, Hu Guoshao, because she went for a couple of spinning kicks there, and she's now crumpled down to the mat, and she's really feeling her right leg, and these are good signs for Jade Jones.
It is. I mean, I'm blown away yet again. Jade Jones looks like the 2 times world champion out there. In her semi-final, she looked like the #1 seed. She just has an answer for everything that's been thrown at her today. Technically, an answer for everything. And even when Hu tried to turn the screw a little bit there, she wasn't even close to picking up a point. Everything was blocked. Nothing was going through even semi-cleanly.
Well, the Chinese has had some treatment from the physio, a bit of magic spray, but she doesn't look in a good way with that right leg at all. We've got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Jade Jones leads 2-0. It could all change, though, in the blink of an eye. Oh, and it's another warning for Hu Guoshao, and she's now 1 warning away from possible disqualification. Well, that would add drama. Jones, 2-love. 2-0, 2-0. We've been saying it all day. We don't care as long as it stays at 0. A 3-0 Jones now. It's a body kick from Jones. Again with that prodding, thrusting jab of a right kick. And there's only a minute remaining here. And Jones is getting frustrated by the tactics of Yu. Oh, well, she's getting another warning. Well, this is dangerous territory now because 1 more and she is definitely out. Jones attacking for love. 58 seconds remaining. The fight continues. Jones is going for a head kick there. No, she's getting a warning, is Jones. Well, I can't tell you what that was for, but all we know is that's a point for China. 4-1. We've got 50 seconds left. Oh, and that's another point for Jones. 5-1. She's scored with just single point blows, but it's enough so far. Another warning for Jones. Oh, well, there have been warnings all over the shop here. It's been a scrappy final. Jones won't care if she wins it. We're about to enter the last 30 seconds of the gold medal match. They played twice inside the last year and a bit, and both matches have been decided on single points. This one, though, there's a 4-point margin, and it's Jade Jones who is ahead. 28 seconds remaining. It's 5-1 Jones. It's 6-1 Jones. Britain are on their way to gold inside XL, unless something remarkable happens in the last 20 seconds. Jade Jones of Wales, 6-2 up. There's a 4-point deficit. Don't write off Hu Guoshao, though. She is adept at the head kicks, and that's now what she needs to score with. She scored with a body blow, so that's now 3 on the board for China. A 3-point deficit, and another warning for Jones, so that's a 2-point deficit now, because that latest warning has given a point to China. 8 seconds remaining. Count it down, Great Britain. 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2. Jones is going to do it. Goal for Jade Jones and for Great Britain in spectacular scenes inside the XL Arena. She's only 19. It's her first Olympics, but she has won gold. Jade Jones, absolutely fantastic. That is how to compete. That is how to win. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 6-4 in the final against the double world champion. She has beaten the world #1 and the 2-time world champion back to back, just like that. Not bad for a 19-year-old. Wow.
And here comes the bit that's made today just as special as the British performances. The respect out there in the mat, Jonathan Overend, the loser being bowed to by the winner, the coaches together like that. But let's talk about the actual bout itself, because Jade Jones was in control the whole way through.
the whole way through. Fantastic strategy, fantastic result, fantastic performance, and what an atmosphere in there somewhere. If we can hear him, Rod Mothman.
My goodness, the excitement in here. What was that like?
Oh, it was a bit tense at the end when she got back to 6-4. I thought she was going to blow it in the last couple of seconds, but yeah, it was absolutely brilliant.
And you are the good luck charm wherever you tend to go. Britain win gold.
Yeah, if you could speak to somebody at Lowcock, if they want to give me any more tickets, I do guarantee gold.
So, what do you make of it? How exciting was that?
It was magical, and more importantly, wasn't it wonderful to see that Afghan chap get their first medal? I'm quite happy in beating the Brit. We've got enough gold medals. Good old Afghanistan, as far as I'm concerned.
Very magnanimous of you, but what about Jade Jones and her reaction afterwards?
Well, you know, it was lovely seeing that throw that hat in the air. It was magical. Look at her running around there with the Welsh dragon. Good for her. Bloody brilliant. Bloody brilliant.
Well, there we are. They're all stamping their feet there, waving their Union Jacks. It is bedlam in here.
And Jade Jones is sprinting around the mat at the moment with a Union flag and with the Welsh flag. I mean, she can't stop running here. Oh, hello. She's got to pick up her helmet and socks. Yes, she forgot her socks. So you can't forget your socks when you just won a gold medal. Fantastic scenes. Well done to Paul Green, the coach, and everybody at GB Taekwondo and a UK sport and the lottery funding. This sport would not exist in Great Britain without all of that. And as the announcer here reminds everybody, they need reminding, they need pinching, because in this sport, which is an Asian sport, an Asian martial art, an athlete, a teenage athlete from Great Britain has just beaten 2 Asian champions back-to-back to win Olympic gold. I don't think Olympic stories can come much better and more heartwarming than this one.
It was absolutely sensational. You talk about all the funding that went into it as well. When you go before that, as we talked about earlier, this is people in our local community businesses, people that ran pie shops, that ran bakeries, that ran print shops, putting money in so she could go to the Youth Olympics. And right now, there is without a shadow of a doubt gold paint on its way to a letterbox in Flint, and we can go there now with Mark.
Oh, hi, this is Mark. Yeah, I don't know whether you can hear a word I'm saying, but welcome to Bedlam, formerly known as Flint, possibly about to be called Jade Town, because there are remarkable scenes here at the Flint Sport and Social Club. Hundreds of people have been here since 10:30 this morning when Jade had her first fight, and I suspect they'll be here for several hours more. They've been packed into this small social club. She is the pride of Flint. I'm going to try to speak to the woman who's organised this, Mel Buckley. Mel, I need to pass you this microphone. Hold it really close. Just tell me your reaction to what you've seen there.
We were all jumping on the finish. It's just amazing. Words, they won't come to me. I told you before, she fought, never in doubt, and that is so true tonight. She's made us so proud.
Thanks very much, Mel. Clearly emotional there. There'll be lots of tired and emotional people here later, but some very proud people too. And just to make the point that Jade Jones, at the age of 19, is only the 3rd Welsh woman to win Olympic gold, after Nicole Cook in Beijing in 2008 and swimmer Irene Steer in Stockholm in 1912. So 100 years on, Jade Jones from Flint is Olympic champion in London 2012.
And her 3rd female of today, Charlotte Dujardin, of course, won her 2nd gold medal of these games. And right now, Rob Nothman is with one of those very few women who've done the same, Dame Kelly Holmes.
Dame Kelly Holmes, what about that?
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely brilliant. Jade is a fantastic athlete. I've known her for a couple of years now on an academy program, and she's so unassuming, but what a talent. She absolutely kind of nailed it tonight.
And at 19, she just seemed to relish that enormous atmosphere inside.
Yeah, that's what's so surprising about Jade. If you actually meet her, you've probably spoken to her, she's so quiet, you know, as a person, her exterior, but inside she has that steely kind of focus and belief that she can do something. She came out there like a champion, and she fought like a champion.
And what is it about the GB women so far?
do you know what? They are absolutely doing us proud. You know, earlier I was at the boxing, seeing Nicola
Adams,
and winning gold, you know, wearing gold. I mean, it's just been such an incredible games for everybody, Team GB, but the women are really, really showing their form, and I hope to God that after this, you know, the media really get behind the women and promote them like they should do, because they are inspiring a whole new generation and great role models for young females.
And when you see a Taekwondo crowd, you can't say that too many people here would have understood everything that was going on, but by golly, did they get into it.
I didn't understand everything that was going on, but believe me, all I wanted to know was that we were getting the points and that Jade was in the lead. But everyone got behind them, and I think that's what's made these games anyway. You know, the crowd and the public are making these games the best games they've ever been, and it was brilliant for someone like Jade, 19-year-old, North Wales, you know, young girl, massive talent, and now she's Olympic champion.
Kelly, thanks so much for talking to us. Go in and enjoy the medal ceremony.
Thank you very much.
How many people this morning woke up knowing who Jade Jones was, and how many people will go to bed tonight after watching that on the television, listening to it on the radio, and just thinking of what she's achieved here this evening?
Well, Colin, well done to the person who booked her to go on the Jonathan Ross show last year with Louise Hazel and Fran Housel as possible women to watch at the Olympic Games many, many months later. And it turns out that Jade Jones is the one who gets the gold here at her first Olympic Games. It's absolutely fantastic. And, you know, you don't want to say that the country stopped, because, of course, it didn't. But, you know, I've had so many tweets in the last couple of hours from people saying we're going to be watching, we were listening in the car, people on the M25 sort of punching the air simultaneously at Taekwondo success. And, you know, hopefully this will continue, because tomorrow in Sarah Stevenson and Latela Mohammed, we have two more genuine medal prospects playing Taekwondo for Great Britain.
That's what I couldn't help think as Jade threw her hat up into the air in celebration and started doing a lap of the mat. Sarah Stevenson watching that doesn't need any more inspiration. She must be tuned in, close to tears, probably in tears watching that. If she needs any more inspiration, she's got it right there tonight.
She certainly has. Really fantastic performance there in the Taekwondo. And what an atmosphere, what a noise, as you can hear there, for Jade Jones. Right, what a gold medal, 25 now for Team GB. Here in the stadium, which is now empty, we've seen a world record in the 800 metres for David Rudisha and for Usain Bolt. If you doubted he was a legend before, you certainly wouldn't now. The double-double, the 200 metres to go with his 100 crown. Here he is with Sonia McLaughlin.
Now, Usain, you wanted to achieve legendary status. Do you believe you warrant that now?
Without a doubt. I've set myself apart from every athlete ever to live. I've done something no one has ever done, and that's won back-to-back Olympics 1 and 2. So I'm happy with myself, and I did it. I made myself a legend.
You made a really explosive start. Did you believe the world record might be on your radar this evening?
Yeah, it was on my radar, definitely. I came out that corner and I felt my back. I could feel the strain on my back. I think I ran the corner a little bit too hard. Maybe the technique wasn't that good, but I think I ran a little bit too hard. So when I came off, I could feel the pressure on my back. So I decided, you know what, I'm not going to try to push myself too much. I don't want anything to go wrong right now. So all I did was held my form and took my time, came on my way over, and when I got to the line, I was like, I won, so I just stopped running.
You've alluded to it, the first man to do the sprint double at successive Olympic Games. Yeah. How much does it mean to you to be a trailblazer?
For me, that's what I do. I've set trends over the years. I've done great things every Olympics I've been to, every World Championship I've been to. Even the last one I fast started. But it's been great. I've done great. I've worked hard. I thank God, my coach, my family, my friend. I have so much people around me that really push me to do my best. But my coach has really done great for me.
Also the first man to successfully defend a 200-metre title, Usain. When you started your track and field career, did you ever believe this might be possible?
I wasn't even thinking about this. All I wanted to do was just win one gold medal. That's all I wanted to do. So to have 5 at this moment I'm just elated. I'm just happy. I'm proud of myself. I've really worked hard. I definitely have to thank my coach and Johan, because I got a wake-up call at trials, and I'm up. I'm wide awake right now.
25 years of age, a global superstar with legendary status. I think no one would blame you if you wanted to go and sit on a beach for the rest of your life and drink rum. What targets, though, do you have in mind now?
For me, right now, it's it doesn't matter right now. All I'm thinking about is just having fun in these 4x1s. The rest of the season is just going through the motions, really. For me, it's just all about just going through the motion, enjoying myself. That's it.
And you've got so many now of these stunning gold medals. You have this one round your neck. Where are you keeping them all? Somewhere safe and secure, I hope.
In the bank. I got them in the bank, so I need to make space for 2 more, hopefully tomorrow, 3 more. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm just really happy. I did well. I came here with 1 goal, and that's to become a legend. I am a legend now, so I'm happy.
You certainly are. It's been a great pleasure to watch you run. Many thanks.
Yeah, and all you guys listening out there, follow me on Twitter at Usain Bolt.
I don't think you need any encouragement to get extra followers, young man. Well done.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad he's admitted he's a legend. We've been saying it long enough, Darren Campbell. Thank you for staying back. And I'm glad he admits it now, because he's not being arrogant when he says so. He is.
No. I just think whenever a sports person starts their career, that they ultimately know what they would love to achieve. He said it himself, he'd have been happy with 1 Olympic gold medal. The way that his time is right this minute, he's got 5. So there's maybe another one to collect if his teammates and himself can get the baton round. And who's to say there's not more to come in another 4 years? But yeah, we already define him as a legend. It's just how he defines himself, and yeah, he can take that deep breath now and call himself a legend.
Yeah, and he's got the relay, as you say, and then of course it'll be fun to think what he might want to do in the future. And we had from Jamaican TV Ray on day before yesterday was going, no, it's not a question of if he goes to Rio, it's a question of what he does there. So that will actually be some quite entertaining speculation, because we would love to see him as long as possible at that level, as long as he's running at the very best level, so long as we can.
Yeah, because somebody like Usain Bolt, you never want to see them, how can you put it, decline. It's he would like somebody like Usain Bolt to just one day wake up and go, I'm finished, I can't do it anymore, and I don't want to do it anymore, rather than continue maybe a little bit too long, have problems with his back, because he's always spoken about the problems with his back, and a lot of people felt that he would have to retire earlier than what people would like. So the fact that he's still here, blessing us with races and performances like we've witnessed today, we've just got to give thanks.
We certainly have. Darren, thank you very much indeed. More from Darren and the team tomorrow from the Olympic Stadium here. The javelin result in women, it went to Barbara Spatakova of the Czech Republic and 2 Germans in silver and bronze. Christine Obergfoll of Germany silver, and Linda Stahl of Germany took the bronze as well. Now, as for Great Britain's men, well, a night to remember is an understatement in the semi-finals of the hockey. They were annihilated. There's no other verb to use, Alistair Eakin, 9-2 by the Dutch.
No, I've been digging out a few tonight, Mark. Sometimes you take your seat, don't you, in a sporting arena, and something special unfolds before your eyes. It seems to be happening quite a lot here in London 2012. It was definitely the case tonight. An incredible Dutch display. If their football team of the the earlier mid-70s played total football, Cruyff et al., this was total hockey. An amazing pace, a real intelligence about their play, a creativity, a telepathy between the players, and some stunning goals. I mean, I watch an awful lot of rugby, and it felt like watching the All Blacks in full flight. The British, they were drowning in a sea of orange. They were outclassed, they were demoralised, they were pulverised in the biggest British hockey match for a generation. Was it an embarrassment? A question for the GB coach, Jason Lee.
It is an embarrassing. We had some good. The performance had good bits in it, but the result is embarrassing without doubt. And to have it in the biggest stage that any of us will ever experience, I mean, you couldn't have written it worse, unless I get a phone call from the wife and something's happened with the family. I mean, that would really top it off. I hope that's not tempting fate now, but we're pretty strong. We move on from that, but it is a pretty big kick in the guts to move on from.
Well, it certainly is. Colin, I'm trying to work out whether that's an appropriate segue. Kick in the guts. It was a bit more from that from Jade Jones. It was a lot more skillful from that. And what a wonderful day for Great Britain and for Wales.
We keep saying, I'm almost lost for words, we keep saying that if there's 2 or 3 points in it, that it will always be tight. And yes, there was a little bit of high drama in the last 10 seconds, but it never really felt that this 19-year-old from Wales, as you say, Mark, was ever in danger of losing a gold medal match as a teenager at her first Olympics. And the mind boggles as to what control of her mind she had to have there, Jonathan Overend. What confidence in her own ability she would need to have to pull that off against world champions, #1 seeds, and as you say, people who were born into this sport.
Youngest gold medalist at the 25? We're pretty sure she is.
We think so.
We're pretty sure she is.
Those pesky gymnasts, unfortunately, no gold there. So yes, I think we can confidently say 19's it. Danny King, Laura Trott and Jo Rousel, they're all 20s and early 20s.
And she is now the player to beat in World Taekwondo in the featherweight division. Absolutely no doubt about that. Result now in the men's welterweight division. It's a gold medal for the world champion, the best fighter in the world. No doubt about that. Servet Tazagul from Turkey. Only a single point in it in the end, but coming through against Mohamed Bagheri Motamed of Iran. So, gold medalist today, Tazagul of Turkey, Jade Jones of Great Britain. And the medal ceremony to come. You'll hear it live on 5 Live, the 25th ringing out of the national anthem before Tony Livesey takes over.
I have to say, Tazagul's been sensational. We saw our other British hope today fall to him. And what Jade's done today for the women in Taekwondo, Tazagul's done for the men, but he's been around the block a few times. He was rarely bothered all day, close in the final, but he's also been sensational to watch here.
And so tomorrow, Sarah Stevenson for Great Britain, world champion from last year, bronze medalist from Beijing. Both her parents passed away last year, both from cancer. Truly tragic. Tomorrow, the opportunity for her to win the gold that she so desperately desires in honour of them. And you know what, after today, I really think she's going to do it, Colin.
I was listening earlier today and you were talking about it and saying that she said that I can finally mourn for my parents after these Olympics, and it's, well, I find it hard actually to digest that emotion and think about that actually. What a straightforward, honest, crushing statement to make, and it's tomorrow's going to be a day in this arena which is, it's going to be quite difficult the whole way through the day, knowing what she's going through and knowing what it'll be like after, wherever she ends up that day, what it's going to be like after that.
And then in the minus 80 kilogram category, Latela Mohammed, the political story of the build-up to these games, controversially selected ahead of Aaron Cook, who many people feel is the best British fighter out there, who was perhaps the gold medal favourite. But Mohammed given the nod not once, not twice, but 3 times by the selection panel. And I suppose after tonight, you know, obviously from Cook's point of view and from his supporters' point of view, he would love to be here, and many people think he should be here. But after tonight, you have to put faith in those people who run GB Taekwondo, because clearly they know what they're doing.
The proof is in that superstar who was on that mat tonight, but you're absolutely right. And any time the Olympic Games, any discipline within it can need politics of any kind at the door, it's for the better of, you know, the 30th Games of the Olympiad. You think of what we witnessed today in these 2 halls, and we never mentioned it on air. Next door in the boxing, we had Nicola Adams and the Union flags waving everywhere, followed by Katie Taylor and the Irish tricolour flying everywhere. There was no mention of anything but boxing. In here, we witnessed Afghanistan against Great Britain. There was no need to mention anything about politics, of war, of absolutely nothing at all, because it doesn't matter. The Olympic oaths won't allow it to matter, and that's what's special about these little over 2 weeks on BBC Radio 5 Live. That, for me, is what makes it special.
Well, it's been a fantastic games, truly wonderfully organised, barely without a hitch. And the athletic competition, I think, has surpassed all our expectations, hasn't it, Colin? Not just from a British performance point of view, but just the exploits that we've seen from the likes of Usain Bolt again tonight, from Nicola Adams, who you mentioned, from the GB equestrian team, from the cyclists, of course, and the taekwondoers now in on the act, and they're starting to build the podiums in front of us now on the mat. They've lowered the lights, they've hushed the music a little bit, and very soon it's going to be Jade Jones standing on top of that podium with a gold medal round her neck.
This is very interesting because every other venue you've been in, which is them all, I think, apart from the Copper Box, they rather lavishly have the podium in the roof on some sort of pulley system, and it just lowers down. But here at the XL, we keep it straight. We're building it as we go along.
It's like flat pack furniture. They're building it in parts. They've slotted in the back. Now they're slotting in the front. Here we go. Have you got the right size Allen key? Make sure it's not that one from IKEA. You need a different one here at the games. Yeah, they've sorted it out, I think.
The instructions are in Korean. That always happens to me. And, well, the instructions for the sport are in Korean. And we're about to see Jade Jones stand on top of the podium. It's going to be a wonderful moment. Usually people filter away before a medal ceremony, not this one.
You're telling me about the instructions for this sport being in Korean. All the different attacks, defense moves, they've all got special Korean terms, Colin. And someone said to me in the build-up to this, you know, have you done your research? Have you learned all the terms? I said, have a heck. No one cares about that. Someone's kicked someone else in the head, and that's 3 points. That'll do, won't it?
That's about right. I think if you can commentate and two people fighting, there's definitely something wrong.
But there's so much more to this, isn't it? And that's what we've really tried to convey today here on 5 Live from the XL. Yes, it's kicking people in the head, but it's such a respectful sport, isn't it? There's so much discipline. You can see why kids go to taekwondo clubs, as Jade Jones did 11 years ago in Wales as an 8-year-old, and you can see why their parents actually are quite pleased that they get hooked into it, because it teaches such good life lessons, doesn't it?
It does, and I think you can connect that also to judo, and you can connect it to boxing and any form of combat sport. You just look at this Olympics alone. You look at Anthony Mackenzie in the judo, who unfortunately right in the first round, we know his story from television. You look at Anthony Joshua, who was definitely going down the wrong road. You go back into James DeGale when he said, I could have been a drug dealer if I wasn't a boxer. I'm not sure you walk in to the gym, to the dojo. I don't think you walk in with that discipline, but I think it teaches you it very quickly.
Well, the victory ceremony is coming up. They've built the podium. The lights have been lowered even further. The music has been... Well, they've pressed the button that says maximum drama, maximum suspense, haven't they?
Smash in nicely, push the lever forward, Spinal Tap, turn it up to 11.
And the photographers have gathered away to our left. Nobody has left. The supporters are waiting for the moment when Team GB welcomes its 25th gold medal winner and its third of the day. Nicola Adams, Charlotte Dujardin, and now Jade Jones in the taekwondo.
I love the magnet of success, I really do. This morning we were sitting here, we smelt much better than we do now, by the way, after how much we sweated. We would have been lucky to have an extra from Brookside turn up to this.
I hope we've gone down a weight category after today.
Kelly Holmes is here, there's Dames here, there's Sirs here. Oh yes, we love taekwondo. We were coming anyway. Driver, turn round. We have a medal to be won. Politicians are tweeting like mad right now.
Premier League season starts a week on Saturday.
Oh yeah. How'd Liverpool get on tonight? Davis with 3-4.
Did you think a week and a bit before the start of the Premier League season you would be sitting in a cavernous exhibition hall in East London about to talk about a British gold medal in the national sport of Korea?
Yeah. Just
one of those odd, slightly surreal, unpredictable days that is being churned up on a daily basis.
I know.
Well, by London 2012.
Every Olympic you've watched since you were a kid, same with me, they happen every Olympics. They just don't happen this much to us. That's the difference. There's so many times with winning the 10,000 metres, watching Mo Farah win the 10,000 metres. As somebody who's watched that all my life and watched such domination from African countries, you just are pinching yourself, and you're saying this again here, exactly right. Watching a sport with its origins in the Far East and someone from here coming through and winning the 25th gold medal for Great Britain so far at these Olympics. And it does one other thing. I feel like we're on a late night chat show now. This is fantastic. It does one other thing, which I personally would be just so enjoyed. It strips away cynicism, an event like this coming to town. And as somebody who doesn't have a huge amount of cynicism, I've revelled in when I try and strike up a conversation in the tube they don't look at me like I'm going to steal their wallet.
Exactly.
That's been huge.
I should not agree with you more. I mean, I didn't realise there were so many happy people in London.
They are, aye.
People are talking to each other at the bus stop, on the tube. It's great, and long may this feeling last. Let's not just end this feeling with the start of the Premier League season, you know? This is a real opportunity, isn't it?
It's not going to happen.
Stand up.
It's
this
not
sounds
going
like
to happen.
A real opportunity for change, Colin, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's exactly. If you could say that in Greek, that's what they said in 2004. If you could say that
but
in Chinese.
About it,
listen, I know fine rightly. I will be standing at the train station on Tuesday morning, and I will say to a guy, "How you doing, mate? Now, what's the headline in the back of the paper?" And he will say, "Go away, you freak." That's exactly what's going to happen.
And the front pages will talk about, you know, Eurozone crisis, and interest rates will probably go up next month, and, you know, it'll be doom and gloom again. But I do think, as a country, you know, we've got it within our powers to use this Olympic Games now as a real moment to take things forward, don't you think?
Do you know what will help much more than Athens? Is that the way they built that Olympic Stadium to keep it working, the way the velodrome's staying but the basketball arena isn't. Yeah. I certainly know I'll be breaking my neck to get tickets to things I wouldn't have before, and I will follow that through because it's actually happened here in London, because it's happened in Great Britain. I definitely will do that, and that could be a real sea change, not just in attitude, but I think more importantly in our sporting culture. Because I think if it wasn't already before, we've got to stop referring to cycling as an emerging sport. It has emerged. My mother is talking about Wigo. When my mother talks about it, it's no longer emerging. Right? That's forget about columnists and newspapers. When my mum says I'm cheering on Wigo today, you know it's broken through in the sporting terms.
Well, you're listening to 5 Live, and we're waiting for the medal ceremony, which is imminent. It's going to happen very shortly for the latest British gold medal winner at these Olympic Games, and she's 19 years of age from Wales, Jade Jones, who tonight has beaten the 2-time world champion Hu Yuxiao from China comprehensively, you've got to say, in the end. I mean, I can't remember for the life of me what the final score was, but it was comprehensive. 6 points to Jones, 1 warning point, but 5 single-point, simple, thrusting, jabbing blows. She didn't need the headshots today. She's known as the headhunter, but it was the simple and effective shots which won her the gold medal today. And at the end of this, it will be Toni Lipsing, we promise.
She didn't win a single fight today in the same way.
Here we go then.
At last. Thought we were going into Dotnat Abayo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's minus 57 kilograms.
There were 2 bronze medalists. Marlene Hanoi of France and Sheng Li Cheng from Chinese Taipei. Silver medal will go to Hu Yuxiao from China, and the gold medal will go to Jade Jones, who enters the arena again in her Team GB tracksuit. And how familiar that outfit is now looking, and she's limping on her way in here, Jade Jones. She will be bruised under that tracksuit, there's no doubt about that, but that is the art of the fist and the feet, Taekwondo. You know, you don't expect to leave a day of Taekwondo competition without a bruise here, there and everywhere. But she's battled through, and she's smiling through any pain she's suffering from right now.
Maybe 700 times today, her foot connected with a part of another human being's body. I wonder what she was thinking this morning when she woke up. I wonder what she was thinking as she walked to the XL to compete in the first ever Olympics. Do you think she was thinking, I'll just enjoy it? Do you think she was thinking, I'm going to win gold?
She's just walked here to the silver medal platform to the left. Jade, that was last year. That was the world. Believe it, this time, take your place in the middle, up high. You are the gold medal winner. The bronze medals, first of all, to France and to Chinese Taipei. And the IOC member, Tony Khoury, who is from Libya, is going to present the medals here. And Mrs. Borrello Castilla from Guyana is on the World Taekwondo Federation, and she's going to present the flowers. And as always, these dignitaries need a very, very long-winded introduction.
Which gives me time just to say, after negativity originally, how fantastic has the GB kit looked throughout this whole tournament?
I was just thinking about that. When it was unveiled, all people ever said was, oh, there's a lot of blue in it. There's a lot of blue. Which there is. That's a statement of fact. But it looks great, and we've seen it now so often that it just looks like the winning kit. It looks like the standout kit, because it is the winning team of Team GB, with more medals to come hopefully in the next few days. Sarah Stevenson, Tom Daley.
You would also say the BMX, fingers crossed as well for Liam and Sinead. So excited about that as well. And what about the modern pentathlon, dreamed up by Pierre de Coubertin and Sells? I think we've got a real chance of a female gold there. So much to look forward to.
Can we top 30, Colin? 30 golds?
Well, we're about to see for the 25th time a member of Team GB stand on top of the podium. Can we top 30? I'm going to say yes. And I'm going to say yes with complete confidence, because next door we get 4 guys already guaranteed a medal in the boxing, and we'll be here tomorrow. And I think Freddie Evans has got a heart bigger than the XL. I think Anthony Josh is destined for gold, and this girl, know her work's done.
Well, tomorrow on 5 Live, breakfast, Rachel Burden will be here inside the XL to reflect on Jade Jones's gold medal achievement and look forward to hopefully more gold with Latilla Mohammed and Sarah Stevenson. Mark Chapman will be at the canoe sprint. Colin Murray here will be next door at the boxing.
After a shower.
I should think so too. Hu Yushao from China gets the silver medal. A double world champion. She beat Jade Jones last year at the Worlds, but it was only by a single point, and perhaps she knew what was coming when Jones beat her in Germany just a couple of months ago. Now Great Britain, moment number 25. She can't stop smiling. Jade Jones, this is the moment that you've only ever dreamed about. The dreams are about to come true.
She won't stop shaking her head from side to side, Jonathan, but it's real, and it's now.
She stands on top of the world, and the gold medal is being hung around her neck right now. 19 years of age. 2 years ago, her hometown had to rally around, raffle around, just to send her to the Youth Olympics. 2 years ago. Now here she is on the biggest stage of all. The gold medalist. I mean, it's hard to believe, hard to comprehend.
It's hard to believe that smiling, beautiful, slight girl can cause such destruction in that match she now stands on.
We are not tiring of hearing this over the last week and a half. For the 25th time, the national anthem of Great Britain.
Great Britain.
What a night. At 10 past 11 on day 13 of the 30th Games of the Olympiad, the Union flag is raised to the roof for the 25th time. Jonathan Overend in the bar earlier in between fights when we had some food. I wrote some notes of what to say, but you know what? They're absolute nonsense. The only thing to really say is of the 25 medals, you will be hard pushed to find one that sums up the Olympic spirit as much as that.
I'm all talked out, mate. Back here tomorrow for a couple more.
Cheers, Tony.
Bring it on.
Cheers, Tony.
thank you very much. I have a rule and it only allow golden medalists to interrupt my show, so that's fair enough. Well done, boys. Jonathan and Colin, what a brilliant end to the sports coverage throughout the day. Now it's time at 11:05 for Late Night Olympics.